We often stumble or trip, don't mean to mumble my shit. I'm chewing on boulders and bricks, complete with a soda and grits. It seems the order I get, can't leave, don't know where I've been. I mean to sober my mind, detoxing, I'm holding the wine. We talk but she blowing my high, no sense of controlling the riot that's boiling inside. I'm blowing her mind, wow, she blowing on my blunt to ash shit. I'm blunt, no asking, I form from passion. Now on to classics, a living, breathing legend. But I'm up for practice. This world is plastic to another bastard. I said, round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows. Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows.
Round and round, ups and downs, center of attention, but I was the clown, frequency ain't vibing, I'm feeling down, shitting on me, fuck how, tryna make a new plan now, any nigga in my way getting gunned down, put his body 6 feet under the ground, new king walking around, now I got a brand new crown, nigga hating on me and I got this bitch, why you frown? I'll turn that motherfucker upside down until the merry-go round, round. Money keep spinning and the team keep winning. 2 B's in the air, I'ma keep on sinning till they burn me in hell. But oh well, I'm the hottest nigga out. Ouch, don't touch me, bitch, just bounce. Get the fuck off my couch. That's my ounce. Round and round we go. Lost your mind. Waste my time on no. I'm on mine, 24/7, I'm on that grind. I gotta get mine, make sure the team shine, we doing fine, Fuck with mine, I'ma do time, I'ma sleep in my cell, I'ma do fine. Time gon' keep on spinning, Time gon' keep on spinning,
Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows. Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows.
A miracle in the making. Pen strokes when my soul feel vacant. Getting hard trying to find a replacement. Open up your vision, every verse does LASIK. It's hard to relate. Everything feels basic. Follow what my heart can't face this. You running out of time. Too easy when I chase it. I'm busy getting a grip, finding a balance, no challenge will slip. Caught from a floor, she served me a zip. Loving her eyes with a blade on her lips. Once in a while, it's cutting too deep. Dragging the brush in my head when I sleep. Pain is a beauty and anguish. They cannot fuck with my language. I enjoy when it's dangerous, so I hang from the cliff. One hand pulling strings when I switch up the riff. The other a torch to light up the spliff, leading the pack as I fall to the ground. Land on my feet, then I float in the sound. Can't skip rotation with merry-go-round. You wanted it pathetic, you could feel this. The synthetic, I'm a realist. I'ma grind off a heel flip, unsolved problem. I'm the wrong one to deal with. Study the finest of arts while searching for truth. Working to grow. Tap into my roots. Blunt in my hand while she's playing the flute. They're causing me issues, I chuck up the deuce. I step up to bat, man, they treat me like Bruce.
Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows. Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows.
welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah, you got. Keep going. Don't stop. Don't stop.
EL, where gamers go pro. We are back for an exciting game between the Phantoms and the Ravens. My name is Strix, and I am here joined with
AV. What is going on, Strix? I feel like I haven't seen you here in a bit.
Yeah, it's been a little bit. I'm feeling pretty good though. We got two teams. They're both looking to kind of find their footing, right?
Yeah.
The COVID kind of hit the Phantoms a little hard last week.
Yep.
But they came out and put up a good performance.
Yeah.
Definitely showed a lot of signs. And talking with Black Diamond before the game, he said today they want to highlight their versatility. They really want to highlight their versatility. And on the flip side, the big trade that's happened already this season.
Tell them about it, bro. Tell them about it.
If y'all don't see directly below me, there is a certain gorilla, the smallest gorilla, but the loudest voice in the room. We've heard it a few times. Now trying to be the biggest bird. Stars has now moved to the Ravens.
That's crazy.
And this is his debut performance on the team.
Hey man, let him know. Let's see. Let's see what Stars can do. I'm actually really excited to see just how well the Ravens synergize with Stars, and I'm really excited to see the versatility of the Phantoms. It looks like we are going to go ahead and get ourselves the
you can see Wanku assuming the stance.
They are, but they are. All right. And it looks like Dolo is here.
Yep. Birthday hat, shout out to Jeezy. It was his birthday.
It don't matter. His birthday was yesterday. My birthday is tomorrow. That's all.
Okay.
All right, paper, scissors. All right, and DZ wins.
That's good. Already setting the tone. They looking to win. Now they are running a 5-man, which I think a lot of us coming in today, we don't expect the 5-man out of some of the developing teams, right? Like we feel like you need those pieces to be there already. Whereas the Ravens on the other side, they got Kevik, they got Kenny, they got Genghis coming out, their rookie, as well as Stars. Again, a nice lineup. And we're starting off with a shooter.
5.
Gears.
Stars is definitely going in for this.
Oh, yeah. I think so. This would be the moment. But I remember one thing that I want to highlight, like, looking at the teams, is Arvider has been performing well on the Phantoms. And shooters.
Looks like we got ourselves a respin.
So
DZ said no go, bro.
You know what? I like that call on DZ's part. Like, nope. Let's pick a different song. NHL. NHL.
So for the viewers and the people who don't know, when the first team wins RPS and they win, or rock paper scissors is what we call it here. What tends to happen is we spin the wheel, as you guys just saw. After we spin that wheel, the winning team has the opportunity to choose to either, one time only, to either play that game or respin for a potential of another game.
It's always nice. It's nice because it lets you kind of pick that first step, and that initial momentum ends up being really big. I think Stars is known for his shooting prowess, especially. The Ravens in general have a strong shooting lineup. So I think the Phantoms, even with some strong players in there, deciding like, hey, let's pick a different note. I think this is pretty smart. The thing is, the Ravens got him ready to go in. They have Herb, Wanku. I know they've all played NHL. I don't know if they're going to full send right now. And on the flip side of that, we do know DZ is a sports player himself. Black Diamond now working with the team as well. You know, there should be some strength in sports.
Big, right?
Yes.
So they have Black Diamond here, who also was a Raven.
He knows the inner workings.
He does.
He was. For those that don't know, it's such a beautiful matchup because last season, he was there, like you said, in management, helping Herb and Wanku kind of direct the team, coach, move through the different matches. And now he's moved to a new organization. He's helping this kind of fledgling developing organization get better. So I'm really interested to see how much of I know how you think. Oh, yeah. Vince likes to play this. Okay, cool. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna catch him off guard, maybe, just maybe. Lineups coming in real quick. I think we're gonna have a good setup, good setup game overall.
I was about to say, who do you think's going in? But we've already got everybody going in, bro.
They ready to go. I think they're ready to play. Mr. B, Dad Hat Tony, and Dolo going up against Pastor Wanku and him.
this is really going to show just how well this is really going to highlight just how well the Phantoms have been synergizing over the last season,
yes,
or the last couple of months, because we already know the chemistry behind like Herb and Wonku, and then with him being in that same space as Herb and Wonku really shows it. Like that's a strong team.
Yes,
that's in my opinion, that's a full sin, bro.
100%.
That is a full sin.
That is the beauty of the first game, because both teams get ideal lineups. You get to pick exactly who you want to go in here. And looking at that Ravens lineup, it is a scary one.
Honestly, and like we said before, with Black Diamond being here to help push the Ravens to push the Phantoms in the right direction, that also shows that he knows just how strong this team is, or at least he knew just how strong the team is.
Yes. So everybody focused and getting set up. We can see here the Phantoms are making sure everything is good to go. They're watching that setup timer, trying to make sure everything is in place.
Yep. And as you guys saw, I don't know if you did, but we've got a little button. I'm super excited. So you see where it says setup, and it had the arrow pointing over to the team. You missed it.
I missed it.
You missed it.
Wait,
Yep.
Oh, I'm so happy.
So now we know. Look at that. Look who's set up.
Oh, I see it right
Big shout out, Lewis, man.
Yes, thank you.
All right, and we will find out. So the Ravens are the Oilers, and I believe we're going to get that updated information here now.
That would make the Phantoms the Bruins.
It's actually backwards. The Phantoms are the Oilers.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we already starting off with a money puck +3.
For those that don't know, we play threes now, which does have specialty pucks in it. Some make you lose points, some help you gain more points. And whoever gets the 5 first wins the game or has the most at the end of 3 periods.
That is correct.
And so starting off with the potential to gain 3 points puts you in such a commanding position that you'd be surprised. It takes a lot to be able to come back, but it has been done before. I want to see who's able to really take position here. I feel like the Phantoms are doing a great job of just controlling. It feels like the puck. Neither side feels like they're overwhelming, but they have a good 2-on-1 play here. Let's see if they're able to get it in. They're not. The goalie's a good stop. We're going to reset back to the middle here.
One thing the Bucks are not, the Phantoms are not going to do is make this an easy game for the Ravens, especially to start off. That 3 is so important to get that 3-point puck first, so that gives you the opportunity to have a commanding lead. So we have them chilling in the corner right now, fighting over the puck. All right, gets it back over. Doesn't go for the shot, which is strange.
I got to commend the defense coming out of the Phantoms there. I'm just not giving them any free looks.
Yep.
No matter what happens, always make them challenge. But we get a chance.
Not this time.
Here we go. They're both teams are fighting for the puck, and you can tell they understand NHL here. And sports games, a lot of times what I look for is teams playing positions and spreading out.
Yeah.
A lot of weaker sports teams will crowd around whatever's happening. Like that puck is flying, go to the puck, versus saying, okay, wait, let me move off here to the right. As you can see, moving up here, looking for a shot.
Oh, so smooth and clear. Did you? Woo! Let's go.
Even he knew. You see, went down on me, everything.
3 points off the bat for the Ravens. They are already in a really commanding lead.
Oh, that was almost a fourth one. And for those wondering at home, the yellow circle is going to be
Herb.
It says Herb, but I think they're backwards once again. So I'm going to assume the yellow is going to be Mr. B. And then green will be Dad Hat Tony. Because we're getting everything live for you. And then blue will be Dolo. And go ahead and invert that going back for the Ravens. So for red, we have Herb. Purple is him. Blue. Orange.
Is that game already? Yo, let's go,
Wonku's like that?
Let's go, Wonku.
Wonku is like that. For those that don't know, always ready to go. The Ravens have been putting out a lot of great posts over on social media as well. Please check them out. showing their commitment as a team and their like willingness and readiness to compete. A couple good shots coming out of the Phantoms, not able to find the back of the net. And here we go. We have the Ravens back on attack once again. Moving the puck around. A good save. Luckily, but it is, like you said, 1 point. All we need is 1 point.
All we need is 1 point.
And they're all smiles. You could look at the Ravens, they're all smiles. Him look like he's day in the office. Yeah, I do this.
He looked like that on the regular.
He does this, apparently.
All right, so back in the middle, getting ready to start up. All right, we get the puck, pushing right on down. For the Ravens, they could end it right here.
I thought that was the end. I missed that puck. I missed that puck.
It's all right, though. It's all right. Going back over. Pushing around.
Are they able to get control of it? Nope. The Ravens still are holding on to the puck. They're resetting, going back around, looking for another opportunity. But here we go.
Right.
Phantoms attack.
This is your opportunity. Oh, no. I think he went to go for a slap shot, but he ended up, I think he tried to pass it.
Both teams are just taking these shots. And one of the mechanics that has changed about NHL, is my understanding, is the goalies have stamina now. So over the course of this, if you can start to wear out that goalie and make some of those shots.
Oh, no, we knocked him down. He is hurting.
Let me take a nap. No, just let me stay here for a second. Don't worry, please. And once again, we see it. Phantoms puck. They're looking for it. Not able to find it.
Not a lot of energy left for the goalie, but give him the opportunity to get that stamina back. Not a lot of pressure coming from the Phantoms. Pushes it right on over. Oh,
nice check.
Right into the wall.
They're fighting over this puck. Neither side wants to give the other room to move, room to play. There we go. Can he make it? Can he make it? Looking for a teammate. All right. They have one person they're leaving back, so they're basically playing this offense 2v3, trying to find that last shot to stop any possible fast breaks. Looking forward. Here we go. A 2v1. This could be the end of the game.
Oh, and it is. Holy moly.
You see DZ in the back. Even his face was like, ooh, that was nasty.
Oh, man. And Fortnite is next.
Had to take off my glasses. I don't think y'all understand. If there's a handful of people in a handful of games in the UEL that you never want to see if you're sitting across from them, and I can promise you, Fortnite and Stars is one of those games. My understanding, he has competed professionally. He has been embarrassing grown adults since he was small.
The thing about Stars, the reason that Stars is so good, as we all know in the UEL, is because he don't drive, bro. Once you get that license, that reaction time drops so fast.
You're too busy worrying about what's going on the road.
Life hits, bro. Life hits hard. But in all seriousness, Stars is a really strong contender here. The Phantoms are really going to have to push forward. But they have Arbiter. Arbiter's actually really good at Fortnite.
He has also been stepping up in those moments where his team needs somebody to kind of put on carry performances. He has been that person to step up, and I hope he's able to do it because, again, the Ravens, especially now with Stars is a momentum player. Yep. Once he gets started, it's really hard to slow him down. So I'm looking right now, and we have Zick going in as well. Zick is also one of their shooters. He and Arbiter played really well together a few times. I've seen Apex and a few of the different shooters I know for a fact. So I'm happy to see him going in. And Mr. B always shows up and is ready to.
Yeah, no, the Phantoms have a really strong team here for Fortnite. And I mean, it's not just based off of Stars for the Ravens. Both Kenny and Kevin. Oh my God, they're both here.
Yes. Kevin and Kenny, yeah.
They are both extremely strong shooters as well. So this is definitely their opportunity to really show just how much they can do as the tag team duo, right?
Yes. It's family playing together is also wild because there's some stuff you never have to say to each other.
Well, they're also twins, so there's that.
Even double level. Now I want to start to talk to you because I always love to pick your brain about UEL as a whole. How do you feel about the Ravens anchoring their rookie in this situation? So Genghis is the last person available. He's guaranteed to go into whatever game rolls next. How do you feel about that as The Ravens, seeing as Genghis is the only rookie, yes, Kevin, Kenny, and him all are in their second season, so they're still, on the newer side. But the idea is that, like, leaving a rookie in a situation where an F1 pops up on the wheel, and now you're in a situation where, have you played it? Have you practiced it? We have 33 games. How much time have you had to really invest into maybe some of these more niche titles?
The way I feel about Genghis being angered, there are a lot of team games on this wheel, right? Now the biggest thing is forgetting my words, but having a 1v1, obviously, as you spoke of, I feel like it is a really dangerous thing for them to do, to put the rookie as an anchor. So there's my answer. It's dangerous, but it could benefit them. And StarCraft rolls.
I want to see which team plays StarCraft, and by plays I mean forfeits it faster. Neither one of these teams are the biggest StarCraft players. Arbiter, I know, has touched the game and played some. I know Stars has as well. There's talks in the league that maybe the Ravens have been dabbling in some StarCraft, so we might just see that come out from them as well. And here we go. We're taking a look at Zig's perspective. It looks like they're kind of just trying to contain the Ravens. They're not trying to push too hard. Mm-hmm. They're just taking, a position and looking to fight.
I want to see what Stars are going to do.
Stars. He wants to make a statement with this game to everybody that has any thought about, like, well, what is Stars going to do on a different team? How is he going to look? If there's one place that he's comfortable in any game in the UEL, it's always going to be Fortnite.
Yeah.
And here we go. We're looking at one of the twins. But they're pushing out here. They're looking to make a move across. One thing is you're utilizing the building mechanic. You're not panicking. You're just kind of moving, looking to get another position.
And this definitely shows that I feel like for at least one of the twins, they don't really play Fortnite very, very often, right? Because the way that he was building and the way he was kind of like not being able to leverage himself when he was falling, he took a little bit of fall damage. Just shows him, lack of knowledge here.
But it looks like they're working together. I'm looking at the pace that we switched over to Stars for a quick second, and you saw the speed and the movement of play coming out from him. He is on top, looking to be the king, continuing to hold height, looking to make play after play, but someone on the Phantoms is willing to challenge him, willing to play to stop his dominance.
I think that's Mr. B.
Okay, Mr. B is focused up. And it looks like Stars didn't even have to find the kills there. Each one of them were able to take one kill, but he was able to have teammates that are able to support kind of that aggression that we know to come out from him.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, having Stars take point really on Fortnite is a really smart move, especially, seeing as though he knows this game extremely well.
Stars is definitely the most happy person to be playing Fortnite.
Oh, yeah.
It's the funny thing. You can tell everybody that drives is kind of like, okay, yeah, we're playing Fortnite.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm happy that Stars is on a new team, and I think new environments can lead to changes, and you have the opportunity to, I don't want to just say reinvent yourself, but to make another name. It's kind of like being the new kid in school sometimes, where you get the chance to now, like, he's in a new environment. He's with people that, Wonku and Herb, who have known him for a long time. They've worked with him. And I'm definitely excited to see that, one, like, Fortnite's skill has not changed. He is still able to consistently find shots, find angles, hold this height, and is just kind of controlling the whole pace. Everyone is basically playing the Stars' fiddle right now. He is
catches him off guard. Good night. And just leaves him there.
Yeah, he's like, all right, cool. You're in the box now. You're mine. Drops down, is looking to make a play.
Come on, Arbiter. Oh, Arbiter goes down.
And I think that Stars just caught him off guard. He wasn't expecting him to drop down so quickly, land directly behind him. We saw him react in time. And meanwhile, the fact that Stars was in basically enemy team's builds the entire time, and his teammates were just like, cool, we'll support you from over here. Do your thing. wherever you need to. And even Arbiter trying his best there, but wasn't ready for Stars to both have height and be fully willing to give that up. To just say, I can end this match here if I just drop on you and take
Yeah, I really like the fact that he was able to drop down, catch Arbiter off guard. That definitely shows that, you know, when it comes to Stars, he has complete faith in his team.
Yes.
You know, they allowed him to kind of run up there, rush up, do what he needs to do. And I just honestly that helped him with that game.
It's great. But now we are moving into StarCraft, one of my favorite games on the wheel.
StarCraft, it is. And again, like I said, having the Ravens having their rookie out was a really big play, a really risky play, right? Like if F1 would have rolled, then what? Or Yu-Gi-Oh is really who's the better coach.
Yes, I agree on that. There's definitely a few games. 1v1s aren't as punishing, I think, this season. But I think I'm looking at Genghis as a rookie. StarCraft is one of those niche games as well that how much time do you have on it? I want to see how much time have you put into learning, playing, and developing your StarCraft skills. Because if you aren't prepared for StarCraft, it is definitely one of the games that a single player can still dominate when given the opportunity. So we're getting lineups in here shortly.
I just want to go ahead and point out it is the Phantom setup, and I can tell that by that arrow right beside setup. Look at that, baby. Look at that. Shout out Lewis, bro.
Yes, Lewis, I appreciate it. Literally, there's so many times where it's like, oh, wait, okay, who won RPS? Okay, now I got to be like, okay, we're evens.
Evens and odds, yep.
Now I'm just like, look at the arrow. For those that are also joining us, we play 4 hours, but the way we keep things rolling is with our setup timer. As you can see here, we went in the middle there of the screen. We went from PC game to PC game, so it will be a 4-minute setup timer. We're about halfway through that. The players have to be able to get everybody into the lobby, get set up, and be ready to go and transition between these different games on the wheel. And so some of the developing teams, one of those talents they have to build up, and funnily enough, both of these teams, their first week showings were definitely highlighted in some setup mistakes. So I'm looking now, we're 3, 4, 5 weeks into the season. How have you cleaned up those fundamentals?
That goes a lot with coaching and having that leadership, and you could definitely tell that as far as setups and everything goes. I'm just going to go back to last night. One of the biggest issues in the beginning of the game in the last night Bandits Trollz games was the Bandits were having issues with like logging in, setups, things like that. And it sucked to see that they didn't have that, like, because they didn't have Rex, they didn't have Lovejoy. So like not necessarily throwing them out there, but a lot of what happened in the beginning of the game was they didn't have that leadership. They didn't have that person to be like, hey, slow it down. Let's figure things out.
Some of the cleaner teams in the league, one of those commonalities you see is almost like game started, next game's rolling, get on it. Yeah. And like what you're saying is that leadership, that direction to say, we need to be putting this together, and it sounds like we might actually be getting some StarCraft.
Hey man, let's go.
A little bit excited.
To your point for the Phantoms with Black Diamond, you know, knowing the league so much, being able to push them in the right direction, I do feel like we are going to see more of the setups and everything as we see now, being ready to go.
All right, and we already got StarCraft. Are we watching Stars' screen? It looks like we're going to be getting into. Stars is immediately setting up. Pinging to defend. I wonder if I wonder what build Stars is going to go for here. I'm assuming they've worked on some builds. You know, I've had the chance to talk with a few people in the league about StarCraft, and so I know that the Ravens have some experience. They also worked with Billy before, the expert StarCraft player here in the league. So I'm definitely interested to see what's going to happen here. So who are watching is immediately looking to go ahead and wall off the front of his base, prevent any quick cheese. Depending on who you're playing against, you might get a Ling Rush, you could get Cannon Rushed. These games that can kind of take you out, or these things that can take you out of the game super early on before anything else happens. You have to be aware of it and handling it. Now, someone's building an engineering bay in I'll say an interesting spot.
That's Kevin. Kevik.
I don't know if I agree with it. I'm not a
Why is
Terran
that?
player. The big thing here is I'm wondering what the use is. One thing is it is in front of his gas geyser, which makes me think maybe he was trying to build something else and wasn't necessarily prepared. It doesn't look like any of the individuals are currently preparing for a fast play or trying to play the game pretty quickly. And you see this from some of the newer players in StarCraft. You have a lot of things to remember and pay attention to. Funnily enough, it's kind of like production. You're watching a lot of different things at the same time, and you have to be able to jump between 1A and we'll say like Z all at the same time and maintain what's going on. So everybody getting set up here, building some barracks. Looks like he's building a second one as well to start getting out some attacking units, to start building up his actual army, walling off the front there with some supply depots, which works. Isn't optimal, but optimal isn't what's necessary all the time here. We're not a StarCraft league. We are a league about 33 games, so I'm happy to see what people are able to do. Dad Hat Tony we're tuning into here, and he's dropping down a pylon and is looking like he's playing some Protoss as well. So the big thing you can see, if you look down the bottom left, there is a mini map, and this will be able to, you'll always see your teammates. But as we flip back and forth between the two teams, what you will be able to see is we can see that they are on mirrored positions on the map. So it looks like the Ravens are in the top left, whereas in the bottom right of the map is where you're going to be finding all of the Phantoms. We were there on him for a second, and it looks like him, if you watch this back, make sure you are rallying, you're right-clicking on the minerals so that all of your new little workers can head on over there and get started. Arver is starting to build one of his first army units, has a forge up that helps raise his ground usage strength, so better armor, better weapons, and better shields. Each one of the races is slightly different, so I'm interested to see who's going to move out first. The factory finishing up, it looks like for Genghis. I can tell Genghis has some familiarity with StarCraft. He seems like, one thing is he seems very specific in terms of the things he wants to build and where he wants to go. So at least he has his build order and knows exactly what he's moving for. Dolo similarly also seems to have an idea of what he wants to do. Building towards the back of his base, maybe worrying about some pressure trying to protect his workers in his mineral line. And now I look to see, I always like to watch the player cams. If you don't know, you can look in the bottom right to see the different player cams. Looks like they're definitely communicating with each other, getting some cannons up. These are just turrets. They protect your base. You don't have to do anything. You spend some money up front, protect yourself for a little bit. So it is going to be a quieter game. And that makes sense to me. I'm happy that both teams showed that they're willing to play the game, though. Because for a long time, and you and I know this, from season 7, this was that game that got forfeited.
Oh, 100%.
75%.
Especially if Billy was playing.
Yeah. Okay, that's 100%. You don't do it. Anybody out there, just don't do it. So it looks like this player has built their second command center. They have their second base. They still have it sitting next to their original base, which they don't necessarily want. How many barracks are you going to build, Frank?
12. Now, one thing that I will say, our rules here are that after 15 minutes, there is no more building, right?
Yes.
So we are currently at, if you look right over where that mini map is on the bottom left, on the top right corner of that mini map, it says 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Right now, they still have a little over 10 minutes to go ahead and finish building. Now, you can attack in between that time or scout, which we've definitely seen from Billy before. So I'm interested to see if that's going to be something that the Ravens are going to do. And the reason I say the Ravens is because I feel like Stars is a really aggressive player, not player, but a really impressive, aggressive end gamer.
Yes.
You know,
I agree.
So not only with, the games that like with StarCraft, but within a lot of the games that he plays, he wants
to push. He wants to be the aggressor.
Right. And we saw that when he played in Fortnite. So that's just his play style as an end gamer. Now the question is, are the Phantoms going to be able to counter that?
Yes. And usually you'll see that aggression as well from people that are more familiar on StarCraft. It's something that I will always take of note. If you're at home and you're wondering, like, what is a small thing that is indicative that you play some StarCraft is, to your point, your willingness to attack maybe a little bit earlier, your ability. Like I'm looking at Zix right now, Zik, and he very clearly has more comfort than a lot of people in the league. Now, I'm not the big Zerg player. He would have won in a second base by now. Each one of the races is different. So we're currently looking at Zerg. Zerg is, think about the Flood from Halo. They are a hive mind race that just looks to overwhelm you with numbers. They just keep throwing things at you, and eventually they win. So usually when they're playing the game, they want to be getting more resources because they're not looking to build one big thing. They're looking to hit you death by 1,000 cuts. We've seen the humans, which are kind of like a balanced middle ground that have a lot of different units. They're generally the starter race that a lot of people pick. And then the Protoss are the advanced tech spaceships in space, where things are expensive. They work a little bit different. But if you let them get the full power, it'd be pretty terrifying.
So what you're telling me is that if we ever got invaded, that we would lose.
Oh, definitely. By any of these, we're done. The Terran, which you see here, are the closest thing to us. Yeah, they don't do great. They generally need some help. Again, in StarCraft, a good player can win anywhere. And it looks like we're finally seeing somebody expand here. It looks like Dolo is going ahead and grabbing another base. I like the recognition there. That tells me that he knows what Vespian gas is, because he knew immediately, okay, this is a geyser. Let me go ahead and build one of these.
I'm so glad that you said that, because when we went over to where he was at, it looks like we've got ourselves an attack.
Yes, and this is it. He's looking to move out and do something. This is a very common tactic you see coming out of the Zerg. For people that aren't prepared, you build just this force of army, you just bring it in. And now I'm going to see the reaction, because what happens on Gingis' screen, he's going to have an exclamation point saying, you're under attack, you're under attack. He needs to be able to figure out exactly what's going on.
You literally said that it was all about numbers, right? And look how fast they are just eating through the health of his base, bro. Oh my goodness. Yo, oh no.
And he did a good job there of creating a funnel to try to pull him in. Now my question is he going to follow them out in the open ground? Because a funnel only works if you hold there. He's looking to fight somebody else, realizing maybe that person's too strong for him to kill right now. He's getting some upgrades as well to make his army a little bit stronger, and is looking to throw out another attack. Somebody here, Stars with a planetary fortress, so you can upgrade your base that basically have these giant cannons on it to melt through and kill a bunch of stuff. And we see Stars kind of waiting here. I'm surprised that he isn't deciding to move out and to maybe take the fight. Maybe a little bit worried.
You know what's crazy? I talked about how like the type of the in-gamer that he is, being like super aggressive, and like it's so crazy and cool to see him in a calm and collected manner, be able to collect his thoughts and be like, all right, cool, I'm losing that base, that's all right, I'm not just gonna rush out and attack.
Yeah, I think it was a smart decision in that moment of like, you have to your point, make a decision. And we kind of expect the opposite of the Fortnite gameplay, where you expect him to be like, all right, cool, I just run out here and fight this, cool. But he was like, you know what, it's okay if I lose this base. That's fine. This isn't going to hurt me too much. And the moment that he left, he went ahead and pulled down his wall and said, okay, we can come back out now. It's safe for me to kind of maybe try to take this space.
But I mean, that also shows just how well he's been able to adapt, you know, and 9 minutes, guys, 9 minutes. With the situation, right?
Yes.
Given the resources.
And we're getting the call now. We are at 10 minutes. At 15, you are not allowed to build anything new. You are able to queue things up. So you'll see when he clicks on some of the buildings here, how it says 2, 3, 4, 5. You're able to usually queue up to 5 things. And shout out here, Dad at Tony, turtling up pretty heavily with a bunch of cannons to protect himself.
Not a bad move at all. He still has more places for him to build.
Yes. The Protoss work pretty interesting. So you see the blue crystals there. Think of those like power lines. To power any of their buildings, you need power to the building, so you got to build it near a power line. So that's why you can see them kind of slowly filling up the space. This is Arbiter that we're watching. He has a few units ready to go, ready to fight. And then he has a lot of cannons to just defend himself. The big frustration that I think they're going to find is you can look at the size now that we switched back to Stars and the difference of army size.
Oh, yeah.
And so Stars and a lot of the Ravens, from what I'm noticing, are at a point where they can kind of push in, and even if you have a lot of cannons, they kind of can they have an army big enough that they should be able to push through that fairly safely and still be able to kill you. But again, I'm not going to call it out because that still requires you to know, hey, I need to walk in, maybe kill the power, so I don't have to fight as many of the turrets at the same time. And we're back on Genghis now.
I mean, honestly, it's showing that the Ravens are literally, each of them are, like you said, have so many units.
Yes.
Right? They are literally prepping themselves for this battle. And I feel like they may win to the overwhelming numbers.
Oh, interesting. He went for Tempest. So Tempests we see a lot of Void Rays and Carriers in terms of flying units coming out of the Protoss. The Tempests are kind of like the sniping flying unit. They can, if you get the upgrade for them, they can have a really long range to them. It looks like he's supply capped as well. The max supply in this game, so if you look in the top right, that's where all your resources are. So the first one, the blue one, that's your minerals, which you see the blue crystals all around the map that the little guys collect. The Vespian comes out of the little green buildings, off those little green geysers. And the last one is supply. You can build an army, but you got to be able to feed them. And the supply tells you as a player how many of those units you can feed. So right now, he can feed 111. So until he builds more stuff to give him more supply, he can't build any more units. They're not going to let you, build an army that you can't feed, you can't prepare for. Similar here, we're looking at Ziggs. He is at 110 of 110. Now, the interesting thing here is that Ziggs could be playing off the fact that maybe the Ravens don't know about detection. Some units can hide underground and can really bury themselves. And that'll be a really interesting play, because if you don't have somebody that can detect what all is going on, there's a good chance that you might just get overrun.
The last thing you want is to be overrun here.
Yes.
That's the absolute last thing. And they have, less than 2 minutes left?
Yes, we're looking at a minute and a half before you're not allowed to build anything, and you just have to fight it out. I'm noticing plenty of air units, so I'm actually going to be looking at Dolo to deal as much damage to these Ravens flying units, because if, for whatever reason, his team doesn't have stuff to shoot up, there are units that just can't shoot things in the air.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden you're fighting a spaceship with a pea shooter. You don't win those.
No, not at all.
Win.
Listen, I've watched Independence Day. All right.
I mean, Will Smith kind of he was doing the thing. I'm just can we get a Will Smith in StarCraft?
Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, but we are less than a minute away from the building. I feel
and
like
there's an attack. So if you're looking at bottom left, that exclamation point means he's getting attacked. Or someone on his team is getting attacked. I didn't notice any movement. He didn't check to see what it was or what's going on. So maybe, just maybe, we might see some pressure coming out here shortly. They might just be also checking in. That's like a jab in UFC or a fighting game. You see what your opponent's going to do. You don't always have to automatically, throw a haymaker.
That's true, but it looks like that's no longer happening. Or maybe it's just because we're looking at stars now. I think that this has been a really good usage of their time. As far as the building, what I really liked, at least from the Ravens, is I love the fact that even though they got attacked, they still kind of kept their composure and stayed where they were. What I really like from the Phantoms is taking that initiative to go and be like, let me just poke. Let's poke the bear. Yeah. Let's see what'll happen.
And so here we go. Let's see. Everybody should be moving towards the middle of the map. They're looking for a fight. All right, he's found one of their bases and is going to immediately start going and destroying buildings. Now, this has me a little bit worried, because your opponent has an army somewhere. You might want to be looking for that.
And they already pushed in, bro. Oh, my God.
And now this is the unfortunate thing. Those units are called Vikings and Medevacs. They can't shoot down. You have to land the Vikings for them to shoot ground units. So basically walking those in the death. But here we go. The army is pulling up. They're coming in, and the two sides are starting to clash. Neither side is really using abilities. But this is not over just yet. It looks like the Zergs are getting melted.
Yup,
And I
Stars is
think
killing
this is going to be a Ravens win. Stars by himself able to deal a boatload of damage, but Zix is sitting back when he still has units back at home that he's able to fight with. I don't know if he realizes that he didn't send his whole army in that moment, but
Maybe he's waiting for Stars to. I think, or either I think he realized what was going on.
because now they're moving in. They're looking to get this kill. You see the Ravens as a force streaming into his base.
Oh,
This
man.
huge army looking to take a fight. Those guys off to the right, they can fight. But now it's a little bit late. They've been seen. They're being targeted. He's not able to get himself defended here. I think he's just going to be overrun by the Ravens force. I want to give the Ravens also credit for noticing he seemed to be the most well accustomed to StarCraft and picking to choose and kill him first. Take out those strong links if you have the opportunity, because it means that they don't have another way to maybe get back in the game or find a creative way to win any more. So now we see they're standing around. Do they realize they have to kill maybe some other players?
I think, like you said, they went after Zeke first, trying to just demolish him because he is the strongest link, and now he's pushing his units kind of out so they can't really get to him. But they are the Ravens already have something ready for that.
Yeah, you see the flying units. It's kind of okay. We can fly too. You can't just run away forever. We'll catch you eventually. And going forward, they're now looking. So another one of the Phantoms players, it looks like, has no more forces left. So they have to clean out all of these bases. This is one of those things about StarCraft that people don't realize. StarCraft, yes, the timer ends at 15, but you need to kill your opponent's bases. You need to kill all the different things that your opponent has to be able to actually win the game. And now we get to see them approaching this wall of cannons and seeing if they're able to get in. This could be a problem if the Ravens as a whole don't recognize that they just need to move through, but they might have reached critical mass with enough forces to kind of just push their way through and not care too much at all. They're taking heavy losses, but not enough to be super concerned about what is going on and what is happening, but there's still a lot of cannons. We see one of the pylons going down, so more and more of those cannons will stop working, and they're making their way through. It's taking them a little bit of time. They're taking some losses, but the medevacs are able to keep them healed up, so I don't think this is too much of a problem. Just need them to make sure that they go ahead and kill everybody. And I am now joined on the mic by the illustrious Rex.
Hey, so you're speaking about this game. You say this is more of a checkmate kind of position?
Yeah, it's
Just a
two
matter
of your
of time.
teammates have died. Unless one person had a huge army that they had been hiding and had just not been seen, it is really difficult to come back at this position where you're kind of fighting 4v1. I haven't been paying attention. I'm assuming everybody queued stuff up. Remember, we aren't able to build after 15 minutes, and it looks like the last of what the Ravens maybe had built is now finished up, and they are just marching their way across the map. The march to victory has
So
begun.
would you say that this is more of a testament of skill of the Phantoms? Wait, are you saying the Phantoms are winning? Right
The Phantoms are currently losing. This is the Ravens are
currently winning.
yeah. The Ravens. We're watching the Ravens army just slowly destroy every single thing that the Phantoms have built.
So would you say this is more of a testament of the skill of the Ravens, or more of a testament of where the Phantoms are in terms of
Both teams, I think, did well. To say that, I know a lot of people just didn't play StarCraft in the league.
Yeah.
They clearly had builds. They clearly had plans. Some of them, like what we're seeing here, we saw the Phantoms employ this heavy cannon tactic, which can work against people that really aren't playing super heavily into the game. But the Ravens seem to me to have a game plan. They have builds on each one of their players. Like, hey, you build those big mechs are called Thors. You build Thors, you build battle cruisers, you build this, you build that, and then we're going to come together and just run you over at the very end.
And this was a game that, if I
Of the
remember
game.
correctly, Stars was practicing a good little bit when he was on the Gorilla. So
Yes.
it's just bringing this over for him.
And I was mentioning that they've apparently the Ravens have been putting some time into it as well since he's been there. So it has shown that they have
stability.
Yeah, they definitely. We're not in a world where I don't know what StarCraft is.
Yeah.
Now they just need to clean up a little bit more, and I think it was good gameplay. All things considered, I'm happy because it looks like more people are playing in the
Right,
league.
right, yeah. And that's gonna bring up the skill level because iron sharpens iron.
Yes, I 100% agree. If people are looking out there, 'cause I always like to drop little tidbits where I can. This is why it's important to be more aggressive early if you can manage it. There are a lot of teams that are comfortable if you and I are playing a fighting game ranks and you want to sit back and play full screen and I never approach you. If you're comfortable full screen, you'll probably win.
Yeah.
You have to learn at certain points in StarCraft, especially like, hey, we need to attack. We saw that out of the Phantoms briefly, but they weren't able to figure out. But I like the showing. I think that with a little bit more practice, they might be able to do some damage. But we're going into Wreckfest next.
And just to recap, so StarCraft was the third game. The first two were
NHL. Him, Wonku, and Herb went in for the Ravens.
That's a pretty strong lineup.
And it was Mr. B, Dead Hat Tony, and Dolo.
Okay.
And they tried, but there was unfortunately a money puck to begin with, which the Ravens got.
And then
a puck immediately after, and then it was just like, can we
catch up?
Yeah, can we stop the flood? Fortunately, they weren't able to. Immediately followed by Fortnite, with stars available.
Oh yeah.
And Kenny and Kevik were both also going in there, and it was what you would expect from stars.
Okay.
And it was what you expect from a team of shooters. I'm going to take that right into StarCraft, which they managed to win here. Some rough rolls, to be fair, for the Phantoms.
But Wreckfest. And right now we have at least two veterans. And who do you put in if you're the Ravens with the last? Do you put in the other X-Ray? Because I imagine you don't. Like, Stars would make the most sense to put in here in terms of veteran leadership in that game, but do you put him in? Okay. And
well, they looks like they heard you talking, and so we'll answer that question for you right quick. Wreckfest is weird. Like, I don't think you and I have talked that much about Wreckfest because it feels like a game you don't need to be a veteran in to play.
It's a really, because I actually enjoy Wreckfest. I know, much to the chagrin of your GM.
Well, he loves it. What do you mean? What do you mean?
But it's what I love about it, especially if you play it like with the different maps that they have available. Because I was looking at it one game, I'm like, well, nobody's really explored this game too much. And why are there so many different cars and all these other things? And it matters because on certain maps, depending on what type of road you have, is depending on what kind of car you want.
Okay.
And there's other game modes, but there's something that people are using the bus a lot of times in a wrong way. Like, conceptually they're doing it right, but there is something that they're not quite doing correctly with the buses.
I'm not going to ask you to share the sauce. I'm not going to do that. But definitely, I ask you to keep an eye out for it because maybe, Eagle Eye viewers might be able to figure.
It was actually something that was taught to me when I was on they were the Boos at the time, but the bots by Billy the Goat.
Billy always has tech. Never mind. Why am I acting like that's surprising? Billy might be I would never be surprised when Billy's like, yeah.
Okay, so I'll say it because I want to see more people kind of be practice with Wreckfest and games like that a little bit more. Is that people run straight on with the bus? That's not the biggest part of the vehicle. That's you're going with the rectangle and you're hitting with the side that is the smallest, essentially, right? Like you have all this extra space, and that side is going to do more damage to you. The hitting with the side is going to you're going to still take some damage, but it's going to be a little bit less.
Yeah, it's also protect your engine in a car. It's kind of important. I'll say that to people. It's kind of important for the car to be able to move. And if you're not writing that down at home, what are you doing right now? But we have 10 seconds left on the setup timer.
What track do you want to see? I can't remember the name of the track, but it was used in a game. The Clips Reapers game. Yeah, it is a fully dirt road. I don't think we've seen any other team really use it.
I think it's Bonebreaker.
It might be
Bonebreaker Valley or something like that.
Yeah,
it's like a bunch of winding and there's bridges.
Yeah, because it doesn't like. So we saw some people try to at the end, right when the Reapers were down a lot. We saw some that decide to turn around and go, but it's hard because hard for you to pick up speed. It's hard for you to maneuver as a bus.
Yeah.
So there's better vehicles to use for that purpose specifically on that map.
No, I'm not gonna say nothing. We have a technical timeout currently, so we'll be getting in the game shortly. Wreckfest isn't playing nice with us just in the moment. But going over both teams' lineups, obviously the Phantoms have to full send everybody in. And as you mentioned, we had those available plus stars going in for the Ravens. So I made this joke. I'm gonna take a side tangent. I made this joke with my team that when me and Jekyll got there, we were like, look, Cobras aren't losing Wreckfest anymore. We're gonna win the game. We're gonna win the game. Do the Ravens. Is Stars the last piece to make sure the Ravens
so they
win more consistent?
Yeah,
I'm gonna say, because I know someone's gonna be like, we won the game. Win it more consistently is what I'll say.
MK1. All right. So this is what I will say about Stars and Wreckfest and team dynamic is that we did see one of the last games that we did see Stars in. Wreckfest was a game that I believe they lost, and it became one of those situations where it was Stars was telling his team to do one thing, and then his team was doing something else. Now I'm not sure if that team has an IGL in that situation, but I do know that this is one of those games that was contentious the last time between his own team.
Yeah, so and he was able, I think, to force a second round of the game.
Yeah,
but yeah, to your point,
it was tied. Yeah, I think it tied, and that was the only time I've ever seen Wreckfest tied.
The math was really weird because for a second it looked like, oh, well, this looked like this was really close, and it's like, nope, we're running it again. Already, we saw some of those big hits, and it looks like people are still trying to go head on with this bus. And ultimately, Dolo even surprised himself that he wrecked out there.
We did see him. He had maybe that's Arbiter. Arbiter doesn't have much health. And who is this we see?
Mr. B, I think it is, comfortably
with his car built like a bee right now.
Rolling. Like, it just got his waist trainer on. It's just working. It's bringing everything in.
Wait, is that his teammate?
Please communicate. Please communicate. Please.
Okay. At least.
Oh my God.
There's a lot of low health. Like, they're just out here slugging it. Like,
I think that's the really funny thing. A big wreck, but taking another big hit from behind, so maybe getting a little bit of extra damage.
And that's the thing about this, right? Like, we've seen it, and I forget which game it specifically was, where somebody tried to wait for a bus, and they ended up getting rammed from behind. And that's the thing, right? Because the faster you're moving forward, the less impact a hit from behind has. So if you're just sitting there, you're taking that full brunt. But it looks like is that...
This is Zik. Yeah, this is Zik going
Karakazik?
Yes.
Is that how you say it? Okay. Yeah.
I remember in the document he also said Zik. And that's why, because I definitely learning on a lot of names is difficult, but he seems to be pretty comfortable actually, still at about half health.
He's taking a lot of damage from the front and back. Yeah. And this is where Wreckfest really starts to get it more interesting, is it gets more difficult. Oh my God!
Yo, that was a jump scare.
Buzz jump scare?
Cause I saw it in the distance. I was like, okay, cool. It's gonna. And then all of a sudden, it was just.
I believe
on. And we're back on Mr. B. This might be the end of Mr. B. He manages to get the reset and escape.
He can't cross up when he gets to that bumpy part, because that's gonna take damage if he ends up trying to...
Being at 1 health basically is saying, like, how well can you maneuver? And he manages to get away with it very quickly.
Because if he needs...
come on, please.
But here's the interesting thing. He has to stay on that side because he can't go back and forth because there's all those buses there. He doesn't have the space. So he has to...
There are 2 left.
Stay on what is the right side here.
By the way, it looks like that. It should be just this core, and they're done.
And was that Wonka with the final? Yeah. Yeah, she said, I'm her. Apparently, the Ravens have him and her.
That's crazy. How you going to win against him and her? That was incredible. The hard part there is they just needed to finish the race, but with 2 laps on 1 HP,
And you got to see, because, and like I was saying earlier, Wreckfest becomes harder as the race goes along. And unfortunately for him, well, not.
Yeah.
Was it Zick that was
I believe that was Zick.
Fortunately for Zick, I can't use him in this because him's on the Ravens. Unfortunately for Zick, buses crashed on what was on the left side on his death lap in a way that you couldn't maneuver around them. They were really perpendicular to what was going on. So he had to be forced into that one lane with very little health.
And to your point, normally you might have a little bit more wiggle room, but that small incidental damage matters when you're sub 10 HP. Like you can't just, okay, well, I'll take a little bit, but let me go around and then bounce over. And every single time we saw him manage to dodge it, 3 times? He came through the middle and it's like, okay, bus is going to try and kill me.
Honestly, at that point, you wait for the bus to come out of that.
Yeah.
And then you just outmaneuver. Well, you have more space to maneuver.
Yes.
When you have a small pathway like that and the bus covers up half of that, the bus has time to react to at least slightly move over. And if you touch the bus, anyway.
And we saw the bus, there's a reason why people run the bus strat on that map.
Yeah.
Because you have to interact with them basically in that corridor. Mm-hmm. And if a few buses die...
Yeah.
You just limit the space more and more until eventually it's like, I'm going to hit you. It's just a matter of can you survive or not. Maybe go for a reset play. But even then, if you mistime it by a second.
So we have MK up here. I imagine we're going to probably see Herb and one of the X-Ray Kenny probably. No, we have Kenny and Kevin. So Herb is not even going in.
This is a very interesting choice.
To put Kenny and Kevin?
No, well, we know that
they play MK.
We know. That was one of the reasons I remember they were looking at one of the twins when they were drafting last season was for his skill. And we have Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming up.
And honestly, if the Ravens look at it, let's see, it looks like player 2 is going to be Kenny and player 1 is going to be Dolo.
So Dolo on the Johnny Cage trying to step through and get some offense started, and Kenny using Smoke. Smoke is an interesting character. Both these characters, Johnny Cage has been pretty popular.
Anti-zoner type, right?
Yes, he has plenty of ways to get in. Armored just moves that go half screen or more, and just, hey, I want to play, as we saw right there. Smoke, on the other hand, is meant to be a little bit more of a tricky character. Once he gets started, making you guess there, high, low, left, right, where am I going to be? Even having the ability to go invisible.
That sounds fun.
It's always fun. Don't you just love invisible 50-50s? Doesn't that sound like a great situation? But I think immediately we're able to tell that Kenny is really comfortable.
Yeah.
Like he's just trying.
Hey, you saw him.
I got hit so bad. I flinched so bad.
F in the chat if that hit you.
Yes. Please let us know. But here we go. Able to get a combo started. Dolo has a little bit of something cooking. Is able to still trade some damage back. He's up in life on this round, so maybe able to take a life from Kenny, which would be huge. Doing the left-right, sliding back and forth, trying to mix up. Kenny, who also wants to mix up here, asking for a tap on the face, and Kenny more than quickly obliges, just not in the way that he might want.
But Dolo not doing bad, getting Kenny down to what you say, 25%?
Yeah, right around there. Kenny was actually just able to do 25%. We'll see how much he gets off of this. Only, close to 20 per again. Now, Kenny looks to be playing a lot safer. He's just using these small buttons to check to see what's happening. Even steps back. Good choice to just back up. A lot of people don't realize how long that is and either just stand there and just get hit by it. And that'll be the end of Dolo.
And it's what's interesting. It looks like Aura's up. And what's interesting is looking at the Phantoms lineup, they don't have anybody in that lineup that's a natural fighter.
Yeah.
So Herb can kind of play around that, right? Like, now if this was against a team, like say the Cobras, for instance, right? Herb might be forced against his lineup.
It's one of those things that if I'm looking at the Phantoms personally, like Black Diamond, speaking to him before the game, wanted to show the versatility of this lineup, and I think Dolo proved that against maybe some of the
not
less specialized fighters in the league, he can hold his own, and he probably could win some MK.
He actually did versus the Bucks.
Yes, but we know that Kenny and Kevin play Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Not even just play fighting games, but play Mortal Kombat. And so some of those tactics don't end up working as well and dealing as much damage. or being as effective. And we have another Johnny
It
Cage.
looks like this is Arbiter.
Yeah, Johnny Cage seems to be like a pretty safe pick for maybe some of the newer players. He has strong
and he
tools.
just interrupted that. I'm not sure if he understood that's where you interrupt where the gap is.
Looked like he was going for something with Sonya. Wasn't able to connect with
Well,
it.
like from what I've seen, at least you can, do something, knock you up in the air. Sonya can help you extend it off of that. But I don't know if Kenny is.
I think he
warmed
might
up.
be. I think he might be either not holding the direction or holding a direction and not recognizing it, getting maybe a different assist than he might want.
Yeah.
Gets caught on the low. He's going to eat a combo here. We don't see a breaker.
And I don't think. So does it kill? I guess it does kill.
Got up to 33% of damage of his life and said, "Oh, Rex, you said it doesn't kill. All right, bet. Got to make you wrong now."
You seen those YouTube videos? Does this kill?
It's always the best game. So we're opening up the game with a 30%,
Probably.
a 40% combo. We just open round with 40% of your life gone, and if you're down, you never want to see that.
Like, could you imagine being already like, okay, I just have to calm myself down, play this slow, and then you get hit by a 40% combo.
Oh my! It's the biggest frustration. One thing he could use though is Kenny did fail the escape on the throw, so
a little bit of grab.
maybe bring some more throws in. And we saw this started from before. This might be another 40%, which would end the game if Kenny's able to land it.
Didn't even need 40%, and he's just gonna do it anyway.
Herb walks up and be like, "Yeah, thumbs up. Did what you needed me to do." Oh,
Dang.
they're so creative with these fatalities, man.
They're so extra.
Man.
All right, and what is the next game?
Yu-Gi-Oh!
I'm gonna go ahead and let you take the lead on that one.
This is going to be an interesting game because we might be joined and get a little bit of help on this one because they are playing two. To the people out there, we should be seeing two non-Exodia decks.
Okay, so I imagine we're gonna send Dad Hat in. I'm pretty sure Dad Hat has talked about this.
Okay. All right, Dad Hat going in, and then I'm gonna expect to see him. Dad Hat and him is the matchup. If you don't want to have to worry about a coach,
Yeah.
We saw him piloting a Pearly deck, the little cats.
Yeah.
He piloted that before, and I don't know if we've seen the Phantom Yu-Gi-Oh deck. I think we have.
We have. Oh, Arbiter does Yu-Gi-Oh person.
So
I don't know if Arbiter is a coach today because I know DZ's here. So I don't know who the other coach will be. I imagine Arbiter. Arbiter seems to be the person that
their strategy mind on the team. So I'll let you know. We're gonna see. This isn't gonna help so much, but we're gonna be seeing Pearly here from the Ravens, and more than likely we're gonna be seeing Exo Sister coming out of the Phantoms. These are two like actual archetypes. They're not Exodia. They will be playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Maybe a little bit more interactive than we're normally used to seeing Yu-Gi-Oh. But I'm interested to see because we haven't seen too much sauce in any direction for Yu-Gi-Oh. Actually,
people going with like, hey, like I don't want to put a bunch of time in this game.
Okay, let's go. And here we go. We are looking at him's perspective. He did open up Pot of Greed.
We'll be joined by Jameson here shortly to go ahead and walk us through this.
A resident expert. We got him on the mic here for some Yu-Gi-Oh! All right, let's see. We are looking at, this should be him's perspective because I think him is playing Pearly, but we'll probably switch over. And yes, as we said before, the Phantoms do seem to be playing Exo Sister.
This is,
this is a deck that they have a bunch of different names that work together to be able to special summon different cards. And go ahead. And that will let them continue to make plays, right? And continue to maybe play more monsters. And Oh my! I just saw their hand.
Wait, is that Regeki, the thing that destroys?
Yes.
Everything?
So Regeki destroys all monsters all face-up monsters on the field.
Okay, I remember that much.
Then they have Ash Blossom, which is a very good counter card. It stops your opponent essentially from getting a card from deck or special summoning a card. Another way to stop plays. And then Derailing Lock stops your opponents from drawing cards from their deck. Very frustrating hand to see. That would be the card to beat Exodia. If you draw it, yeah, Exodia is kind of screwed. But yeah, so as you can see here, this is what we were talking about. Pot of Greed, there's a reason why this card is banned. It is such good value, but being able to just stop him basically challenges him to be able to make plays with what he has in his hand currently. So we'll see if him is able to find a play or find an avenue to maybe challenge Dad Hat's board. Oh, they have Zeus. Oh. Okay, well, this is definitely not the turn is, or the game in general is not over. All that that Called by the Grave would have been nice earlier in the turn to maybe deal with the Ash.
They detach. I think they're just like not
You gotta
fully
read
certain
faster
what
than
the
that,
plan is,
homie.
But generally, what you do is you would Xyz on top of this monster into a different monster, which they're gonna do here. It's gonna be Ghost of Angel Mischief. Afterwards, it looks like they're just gonna walk to the Kalos.
Yeah.
From here, normally you add Ghost Trick Shot, but Droll and Lockbird is a card, so it's kind of rough.
Does make your life a lot more difficult. And kind of to your point, this is what we see. A lot of players have been learning Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot more heavily now that it's come to the wheel. And what we're able to see here is, I think sometimes you have your set plays, but when you are pushed off of maybe what you're used to being able to do, and you know this, Rex, in any of the strategy games, It can be a little bit difficult, but I'm happy that him has kind of found a line where he can try to remove this Michaelis from the board, and we'll see if Dad Hat Tony is ready and how Dad Hat is ready to interact with that. But both are looking at least to still make this a pretty competitive game. Nobody's kind of run away with the game at this point.
And do you think we'll ever see it fully go to time?
This game, funnily enough, I think really has the potential to, because some of these some of the lines and options and ideas that you have to be kind of aware of.
So what they just did there is they Xyz'd on top of the Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief into Ghost Trick Soaking Wasp. This card is a fantastic card for Ghost Trick because it lets the Pearly player go for a double Noir end board. For now, there isn't a... They haven't been able to search the Ghost Trick shot, so we can't really end on it. Did let them pop a card and force that zone not to be used, which is kind of cool. Using both Ghost Tricks, though, they're just going to walk into 2000.
Was the play going back to Mischief? Was that? Do you think that was the good play there, or is there a reason after you use the pop to maybe leave the other Ghost Trick on board or no?
It's difficult to say. I think probably leaving the Angel of Mischief in the extra deck. The difference of 600 damage isn't really that much in the grand scheme of things. So probably leaving in the extra deck. If there was a way to get the dual hunt out of Grave, they could probably go back to the old Ghost Trick line again. And now that we're back onto the Phantoms line, they're leading with Raigeki, which is going to destroy the Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief. What I was thinking of a moment ago, they were really close to a Noir off of that off the Soaking Boss, but unfortunate, it just did not plan out for them, and we missed what was set. Back over to the Ravens.
I think the unfortunate thing here is the fact that him is going to be trying to make plays and going to end up possibly walking into another Droll and Lock, which always feels bad after you've already had one turn that kind of...
Yeah, the Droll is an inevitability here. Also, Ash Blossom off the top is a great card. It'll stop the Phantoms from trying to set up if they have anything if they draw. Say they draw another Martha or something. But right now, once that Droll and Lockbird comes down, they're just going to be left with a single 100 attack point cat. And that's assuming they hit anything. And they did. They got they got a Sleepy Memory off the top. Last card. Fantastic. And for those not aware of the way that Pearly works, is Pearly, when it's normal or special summoned, reveals the top 3 cards of your deck. And if you find a spell trap of a Pearly spell trap, you can add it to your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of the deck anywhere. Droll and Lockbird again stopping the Sleepy Memory. And this is really where they want to have this Leerless monster, but it just is not in their extra deck.
And it's one of those things I'm looking at now as well, where once again him is going to, I guess, try to set up something, use the second Angel of Mischief that maybe would have been an opportunity from last turn. And both sides, it seems like both have had enough disruption to where they're just trying to do their best to, and discards the Ash there.
So they're going to special the Pearly. So what they're probably going to do here is, I don't think we've seen a Delicious Memory, but this Pearly allows it to target a Pearly spell trap in the graveyard, and then use itself, the monster, and that spell trap as Xyz material for a Pearly that mentions that name. So they're going to go for pretty here. So they're going to special a copy of Pearly Beauty from the extra deck. This has a few effects. One of them, if you activate a spell trap that's Pearly, you can chain the Beauty effect to put that spell trap under it as material. And also, you can take opponent's monsters and use it as material. Which you notice there's not anything on board.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's one of those rare Yu-Gi-Oh games that we haven't seen this season where both sides have had the chance to interact. And now it just seems like him had a little bit more steam in the tank.
The Pearly Beauty, the Pretty Memory, is actually a card. It's not a monster. I'm going to send another Pearly, and they're going to take their spell trap.
Oh, that's actually really smart. Just the way to get rid of any possible disruption.
Forbidden Lands. Interesting. Dropping the attack of the Pearly Beauty by 800, but making it unaffected by spell traps. This tends to be a reactionary tool, really good against a card called Infinite Impermanence, because you can chain this to the activation of an opponent using Infib and protect your own effects. But in this case, it was going to be taken anyway, so might as well stave off 800 points of damage.
I'm looking at Dad Hat. Dad Hat is just now hoping for a top deck here, something to maybe get him back in the game, get him started with another play. A Martha would be great.
And Sophia, it's an interesting one. So this one, if you control another Exosister monster, I believe you can special summon it. Right now, this is the draw section. So Exosister is split into 2 sections. There are 2 main deck monsters that, if you control Exosisters, you may special each other, or you may special an Exosister monster from your hand based on a regular effect. And the others are card draws. They each mention each other by name. There's 2 sets of sisters. Martha is the intermediate between both lines and is full combo on its own. Martha off the top there would have been crazy. Unfortunately, no. And this is the E Pearly to attach that spell trap to it.
All right, here we go. Getting the attach. Here, does the effect still go off in the chain?
It does. It doesn't really matter about where it is in the chain. Just the fact that it's not negated.
Okay, that is good. Manages to flip up as well Dad Hat's card, knowing now that it was just a Sophia. So he doesn't have too much to be worried about and can kind of continue to play the game freely and not have to worry too much. It's going to just hit it here, deal a little bit more damage, and continue to put the pressure on. I think that this is looking like a Ravens win, barring a big top deck opportunity here from Dad Hat.
Definitely in the Ravens' favor, but there are cards off the top of this deck right here that could definitely seal it. Infib is not one of them. Kind of a rough one to see. Yeah. At least it's staving off 1 turn.
I don't know if you set that, but maybe that's just me.
I think you do. Because if the Pearly attempts to try to detach to suck it up, you chain Infib and then you negate that effect anyway.
Would you have played it in the Pearly column or no?
I don't think the column matters here.
Okay.
Because the Infinite Impermanence the column only matters about the spell traps, not actually the monster effects.
Okay.
So, yeah, the way that it works is you may target a monster your opponent controls, an effect monster specifically, negate its effect, and if it was set, all other spell traps in this column.
So he goes ahead, gets the negate here.
Yep. Not overly too much.
Now this will be a little bit funny. Well, him doesn't have a card here, it looks like, to be able to play. Because I was wondering, something for newer Yu-Gi-Oh players, they don't always understand how inhib column or the impermanence column works. And so can sometimes play into their own card being negated if they are not careful. But everything is, we're throwing back here to Dad Hat. We'll see what Dad Hat takes off the top. What is he able to do? And
Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom, unfortunately.
Ooh, yeah.
And that should...
Hey, 1,800 defense points, though. It's, well, unless they use the effect to just suck it up. But if they just decide to go to combat, they get 1 turn.
Unless he's clapping, don't be too loud. Let him figure out. Let's see if him finds it.
Oh, and this is, even if, just to use the effect, but the Pretty Memory right here is 100% game. So, you can banish 3, just some shuffles into the deck. But that's not at all necessary. All he has to do is activate the Pearly Memory here, and then use Beauty to attach it to his material. Once that happens, this Pearly Beauty is going to have 5 material, and they can Xyz summon into a copy of E Pearly Noir. So let's use summon on top of an Xyz monster with 5 or more material. This will give in 3 activation Noir, and
looks like he's just running in. Doesn't want to take the risk here. Wants to just try to end the game, see if he can't get rid of this monster card. Is considering playing, but like you said, is ran into that Ash Blossom.
That is hilarious that came up.
It's great because, like, I think sometimes people overcomplicate what they need to do to win, but it's always bad when you're kind of punished just because you made the decision of, like, yeah, I'll do the thing.
But looking like not to opt to go to Noir, just gonna let it ride. See what the top deck is for the Phantoms. Come on. Another Ash Blossom. Amazing.
And you see Dad.
I mean, we might get a run back of last turn.
He could, yeah. They could.
He's like, there's no way he has another monster wolf.
Dad Hat is losing it.
It looks like Dad Hat wants to kind of maybe bluff a little bit, holding on to this second one, challenging him to maybe try to get over the one he currently has on the board. And again, Ash is always a good card to stop some. We've seen 3 Droll and Lockbirds in one game.
Droll and Lockbird in this deck is actually really interesting. So, same thing with Effect Veiler. These are level 1 monsters, and the Ash Blossom. I don't think you care here. You just activate Beauty and then suck it up. You don't need to care about the resolution of an effect here. But since they're level 1 monsters, you can theoretically use them for different Xyz. So, as earlier that Ghost Trick stuff that we saw, unfortunately the Droll and Lockbird stopped the end board of that. You could be normaling the Droll and Lockbirds, though, as the materials for the Ghost Trick line. And similarly for the Lyrilistic Assembled Nightingale, you can also use that.
And we've reached an impasse. I don't think him has determined how to get around this Ash Blossom, which is going to give Dad Hat Tony some more time.
Martha off the top.
And you see the reaction from Dad Hat realizing that the game is not over. He has full combo and an opportunity to just straight up get back into the game.
Oh. I wonder, I believe Martha has a clause on it where if you don't have an Exosister monster, oh no, it does. If you control no monsters or all you control are Exosister monsters, you may special Exosister Martha from your hand and an Exosister from deck. But the Ash Blossom actually stopping the Martha from being able to be summoned.
Oh.
Yes.
And so here we go. He's adding it.
This Beauty needs to... They need to chain the Pearly Beauty. They just need to do it. Because the game would be over.
We'll see if he's found it.
For here, Perlili adding a copy of My Friend from deck. My Friend, what you can do is activate it and pay 500 life points and add a Pearly spell trap from your deck. You can reveal 3 Pearly cards. And here, Delicious, Happy, most likely, or Sleepy's good. It doesn't really matter too much. Adding any of these cards. The Phantoms are going to randomly pick one. They don't actually get to see. Adding the Happy Memory. Interesting. And so, what the Perlili is capable of doing, the activated effect, is it's able to attach a spell trap from the graveyard to it and to a Xyz monster as both as materials, mentioning the names. So they're going to choose Happy, and they're going to rank up into E Pearly Happiness. And this is their Ash Blossom out.
So it took a little bit, but it looks like we finally gotten there. This should be the end of the game here, with 2K able to just beat directly over top, and then a follow-up should end the game.
Yep.
And it was a little bit, but he found his way there. Him, definitely from the last time we saw him piloting the Pearly deck, seems more comfortable with the deck, seems more comfortable overall in Yu-Gi-Oh! And is able to find a win here against the Phantoms and continue his team's winning streak.
And now, so far, Ravens taking a dominant lead, 6-0.
Yes. And I want to thank Jameson for that amazing commentary. Appreciate it. Yes, I play Yu-Gi-Oh!, but there are 10,000 legal cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! And there's no way to know every deck and every interaction. And I do appreciate him for...
So we have Call of Duty. Imagine right here, we're probably going to see Wonku and...
Genghis.
Genghis, yep. And you Anchor Herb. And from the other side, we have to see Zik and Mr. B.
Yes, yes. That Yu-Gi-Oh! Game is very interesting. Again, we don't normally get to see that much interaction here in the UEL. We've just seen a lot, again, Exodia, and just like a handful of decks where it kind of is determined in turn 1 and 2, but we saw a little bit of a back and forth, both players kind of working their way through their own minds to find exactly where they could maybe take a win, a little bit closer, but a lot that both teams can kind of look at and get a little bit better. Call of Duty, though.
Hopefully they have it set up because you had all that time in the world. It's Yu-Gi-Oh's only played on one PC.
Hilariously enough, I can tell you on one side it is the middle PC and the other two have Call of Duty. So there literally is no excuse. You literally could sit down next to him and be like, good luck, teammate.
And that Yu-Gi-Oh game took long enough that.
Yeah. So how are you feeling so far? Obviously, you mentioned the commanding lead of the Ravens. If you're just joining us here after the first hour, a little bit over the first hour, the Ravens have managed to put together a string of wins across the genres, a little bit of fighting, some sports, some racers, some strategy, even shooters. Each one they've managed to take across the 5 categories.
It's hard. Like this, I would say this matchup is pretty hard for the Phantoms right now, just because you look at, like you said, they've won a little bit of everything. You have to look at, if you're the Phantoms, like, what do we win?
Yes.
Because, like, you want to say, oh, well, we win maybe the sports games because of how our line is built. Well, you already lost NHL. Strategy, you already lost Yu-Gi-Oh! And StarCraft. Fighters, you've already lost, but then you also have to consider that Herb did not have to go in for that. Shooters, I don't think they've played Fortnite.
Yes. They played, Fortnite.
Yeah, and you have to hope, maybe our Call of Duty players are better than their Call of Duty players.
This would be a great moment to actually see on that point, because we know that Zik, as their rookie, has been a strong shooter coming out for them.
I think Zik and Dolo would be their 2 preferred Call of Duty players, if I remember correctly.
But Genghis put on an amazing show.
And Wanku loves Call of Duty.
Oh, goodness. So we might be in for another great game. It's always interesting though just to see. I know I was talking to Stars before the game, and he mentioned that he wanted to play Call of Duty. Him and Genghis would have gone crazy, he thought. So it's very interesting to see, because I'm looking at the Ravens and
where do you think the deficit will be in this matchup? And it's hard to point out off the top.
It is a very difficult. I feel like right now the Phantoms have some of those niche games. I think what we saw from Arbiter in Rocket League, if they can catch someone like Wanku out of rotation.
Here's the issue with that, is that Genghis is really good as well.
Okay, well.
Yeah. So, and a little bit of the other thing is how the Ravens had Black Diamond on the team for the longest, and he was like really good at teaching them sports games. So I feel like that sports coverage goes all the way down. Maybe X-Ray Kenny and who's the other one?
Kevin and
Kenny. Maybe they're not the strongest sports. We don't know. I haven't really seen them too much in certain sports games. I feel like FIFA probably they're decent at. Well, if you can start catching people on off rotation. But the issue is with them running Herb Laugh that they've been doing.
He's one of the safest anchors in the league.
Yeah.
For those that don't know how rotations work, as you can see directly below me, the Ravens are grayed out. This means that as the games have rolled, they have sent people in.
Mm-hmm.
And when a new game rolls, in this case Call of Duty, Wanku and Genghis were lit up. You have to send 2 in for a 2v2, so they're blacked out. Until you get rid of everybody across the board, you are not able to reuse another player. So taking a strong player like Herb, always seen as, I'm going to just say top 5 player in UEL overall, across all the categories, all the games, season after season. It means regardless of what rolls next, you can kind of feel confident in knowing,
and he's not going to be a complete liability.
Yes. It's funny enough, the opposite. I was talking with Pimp earlier, where they, in the first rotation, anchored Genghis, and I was like,
that's interesting.
This could end up punishing you, because it happened to be StarCraft that rolled next. But I'm like, you don't know where a rookie stands on a lot of games, and it's very easy for one of their non-games to come up. And so you got that flip situation where Herb is just like,
okay,
throw me in whatever. Yeah, I'll be fine. It'll be good to go. I'm interested to see these two teams. I want to see them frag out. I always like to see good Call of Duty because, man, the way people play that game is so beyond me. They never stop moving. They are somehow always looking in 8 directions.
And if I'm being honest, Call of Duty is like the what's the word I'm looking for? not the most basic of shooters, but it's the most, I want to say the most fundamentally sound.
Yeah, I can see that.
What were you just talking about? Rocket League came up and
Sorry to the
and Herb, while isn't great at Rocket League, isn't horrible.
Funnily enough, I was having a conversation about this recently. The Ravens probably send in 3 here. Normally, a lot of people use Rocket League, for those that don't know, here as a reset game. But when you're up by 6, your goal, I think, smartly would be to keep pressure up.
I think honestly, they send 4.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you just
Genghis, Wonku, and I don't know who that 4th would be.
Stars has been in the league for a little bit. I would trust it. I know that him him has members of his family that also play Rocket League. So
by members, we mean the Bubbles.
Yeah, shout out to my teammate.
Rookie Racer of the Year? No, did he win it?
No, Havoc, I believe, won Rookie Racer.
Well, runner up. Okay,
but Bubbles was out here killing it. They were ready to go. We see them getting locked in. We see Mr. B and Genghis on the top, Mr. B on the bottom, locked in, ready to go, ready to play the game, coming in with their skins. I'm always watching PC3. That's gonna be Mr. B. Wonku's on her account, and then we see Kalakazik on his account. So you got the names. You'll be able to see exactly who's fragging out, who's getting their kills. I want to see what the opportunity is. So what are the strategies they're going to run? Are they going to go to maybe a highly populated area? We've seen a few different strategies start to emerge already.
So what's interesting about this is, like, yeah, you're playing as a team, but you're separate, right? So every team, a lot of the fights, you're going to be at a numbers disadvantage just because of that.
Yes.
So you have to be a better shot. And then there's a lot of little things I can write. You could run into somebody who's AFK, right? Like, or you could run into a squad full of sweats and just keep getting wiped. Now we have had, and I'm going to keep saying it until it happens, we've had twice now where the teams have gotten second place in Warzone or in Resurgence. I want to see somebody win it.
Somebody take a win? You win the game and you win. You know how stressful that would be? I just thought about that. Imagine you need like 4 kills to win, and there are 4 people left in the lobby, and you just have to run around like a madman being like, look, it's not just that I want to win the game. I need to kill all 4 of you. You're not allowed to fight anyone else. And we look like we already have the first down coming out. Mr. B manages to pick up the kill there, but he and Zik both go down. Hopefully they have enough points. We have seen teams willing to end the game super early once they have that point advantage. Here in the UEL, we do play a little bit differently. So each kill is 1 point.
Every 1,000 points per person is 1 point.
So you're looking for both damage. You want to break shields consistently, get that damage out, and you want to pick up full kills wherever possible to rack up those points as much as possible. Whichever team has the most points after the squad is wiped or the game finishes ends up taking this game. So I kind of like that both players kind of hit him. Maybe it's a little bit less optimal because you maybe want one player to hit 1,000 first before you start swapping. But it looks like they're already moving over here to maybe meet up with the Ravens to maybe cause a little disruption, since you can always see where the enemy team is on the map around you.
Well, you can see where you. Well, yeah, enemy team.
Well, enemy. Yeah. In our case, it would be the enemy team, but your other squad mates. So they've actually moved to Stadium, which can be a pretty high traffic area where you could possibly get some kills and get a few fights. Looks like they're trying to go across. Both sides are trying to go ahead and reach the zip line. Just opts to float across. Not really worrying, saying I'm not going to even worry about it anymore. Climbing up, looking to make a move. And this is something that I noted and talked to Genghis about in their last game. His comfort in just taking those long shots and being fully willing to just line it up and look to get those kills is there. You see this? If he waited perfectly out. He waited, got shields broke with some good damage. Looks like he got it down and a kill.
You don't understand how frustrating this game mode is sometimes. I'll be dropping. I won't even touch the ground. I won't be close to touching the ground. And
that happens. Yeah. Like, and you see him across the river just looking at you, be like, huh, wait for you. Oh, you pulled your shoot? Gone. And again, this is
Did he get another hit there?
Genghis is super comfortable at these ranges, always willing to just take those shots, take the fights.
And he got assist, so he got at least some decent damage.
Yep, and is rotating, getting some more armor plates. Every time you see somebody crack armor is 1,000, I believe, right? If you have full armor plates, and that is Genghis going down. We'll see if we'll see where it's going. Wonku's in the building. It looks like moving around as well, looking for a couple of kills. Funnily enough, this to me shows a little bit of the strength of Call of Duty players in a situation where both are kind of willing to play separate from one another. It tells me both are kind of really comfortable at just like, all right, cool, we should be all right. We're not too far from each other. We can help each other out, but just in general, being willing to play. We're back on Kalakazik right now, looking to play through the building and maybe find some kills for himself, peeking around on these rooftops, hoping to find maybe somebody straggling, somebody just
not out of position.
Yes.
All right, and I'll be curious to see what the death count looks like. But I do know one game, and I want to say maybe the fans were playing, I'm not 100% sure, where it came down to 30 damage. Yeah.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker, because that is like a few shots on just anything. Just anybody moving, challenging the sniper with his own LMG, no problem, no hesitation, says I win these, immediately pushes down and is looking to push up the steps, refilling his plates. He's now to where the sniper should be. He jumps in the window, and he jumped between two people. He was only able to check his left, wasn't able to check both his left and his right. Don't get meleeed. Manages to get the kill, jumps off the roof.
Hopefully nobody shoots him while he's in the water.
Yep. Just looking to heal up, manages to get another point on the board for his team.
And this has been a really good back and forth.
Yeah, very clearly both teams are comfortable. You kind of spoke to it. Both of these teams seem comfortable on Call of Duty, ready to play, ready to run. Shooters just happy to play a little bit more. And here we go, Wonku taking shots of her own, trying to see if she can't line it up. That's a hit. Good job. You know, two people are up there. Are y'all gonna push? No, it looks like they're just
not with them having high ground and numbers. And is that? Yep, that's her teammate. Knowing that they're up there.
He's just down in the river. Doesn't matter whether it's rooftops or down low. He's willing to take those shots. Boats moving him across the river. He's playing back just a little bit, seeing if maybe he can't get an angle on somebody. Calls an airstrike on the building. Tries to move into cover to keep himself safe, just in case, maybe hoping to pick up some damage, maybe a kill or two on this, but is going to push back around here. Zik looks like he died again here. Mr. B re-shielding up.
All right.
Both teams are just competing. You can tell they're both just focused up. They're not tracking too much damage. They're just trying their best. Genghis fell off the roof, had taken some damage, wasn't able to get his self-revive off. Maybe look to push and make another play.
Mr. B up here trying to put a little damage out.
I do appreciate Mr. B. Every time I'm seeing him, he's getting some damage on somebody, which it does add up. It's one of those small things that the damage number does mean that if you're able to maybe take some fights and live consistently, you don't necessarily always have to be getting kills to start racking up those points.
Yeah. Like, yeah, it's just one of those things that you never know how close. And it looks like a loadout. All right, and it's that Zik. Yep, Zik gets his loadout. Is he going to revive? Or
okay, where's he getting shot from? You got to figure out where your teammate just went down from. You stepped into the crossfire where he died, even though you got your loadout, you're in the crossfire, which means you immediately lose exactly what you want. I think that's the one thing about loadouts, right? Comfort is a thing you don't really get in battle royales, and the ability to get exactly what you want really is frustrating.
Zik has two. It looks like there's two people with 1,000 damage. So let's see what we have going on here. We're watching from Kazarazik.
Back on Genghis again.
All right.
They moving, man. I'm trying to tell you, like,
there's somebody, yep. And just bust open that door.
You can see the frustration on Genghis's face. Just trying to get reestablished in some way to maybe get be able to swing some more points here.
And there's three of them up there, so that means that they're kind of huddled together.
Here we go, popping off. Zik is jumping down. I saw so it was, I think, Wonku up there with them. Wonku taking a fight, looking to reposition. Wasn't able to pop the parachute, so took some more damage and now has to play exceptionally safe. Is on no health, no plates, anything that touches.
She's dead. All right, so get a plate up. Okay, that's team member. That's team member. There's 2 of them over there. All right.
Here we go. Back on Genghis. He on the move again, looking to take another fight. Is this the same person that killed him before? Did he came back with a vengeance and isn't able to get the kill?
That's second or third time we've seen it where he's not quite able to finish it off. And that's one thing about not having teammates with you, really, right? Because it's like you have to finish off everything you do yourself.
Zik hilariously was trying to get a kill, and it looks like Mr. B was finally able to kill one of them, get at least some more points on the board for his team. And I think the Phantoms are up right now, actually. Between the points and the kills they've managed to be able to secure, I believe they're up. But we know, just like you said, 30 points being the difference means this game is not over until it's done.
And does that mean there's 14 people, 14 teams still alive?
I believe that is how. 42 players in total, and I think 14 teams are still alive.
So there's still a lot of kills to be had.
Yes.
Wait, I hear.
Somebody said bye as they got the kill. Someone is having a lot of fun. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of the Phantoms. Again, Black Diamond's conversation and approach to this game, when I asked him, was there something that he wanted or to not just see, but just like to let the league know about and understand with this game, was the versatility of the Phantoms and what this lineup could bring. And while they haven't managed to necessarily pull out wins, they've been against some niche players that are really good. And a game like Call of Duty showing that you can go toe-to-toe with a player like Dingus and a veteran like Wonku means a lot.
You mean Zik? No, not Zik. Let's see.
Well, I'm saying, yeah, Mr. B and Karkazik, being able to go toe-to-toe with Wonku and Genghis.
Yeah. Oh, and unfortunate that, like, the team members... There's one thing, when you kill somebody, you probably have to be a little bit more cautious because there's potentially 3 more people.
Oh, I had to push out of the building.
Zik has 5 kills?
Zik has 5 kills.
Plus 1,000 damage.
So that's 6 points.
I think he might have more points by himself. I have to look at this afterward.
Here we go. Back on Mr. B. Mr. B is crouched, looking around. He's playing a little bit safe. This makes me wonder, are they communicating? Have they figured out like whether or not they're up in points?
Yeah, it looks like they're up.
I think they know. I think they know every single time we swap to them to pull down the scoreboard. I think this is intentional. Wonku has 2 points. Mr. B has 3 with 60 more damage, will be on 4. And then Genghis actually has 2 points. So yeah, right now, the Phantoms are in firm control. They could end this game at almost any point whenever they feel comfortable.
And the issue is like Genghis hasn't been finishing off his kills. We've seen at least twice. Place 11. Yeah, and that should be a win for the Phantoms. But we've seen twice where he didn't finish off his kills. So he could have had 4 points right now as opposed to...
It was one of those things where even on one of those kills, hilariously enough, the guy that he downed on the building and then his teammate helped him, the 2 Phantoms players swung and got one of those kills. And it was kind of like, thank you. You helped us out there. Appreciate it. Gave us a few more points. And we see then and there, the Phantoms are on the board.
So, Rocket League, what do you do here if you're the Phantoms? Do you full send and anchor one person?
Do we know anything about Dolo or Karakazik in Rocket League?
I know Arbiter plays it. I feel like Mr. B plays it. Those are the only ones that I feel comfortable knowing play it.
And you and I, there's a whole thing about going into Wonku, and if you're saying Genghis also plays this game.
I remember because the first time we saw the Ravens play, which was against the bots, after the game he was talking about like, you know, his controls are messed up, this and that. But yeah, no, I know Genghis plays it. Now, looking at it from the other side, like Arbiter, Arbiter is good, but is Arbiter good enough to? Or do you have 3 people with Arbiter and have them just run disruption? And you put on Arbiter to be the scorer.
I don't know if I want to run 4 if I'm the Phantoms, because you put yourself in a very awkward position where that you're leaving someone up to basically solo anchor. And if you're putting Arbiter of the players in currently, Arbiter has had across all of their games the most consistent showing. Just not just even coverage, just Arbiter has played.
Oh, and they're sending 4.
I'll say it to you this way. Arbiter, I think, off of just these few games, should be in conversation for most improved player.
You think so?
Just even in a situation where his team has had some difficult games, I feel like he has had some standout performances and consistently played above expectations to where that conversation, I think you can start to look at him. They are sending all 4, and kind of what we said, the Ravens are like, all right, we'll send Herb.
Wonku.
And then we send our 2 Rocket League players, Wonku and Genghis.
Do you think this is the best iteration of the Ravens?
Oh. This lineup. Are you saying this lineup? I'm going to go with no, but that's because I'm biased. Cassie needs to be in the lineup.
I'm going to be honest with you. That was bait. Because I was like, let's see if he remembers about KIC.
Oh, no. Of everybody in this league, you thought Look,
just in the moment.
Yeah. But no, like, I don't think so. And it's nothing against any of the players on this team. In fact,
Who do you take out? That's the question. Who do you take out for KIC? Because we also have KIC and we potentially have Watt. So who do you take out for the Ravens if you're...
Unless you are... I'm looking at the last 3 players on the Ravens, and I'm saying you can mix those 3 players with KIC, Watt, depending on matchup.
Okay.
Maybe in something like if you're playing into, say, a Chicken Tech in Mortal Kombat, you might want more good Mortal Kombat players to put as much pressure on him as possible. And Cassie being a fighter, he probably can do that as well. But I look at it right now where Herb Wonku stars is kind of a guarantee.
Yeah.
I feel like Genghis, him is you wouldn't guess that him is a sophomore.
Yeah.
By the way that he's been playing.
I think those first 4 people are people that you have to have in, and plus KIC.
Yeah. I think the question with Genghis is going to be difficult because it's going to have more to do with where he ends the season.
All right, so we have Rocket League now. Looks like we are watching from perspective right now.
Of Dolo, I think? Yeah, I think we're on Dolo's perspective. It's so bad when the ball is going back and forth in front of your goal.
It's pressure. And that's a goal right there. And Wonku scored.
So, yes, orange or the red will be the Phantoms. Blue will be the Ravens. Wonku is doing Wonku. And remember, everybody out there, this is one half of the duo that famously was in the league and was
the dynamic duo, the Wonder Twins.
Yep, they were coming out and challenging even the best people in the league in Rocket League. Go boom, a nice knock. Moving around. Wonku looks to make a play on the ball. Here we go, we're on Herb.
Yep.
Herb just driving his little minivan, enjoying himself, trusting his teammates.
That's his mom van. Wonku's the breader.
I see. Okay, good No, Wonku looks so happy getting to play. Yeah, I know. Like I remember how much Wonku's talked about.
There's 2 games that she probably wants to play today. This is one of them, and the other is CTR. And I don't know if they play CTR. Like, and that's where team scouting comes into. Because how many people...
Oh, my... If Wonku walked that in.
Because, thankfully, Black Diamond's been there so long, you imagine he knows... He has to, right? Like, he has to...
You know who your CTR players were on the Ravens, and if they're available, you know where your current players are.
Oh, no, I'm just talking about in general from the match. Like, what's better scouting? Who has better scouting reports on the Ravens than Black Diamond? Who's not on the Ravens?
Oh, yeah. There's nobody on the Phantoms right now that I think is going to have, like, beyond even scouting reports. Like, he knows what their practice schedules were up until this point, how good they are, the strengths, the weaknesses, the things even they kind of feel confident in.
He might know certain things better than people on the team. Like,
yes, because you have to be able to, as a when you're in a coaching or a managerial role, kind of be able to look at the whole, not just your individual play. And so that could be interesting here. That hat is moving. I'm assuming this is Wonku. That we are still watching Wonku, right?
Yeah.
And Ginga said, "Hold on, not to be outdone. The rookie wants to get his own points on the board."
And they're able to do this with just running 3. That's one thing to think about, right? Is that we have this is 3v4. So let's see what we have going on here. We're watching Genghis. He's playing the ball midfield.
Good job off the wall. Are the Phantoms?
Yeah. That was Herb scoring that.
It's a team game.
Herb and his mini. All right, so it looks like Genghis is the furthest back.
And now we're on Dat Hat Tony. It looks like. Yep, we're so I've been just seeing the Phantoms seem to be just kind of like looking, seeing what's happening.
They're like, all right, cool.
Dat Hat maybe looking for his team to maybe get the ability to make a play, a good bump there to let his team start an offensive play. Let's see if they're able to do it. Looks to go up, but isn't able to touch the ball. On the other side, we see the Ravens unfurrowing their wings.
He's bumping his own team members as well. That's a go. Oh, that's not a go. Let's see what happens here.
Boom. Ooh, a nice flip over. Trying to make a play, but Wonku sends it back immediately. Again there. God, that's Genghis. That's Wonku.
Oh, almost tried to double tap that, but was unable to. I know they want to shut them out. Like, they don't want them to score any kind of goals on them.
Here we go. Popping it up. Is anybody able to make a play on that ball?
Nobody. The only person I'm mad at on the Phantoms that could make a play on that is Arbiter. But then at this point, like, he's fighting his own team members that keep bumping him. All right, and we're back to Dat Hat Tony, who just be vibing out here.
He's looking for a nice job slowing down the momentum of the ball, stopping a possible shot on goal.
That's not
wide again. It is something to be stated that it looks like the Phantoms have now, with their 4 players, come up with some type of defense that has at least limited the Ravens' ability to score. And is contesting it. Unfortunately, they need to get an offense of their own started if they want to get back in this game. This is coming off the wall. Oh, no communication amongst teammates, but they're laughing all the same.
All right, so let's see what we have going on here. Wonku's going to make a play on this. Oh, that was really close. You could tell she wanted bad.
I think she was trying to set up Genghis.
On top of the wall, no boost there. Right.
The fact that it looked like she passed directly down to Genghis is crazy. Bro, Rocket League players are crazy, man.
Hey.
You're in a car.
This isn't car soccer.
Yeah, but you're controlling it. Like,
what is the next game? That's a go. That's a go. That's a go. That's all. How did you?
Isn't able to touch it. The Phantom's last opportunity at offense, pops it up in the air,
and
doesn't touch the ground, able to keep it going, pops it up again. They're sending it back. Oh, whiff!
You know that they wanted that. They wanted that hard.
Yes, they did.
And what's the next game? UFC, and it's Herb versus Zik. Oh no, Herb doesn't have to go in necessarily. Him, they're probably going to send him in.
I know he probably practices
our
a little
stars.
Bit. Stars. I think Stars wants to make a statement on this game.
Yeah. In this particular match, right? Like not this game.
I saw the sentiment in chat yesterday while we're getting into this next setup. It is only a 2-minute setup. Since you threw a question at me, I'll throw a question at you. Does the Stars acquisition make the Ravens a top 4 team?
All right. So when we talk about top 4 teams, these are 2 teams that we have to consider. We have actually 3 teams. I want to say 3 teams that we have to consider. And those teams could be all interchangeable for the best team, right? You have the Eclipse, you have the Reapers, and then you have the bots when they try. When the bots care and practice, that's a scary team. And either one of those teams can be the best team in the league. So now we have a bunch of teams fighting for that last spot. And we'll talk. I'll get back to that after.
Oh, we already in rock. Oh, so y'all making me happy. This the setups we looking for. Everybody out there, you see that? There was 2 minutes on the clock, 30 seconds. We in the game.
So this is Trollz Oliveira, and if I remember correctly from Billy the Goat, he was saying that he's more known for his Thai.
Muay Thai?
No, it wasn't Muay Thai. Jiu-Jitsu.
Maybe isn't that what Billy practices? He practices jiu-jitsu.
Billy just practices beating people up.
True. But it is a matchup.
Yellow
Black
Pants is gonna be the Phantom Vic, and Black Trunks is gonna be him.
Okay, we'll see which one has it into smash. Y'all don't see Rex Birdman hand rubbing next to me.
Hey, the Ravens got the Gorilla's best match playing stars. Hey, let them know. But some jabs coming out. They're both starting this off a bit slow.
I already like this out of the Phantoms. I'm assuming Black Diamond is saying, yo, break his legs. Don't even try to play with him at all.
Because if he's played him enough, he probably knows what tendencies he has.
Yeah.
All right, but it looks like he's kicking a lot of kicks, a lot of it's back and forth. He's going for those legs. If you don't block those legs, eventually it's going to come back to bite you.
And that's where I'm looking at the coaching on the Ravens. Somebody's got to be telling him swap legs, keep track of it. Someone has to be watching it if maybe him isn't necessarily aware of it himself, because he's taking a lot of damage. He's managing to trade back some shots to the head, though.
Yeah, and that's a big point of emphasis for people in the league is protecting that head so much that it leaves other spots vulnerable. All right.
Him looking kind of check back with his own leg now a few times just to make sure and keep him a little bit honest, but that leg has got to be feeling that damage.
All right. So we have a lot. Ooh, and he's starting to stutter there a little bit. He can't take much more to that head there before it starts really having that big impact. But it's just coming down to the Ravens. Him is getting a lot of hits on his head, and he's getting a lot of hits on his legs.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing is Karakazik is like using that jab to kind of
set himself up,
slow down and stop him from really wanting to press, and then immediately going back to the leg.
Yeah.
And we see that it looks like him has like swapped his legs up and is now maybe trading, looking for that himself.
Well, I'm surprised that we haven't seen him try to grab his leg when he's putting it up like that. Yep. Spamming it just from a distance. I don't know exactly what he was aiming at there, but
no, you never know. Your teammate, your opponent might just teleport across.
I mean, I don't know if Vic plays UFC like that, but he's not doing half bad. A lot of people will be knocked out by this point.
I think that like when you go into UFC, it's not a complicated game to, I think, get started with.
No.
As you get better and better, that's where the like small little nuances will make the difference.
Fighting game.
Yeah. You can, if you understand just like, I'm in a bad position, I should make some space. I'm in an advantage, I should press forward. That's enough to get you started and kind of where both players are. Now both players are trying to almost looks like make the other whiff and then maybe
punish that. But we saw a big whiff there.
Both sides just trying to find their opportunity to make a play. Another shot back on the leg. Both sides, neither one's really guarding the leg at all. Hoping maybe that their opponent just kind of, they're the first one to say and call chicken and like start trying to protect their leg and maybe open up their head a little bit too much. But both are just ensuring that we see the stagger, and that one leg that took most of the damage at the beginning of the round is back in front now out of him. And you can already see his character kind of stumbling a little bit more every single big hit that goes into that leg.
All right. Yep. And we have a lot going on there. But he, like I said, him is getting those nasty headshots.
Yeah, it really is. I think this is going to be a matter of who's able to basically weaken their focus of attack first. If him keeps up with these headshots and is able to get it, he might have an opportunity for a knockout, but he has to find it before that front leg takes more damage. once it reaches that point, like I don't see him being able to go through the whole second round taking this much damage that same leg. We're only 20 seconds left in the first round.
All right, so yep, we have a lot of. Oh my goodness! This might be one of those situations that time may end up being beneficial for Vic here, just because he's kind of on the he's on the back leg right now.
Actually, you look at his face. He definitely.
Oh, that's the thing. The cut. If he. Oh. Saved by the bell here.
I thought.
Because look at it, if he gets too deep of a cut or too many.
We saw that actually, I think, in the Reapers Cobras game, if I remember correctly, that even with all the punishment that came out, it was the cut that ultimately ended the fight versus anything else. So how do you, because you've been in the league a lot longer than I have, what is your overall placing of like what you've seen from USC? How do you feel about this level of play so far? Do you think that like
I think this is mid-tier play.
Okay.
I think it's like mid-tier, if that makes sense, right? It's not high mid-tier, right? Like these two, from what I've seen, don't look like they're on the cusp of getting into where we talk about like the Cats and some of the other players in the league. But it's not barely above low tier, right? Like they seem like they have that expertise in the game, and maybe there's a level of comfort with the character or a level of discomfort with the choice, because maybe whoever had RPS or whoever didn't have RPS choice wasn't quite comfortable with this specific weight class. But I would say it's probably like middle of the pack.
Okay.
It's not great. It's not bad.
And to follow up, is this a game where you think the coaching of someone like Black Diamond
Yes, 100%.
might be the difference maker?
100%. I could see it because, so for instance, a few seasons ago, I played in a match versus the Wolves. I've only touched UFC a handful of times and not enough to really learn any of the intricacies. And I was able to beat somebody who played the game at least a little bit because of coaching by somebody on my team. So I think coaching has an impact, especially since it is, you have to kind of think of UFC as like a fighting game in certain instances, and it's a slower fighting game.
Speaking of that, because if I see it one more time, I need him to blow him up. He has done jab into leg kick
every time,
6 times in a row consecutively. And I'm like, if you do not blow him up, if he keeps going for it.
One good shot to the head.
Yeah, like, you know that he's going to jab, and then look for that kick, and you just...
Oh, but, like, and if he does that again with how much his head is taking damage, yeah.
And him looks like he's finding those shots. We were wondering about the leg versus the head, who is going to be getting head, and that's the fight, I think.
They're going to be investigating, looking at his face. Yeah. That's a face only a mother could love, right? Look at the gash under his left eye, gash right above his right.
What do you think?
Eyebrow.
What do you think? What are you calling? It's all right. Okay, we'll see. Where are we gonna go? Fight continues,
but you have to start blocking your face.
That tells you that you're getting close.
Yeah.
To a point where like another situation like that can just cost you the game.
So, question for you, and I know you don't play UFC as much. Do you play aggressive? Like, do you try to end it quickly on your terms, or do you just turtle up here?
Honestly,
okay. So say you're fighting in play. If you're at low health, do you like, okay, I'm not going to sit here and try to block all this. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to force the issue, or do you turtle up and be like, I'm not going to give them the opportunity to blow?
In this game, I think it's been proven to me that my defense is not good enough for me to turtle.
Okay.
And I would be going to get rid of that leg as fast as humanly possible. Like, obviously, don't just completely forget about everything, but I'm going to be putting out more and more damage.
Because he doesn't seem to be grabbing the leg.
Yeah.
Ooh,
and into the grapple.
Yeah, and that's going to be...
But he's managed to get back up really quickly. Normally, like, I think if you can make the assessment that your opponent is running very, like, simple options, I think playing defensive is fine. But clearly you got to this point with your head bleeding because once you go on defense, you don't have their rhythm down well enough to handle it. And so at this point, like, Also, you know you're not going to win.
And those body shots are starting to add up as well. The only thing that him haven't really done a chunk of damage to right now is his leg.
And you know you're not winning off of
point
decision. There's nowhere. So you would rather this end in the second round and then end in the third round.
Yeah, no.
And you legitimately can't really safely defend your body like that.
Yeah, me personally, I am trying to knock him out.
Like, we see a lot of these kicks burning through stamina. Oh, he's wobbling. One big hit where he will end this match.
Yeah, no, I am making the wildest call out I can. And yeah, this is about to go to decision. Or not decision.
The cut this time might be.
Like, you're cut deep and you're wobbling.
Yeah. Yeah, are they going to say this time is enough? Done.
Yeah.
That's the fight. Enough of the headshots came in.
Smash is coming up next. So you wanted me to talk about what teams I think. What's the 4 top teams? We named the top 3, right?
Yeah.
So now this becomes down. Are you talking about where I see them right now or potentially at the end of the season?
Because it's more interesting, we'll say end of season, are the Ravens a top 4 team?
I don't think so. So this is why I say, and a lot of this, Stars has its strength, Herb has its strength. I don't think that's enough. So there's 3 teams, and I'm going to be as non-biased as I can. I'm not going to mention where I think the Bandits are going to be at the end of the season. But we have to think about, there's 3 teams that we really have to think about. We have to think about the Ghost, we have to think about the Trollz, and we have to think about the Cobras.
Okay, no, but...
And then this is why I say those teams, right? Because those teams all have certain categories that they can contest or at least beat those
almost anybody.
Those T3 teams. Now, I think there's certain matchups that don't favor teams as well. Like, I think the Cobras and the Bots are going to be an interesting matchup. But I think out of the top teams, that's the one that the Cobras will struggle with the most.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then if you look at a team like the Ghost, I think the Ghost struggle most against a team like Eclipse. And then the Trollz, I think, struggle most against a team like the Reapers. So they all match up well, but they all have that strength, right? Like the Cobras, obviously, they're fighting games. The Trollz, I would say more so, that's hard. Well, for optimal lineup, I think their shooters are the best categories.
Mm-hmm.
Sports not too far behind, and fighters are passable at that level, right? So where it's going to come down, and then the Ghost, I'm banking on potential, because if you can get Dev back on track and get some support around him, and those rookies are what I'm really looking at from the Ghost to really elevate them. Because if you can get those Ghost rookies are great at their games, and granted it's early in the season, but I haven't seen them be good at anything other than what we've seen them coming into the league at. So that's why I think their potential is banking a lot on what happens with them between now and April.
That makes a lot of sense, and I think for those that are interested, we actually get to tune into one of those matchups tomorrow with the Ghost versus Bots. So we get a little bit maybe of a preview of towards the end of the season, see where both of those teams shape up going into tomorrow. Smash Bros, though.
Oh, we're going into halftime.
Ooh, so you get to come back to Smash. Hey. Okay. There we go. So we will catch you on the other side. Thank you for tuning in to UEL.
Catch you in a bit.
I've been tried In games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging. These moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling. We lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Once we log in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging. These moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling. So we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Speed them advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hear reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these niggas while they still we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it online on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaguing they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league, 1,000,000 degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
What's going on, everybody?
It feels very amazing to be on a new team. Very great to be on a team where I belong, like with Bonku, with Herb. It's just family, man. It's just family.
Okay.
Because the King Raven right here, got the King Raven.
No. Mike, sorry. Keep talking.
Anyways, we here to smoke the Phantom Pack. You know, we're going to make sure they have that at least at 1 point. You know, we want to give them at least a point so they can feel a little happy. Just to feel just a tiny little bit of happiness in their life.
All right. And one thing I want to ask is, because you guys, how has the synergy been on the Ravens as you guys have constantly played more and more together?
Good.
Good?
Really good. First time we practiced, we had really good synergy no matter what. If I wasn't for Call of Duty, though, smoking them.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, thank you, Stars. I'm going to take it over to Mr. Arbiter.
Type shit.
It's been really. You know, a lot of them have, you know, come to advice, you know, about certain things, and I provide the most I can be able to provide to them in a certain game and such, and you know, providing that type of experience and knowledge to them, it does help them out a lot. You know, in past games that we've had, we've won a lot of other games that they weren't not too physically well with, but you know, providing that help with it, you know, they've actually improved a lot better, you know, and above all, together as a team, you know, we've improved together as a team overall. We got some way to go, but you know, we're still working on it, and we're going to continue to work on it as best as we can.
Good. This is AV and I'm out. I don't think I'm like this.
Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Fuck the ruckus, I get buckets with the knees. Better duck, I tap the budget for a fee. No questions when I step into the lead. Man of the hour, power forward like Embiid. I lost a couple homies, had to take some time to grieve. Now I'm straight, gotta get it out the gate. Go ahead and fill my plate up. Cleaning makeup off the other pillow when I wake up. Her glasses down to tell her she don't see it when you shade her. When you hear him talking down, does it faze ya? Spend my time inside a booth going crazy. Like, have you heard the latest? Shattering the earth, groundbreaking while I'm faded. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spinning till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from my glass house, never feel the thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down.
I don't back down, Mac back now. I got two hoes looking for me where I'm at now. I'm on a whole nother level, wanna get a brand new bezel. I got 20,000 on me, trying to get another 20 for me. For my bitch, for a brand new flick, ain't no skits. I just keep my shit 100, no bullshit. I got money on my mind, I don't never switch. Since I was a little jit, I'll slap the shit out of a bitch. Don't get disrespectful with me, I be checking homies. I got too much money that's reflecting off me, so let's reflect. And I be talking to myself, niggas, time to get this money, time to strap around that belt. Wanna run your mouth and I take that off and I whip your ass myself. I ain't playing around with no game system, I take it, put it on the shelf. I'm on high levels, elevated, pretty bitches think I made it. Now that don't get shit confused, it's me and money, we related.
Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down. Said that you were there for me, whoa, where you at now? Spin it till I'm dizzy, I get busy till I black out. You throwing stones from a glass house, never feared a thing, I'm a king, I don't back down.
Back and Smash is on the docket.
I know you're happy.
Yeah,
I'm moderately happy. I've been playing some more Smash.
So we know everybody that's going in for the Phantoms, and for the Ravens side, we know everybody but one person. And if they're full sitting here, that one person that's sitting in will be Wonku.
Wonku go crazy.
She's not bad.
Okay, who's their best player?
Probably Herb.
Herb did sweep. I forgot. Herb got swept by Stars in fighting games in the Gorillas game and then swept Smash.
That took the one fighting game that he won, which is crazy if you've known Herb as long as I have.
He's not a Smash player.
Have you seen Herb? Like,
he don't look like a Smash player.
No.
He looked too put together. Is put together the word? I don't know what word I would use for it. He just looks like another fighting game player. I don't know about Kenny and Kevin. You never know.
Yeah.
It could go out here be crazy.
We've seen Stars be decent at it, and I don't think I've seen anything impressive per se from the Phantoms in Smash.
It's one of those things that in Smash. Oh, see, Rex mentioned to me right before we started that they might pick a flat stage, and they picked the flattest.
So I love BBL. Oh, now they're invincible. Well,
Mario.
Do you know that? Do you know that they're invincible?
I don't think so. No, it looks like they might actually know. So Arbiter is currently active and Stars is currently active.
I'm guessing Stars is the BBL's one. I don't think Arbiter puts that as his tag.
You never know. You never. Oh, don't get blown away.
You have to get that item. All right.
All right, who we got? We got Bomberman. My man's running around.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh my god! Oh my!
Oh, that can heal you. That can heal you right there. I don't know if you know that.
Get it! Get it! Oh, you threw it! Ah! Smash with items is peak smash, by the way.
Why is he throwing it away?
He doesn't know.
And
Don't trust it. Oop! Omni slash! Oh!
You have to grab that. You have to grab it. You have to grab it. Oh yeah. You can cape that away. I wonder if that's part of the grab that item so at least you're healing yourself. Why does he keep?
He doesn't realize what it does. He thinks it's something to throw, and I think now the realization has come that wait, I'm healing every time I hold it.
Oh, because that's such a powerful item in this game mode.
Okay, drop it. Get the Pokeball. What'd you get?
More letter. That's just music. You have to grab that. Do not get. Oh, Rocket.
Let's go.
He's dead. He's dead. Oh wait. Yeah, he's dead. Ooh.
Okay, Star's doing a good job of playing around this. We're making
you have to get the Pokeball. Yeah.
Player 1 is the Ravens. Player 2 is the Phantoms.
So now that is a Bombus now. You have to get out of there.
So that means that Arbiter is Cloud.
Okay, yeah. This
Stars is Mario.
Yep.
I hear laughs. I hear laughs from the floor. I hear so many laughs. Dear Lord.
And honestly, so not that they're going to be playing at this level. If I was Stars, if I knew Stars were going to choose a character like Mario, because Mario does well with platforms. You don't want to get laddered by Mario, but here we are. He recovers somehow.
What is ladder?
Laddering is essentially where you use the platforms to extend combos. So Mario's Nair and up air. He up air last. He throws you up air. Lands on the platform up air.
Meowth. Throwing that money.
Hey.
Throwing that money. Hold it, Link.
Oh, and there's a bomb. I don't know what he's doing there.
You might want to pick up that Pokeball. I think he got the better
That's
option.
Kirim.
That's a legendary. I can tell you that.
You want to grab, especially on this stage, grab that, because what it does when you grab 3 of them, it creates a giant laser beam. Why is that important on this stage? Because there's no platform. So you don't have the platform to... Oh, and that's... Oh, God.
Whoever's playing it, I think Dolo is trying his best, but manages to get a hold of it. Does he know how to use it? It doesn't matter. It doesn't
there's certain
matter.
Stages, there's certain items on the stage that are just broken. Because like I said, that laser beam, what you normally want to do is we're going to be on a different level than, like, in terms of platforms. In Incineroar, but Incineroar might be really strong in this stage because one, Incineroar's weakness is recovery, right?
Darkest Larry.
Please don't get started on this.
My GM is not there.
Don't get
Darkest Lariat.
Shut up. Do not shut up.
Shout out to the third anarchist. You asked for it, and there you go. Now leave me alone in Pokemon. Leave me alone.
Wait, did we get the next wolf? Halo.
Halo.
And Kirby, I don't know how I feel about Halo, Kirby in this one. So Kirby, Pit, right? Recoveries for them are both great. Doesn't really matter on this stage.
Because it's just completely flat in the blast zone.
It's a walk-off, yeah.
You never know. It might end up playing a little bit, looking like to get the transition here. So who do you favor here? Do you favor Incineroar?
Incineroar has a frame 1 get off me option. So if your combos aren't tight. And for those who don't know, it's called Revenge. Yeah, right there. So what it does is based on how much damage you take, your next attack is going to be a lot stronger. And you can stack it. The only thing that gets rid of it is grab. Command grabs do as well, except for there's one exception. And of course, it's easy to use command grab. It doesn't get rid of it. But you
so
can
is this Wonku on
the...
Who plays Incineroar?
Cinematic guy is Wonku. Not going to... Okay, please get at least...
So the item. This is something that I think is really big. I think Smash players... Oh, my...
Toyama, grab that. Yep, and now you're healed.
I think Smash players... Are we doing math? We doing math? Hit him with the math. The multiplication.
Don't get carried off stage by the stage hazard.
But I think a lot of the Smash players are more than willing to just.
Oh, get that. So that. Okay.
It's off the map. So what does it do?
So for those that don't know, it creates a turret. And on a flat stage like this is something you always have to consider.
But yeah, Smash players would prefer to like avoid the items, I think, whenever possible.
Nah, son. That item helps me control space.
What is that in the...
That's a little croc thing from
Donkey Kong.
Yeah, Donkey Kong.
Yeah. Okamon.
Squirrelex should be dead here.
Oh my! He almost got saved.
Get that! If you get that cinematic, get it, because that heals you. But,
doesn't matter.
So now we are.
Yeet. Are they all playing on a GameCube controller? Are they all playing on? I guess that's Arbiter's GameCube controller. Would be my guess.
Yeah. Why does Wonku look like a rapper out of the '80s right now? Yo,
my name is Cinematic.
Yo, salt, pepper, and paprika.
Salt, pepper, and paprika is crazy.
But
all right, here we go.
Oh, that's a little. Okay, I'm gonna say it. It's like a nut. What it does is it stuns you for a second, like you saw right there.
So Kartakazik is trying his best to get started and do the best. Get me out. All right. Sorry. To those out there that heard a loud noise, to those out there heard long noise, I was about 2 seconds from throwing my headset. That is literally why Smash is not the game. I cannot believe.
Yeah, it was.
Look, that nut just led immediately into an explosion, bro. I couldn't handle it, bro. I couldn't deal. And here we go, the patented Samus. We've seen a few Samuses in the league. Some effective, some less so. But here we go. This should be.
Yeah, don't miss the OG.
Dad Hat Tony.
Oh, there's 2 Pokeballs. Please grab those. Your Pokemon, grab them.
Free your brothers. Free your brothers.
Sure you can. Hey, look at Paprika go.
Please. What?
All right, so Halo next.
No, the issues you said Paprika, and I just thought of the. Isn't
Blue's
one of the
Clues?
Blue's Clues? Exactly. That's the issue. You said Paprika, and I'm like, yo, you can't. Please let me exist safely. Halo's up.
Wait. If that's the case, is Vic Steve? But anyway, we have Halo coming up here. So
who wins? Who wins? I'm betting on the Ravens. I think Stars has shown that strong. If you play on with a controller, I think Stars Ginga should be strong. Him should be strong.
And one of the X-rays.
Either one of them should be strong as well.
Well, we're probably gonna send him in. I don't think you send Herb in right here.
I think you probably.
So the question is, on the other side, who do you leave out?
I think you. Okay, well, for the Phantoms,
I feel like you have to fit in B, Arbiter, and Vic. Yeah. So I think you maybe send in Dad Hat and leave Dolo.
Dolo hoping for a sports game to roll. For him to go ahead and take some control there. And then I do actually think, since this is 4v4, you leave out him and Herb.
Okay.
And let maybe the synergy between the siblings, along with Genghis has shown he can shoot.
Yeah. Stars, we already
and Stars. It's Stars, man.
Yeah. Stars are talking about Halo a lot before the season even
As
started.
he says, his gun don't jam. Let him go in and put on a show. Let him go in and put on a show. 30 seconds, though. This is a fast setup. Remember, we're coming straight from Smash. We do not know exactly what is happening.
Have we had any forced timeouts yet?
I don't believe so.
No forced timeouts?
We're in halftime. I was going to be like, where did 6 timeouts go? Look, for those who don't know, at halftime, teams lose 3 of their timeouts. So it's always beneficial to use them prior to coming into the second half. We are in the second half. This game is far from over. I think the greatest comeback we have seen, though,
was against the Ravens.
8 points? 7 points?
It was 8 points, I want to say, and it was Ravens versus Reapers.
Remember, Ravens did have history made on them game 1 of this season.
I'm not going to talk about that.
You go dummy, though.
I was part of both of those teams at one point.
Go dummy, though. We'll see, though. I think that this Ravens team is showing why they've been very vocal about they should be considered a top team. Like, they should be considered in contention for a playoff team. I think they, along with the Ghost, were the two big question marks coming into the
yeah,
season.
because like we need to see a lot out of their rookies, and that's one thing. That's one thing that can really push them to be a top 4 team. Is how much we get. KIC coming helps a lot, but then we're gonna probably have 2 rookies in after that, and not necessarily 2 rookies. Sorry, we're gonna have 2 players who have not played as much, right?
Yeah.
Because like Genghis is a rookie, right? And then the 2 X-rays aren't rookies, but they haven't had a lot of playing time, not a lot of exposure. So we'll need to see how they come along, and that potentially could push them up to being a top 4 team.
But I think the big change between now the Ghost and the Ravens is that the Ravens picking up Stars, like getting a player like Stars. Stars as a player has proven a certain level of like just skill and dominance in the league. Things like Fortnite, most teams will forfeit against Stars.
Yeah,
you
and Wonku.
Yeah, you'll know very quickly whether or not you can win that game, and you just walk away.
Well, looks like it's a technical timeout.
Technical timeout. Catch that on Wednesdays over on YouTube.com.
Another thing is
Esports.
Another thing I have to see, and I know KSC, love you, dog. I don't know how good KSC is at the games that are on the wheel right now. Because there's a lot of new games. KSC, I could see KSC being good at a lot of these games. Because that's just from being around KSC, talking to him, like, he seems like somebody that's probably good at a lot of these games. I just don't know how good he is. So that's why KSC, for me, I know you know him personally.
Well, I say that, just the only way I say is he is one of those people that doesn't like to be bad at games. So whichever game he is choosing to practice and play, he will put the time in to be good at it.
Okay. So it looks like we have it starting up right now.
And we are looking. So the numbers 6 and below, any number you see that is 6 or below, like right now we are looking at the Phantoms. We're looking at the Phantoms moving out and looking for a play. So it looks like we're playing on Street, which is a pretty interesting map. And it looks like we're playing
Pokemon.
Slayer.
And Pokemon.
Hey, we get to talk about Pokemon after this. That's nice.
All right. So let's see. We are watching right now. 7 kills. I'm guessing that's the Ravens. Oh my God, 10 kills.
Oh.
Yeah, the Ravens are kind of. Wait, what the?
50?
Oh wait.
Oh,
No,
it's oddball.
It's oddball. I was like,
I glanced down and you said 7 kills. I was like, what? And looked up and it was 15. I was like,
it's the point. Okay,
Rex?
that makes a lot more sense.
Like, Rex, what happened?
Oh, but somebody got in there.
And so we see this common strategy where people will grab the ball and then move into this little corner where they think is pretty safe. Now, while I think that it was worth it to go ahead and take that trade on Stars' part, it looks like, somebody adjust the camera for Stars.
We need to see Stars.
I need the emotion. I need the fire. All right, here we go. They're all pushing back in, but this room tends to be a pretty safe room, at least early on. A lot of teams make the mistake of trying to push into it, where I think that grenade play can be pretty strong. With some well-placed grenades, just you're running into an enclosed space, especially if they're standing behind the counter, kind of like they are. While it seems like a pretty protected position that the Phantoms have managed to take up, it does leave them in a position really weak to grenades. Like, you're just in an enclosed space, and 8 explosives work.
Yeah, grenades gonna bounce off the wall.
How comfortable are you with the battle rifle? Let's see. Drop the ball for a second. You see one grenade there is swinging, trying to take the kills here. Is getting flanked. Has now lost control of the room.
So in-game was 8, so it looks like right now
that would be Stars on in-gamers 8. Genghis is on his own personal account. Now looking at Mr. B, looks like they managed to retake control of this room and have the ability to hold it down. The Phantoms are doing a great job of just kind of holding pressure. Neither team is really pulling too far away. A good push, though, coming out. You can see Herb. He's rallying his team. He's getting that comms up. He's trying to say, hey, come on, let's keep playing together. Let's keep doing this. Let's keep doing that. This is where we're moving for. They have control of it. Are they going to play behind the counter as well, or looking just to keep their options maybe a little bit more open, checking each one of the doors, trying to see where possible movement could be coming from? There we saw a grenade come in.
Oh, they're nading this place out.
To me, like, it is the simplest answer to I'm going to stand in a room.
Yeah, right? Like, just, you nade out, and then once you nade out, they're not at that general vicinity, or they would have been killed. Or if they are, they would have been super cracked.
Dead.
Here we go. Back, holding it behind the counter.
That past the curve there.
Yeah, I'm playing square.
We're approaching the halfway point. They should be hitting 100 points here shortly. We do play a game to 200 points for oddball. So it is one round, so you don't have a lot of time to recover, but you have just enough to where if you can get a good push or two and really start to control what's happening, like they're looking for right here, they managed to get in the room. No one's turned around. That's one kill.
That's
able to take
kills.
both down. The Phantoms have regained control of the room and the ball. I want to see if they can set up a perimeter, a good grenade, forcing some repositioning immediately from
And
Zip.
that ball has not moved from that general vicinity for a minute.
It's one of the few spots I think on this map that teams that maybe aren't as comfortable, you have two entrances, and this is something that's really smart to do. Limit the amount of opportunities or areas you have to take a fight from. You never want to be like standing in the middle of the map and imagine like you could be hit from any direction.
Yeah.
Whereas with how they're playing it, it's smart because it just forces you to come to 1 to 2 doorways. You have the other 3 people kind of set up a perimeter and play on the outside. And the person on the inside should be watching the motion tracker to be able to say, like, oh, somebody's coming from
This direction.
here. Yep. Pushing out now here. Interesting. They were low. I think they could have backed off and maybe played for the skull again, getting a few more points, letting their shields come back up.
Looks like the Ravens got the ball back, though. They're pushing
No,
back
I would not like to talk to you. My car's extended warranty is fine. Don't just leave me alone. Go home.
But it'll be interesting to see if they chose, because you can choose game mode or you can choose map. And this thing is like, even if you choose game mode, you have to be comfortable on most of those maps on it. Because if you choose game mode and they choose a map that you're not comfortable on, then now again you're at the disadvantage. So maybe sometimes it's better to choose map. What do you prefer?
I am always of the opinion that for most of the games on the UEL, when you have a choice, map should be the priority. Because to me, you should be practicing, in this case, every game mode, right?
Yeah.
And so what you care more about is on your map, you know how all 3 game modes work. You know what are the safe spots, what are the strong spots. Whichever team here like prefers street, you should know, hey, this is a pretty safe but common room.
I feel like
for people to play.
I feel like this is a Ravens.
I think I've seen the Ravens do this before.
Well, not only that, but we had one of the better Halo players in the league on the team Polo, and I think they favored this map.
That makes a lot of sense. We'll actually be able to tell afterwards. I'll show you a little bit of. We did a little bit of upgrading to the stream. We got a little bit of an arrow that'll show us whose setup it is or was.
Setup, yeah. Well, I know for a fact that this is the Phantom setup because it was a Raven setup for Smash.
Then it makes me.
Because then did they choose to play oddball?
They're running from mid.
I feel like you take odd. I think oddball as a mode people play because generally you take one player out of the equation, the person holding the ball.
The worst shooter.
Oh,
and
Stars is getting hype. I'm pretty sure that was Stars. I'm pretty sure.
When isn't Stars hype?
Yeah, but that's the worry is when he's up and he is playing better, that hype to me takes, I think, Stars from where he's normally playing 8 to 10 out of 10 and can give him that 11, that 12, you know, that 120%. Yeah, that just lets him really start to run people over.
What is it called when you get into a mode? It's called flow state.
Yeah.
It puts him into almost like a flow state type of thing where he's not thinking, he's just going instinctual.
Exactly.
And that is Stars popping off. And now we have Pokemon.
267.
They got about a third of the points.
Now, we are looking at it, and we're coming back. I do think Pokemon is Phantom's favorite. And I'm going to say it from this phrasing. Now, of the two we last saw play Pokemon, we'll go based off of the last time we saw them play, Arbiter looked more comfortable on his team than
you mean the ones
Ravens.
You mean the ones from the website, the free advertisement?
That's just how they came. Okay,
okay, but let me say it like this: I saw Del Fox on that team.
So this is where I was. Okay, we can get into it. Once again, 2-minute setup. We'll be to y'all We'll be in a game very shortly. Pokemon, for those that don't know, we play doubles VGC, except we use all 6 Pokemon, the standard rules on Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah.
All right, now on the topic. Ignoring the non-meta nature of the team, because that is the obvious first thing that we have to go into. There were a lot of question marks on that team that I was like, but why?
Charizard is not good in this format.
Why did you select these mons?
6.
It looked like a team that he put together versus watching the Ravens pilot their team last time. They did not seem comfortable on, which is what I'm more care about. I've already spoken to you. Their interactions and certain things that are the core part.
What was the last time the Ravens played Pokemon? Do you remember who it was against?
I think it was the Gorillas.
Did they lost that?
I think so.
Because I don't know. Because I think the Gorillas are 0-2 in Pokemon.
Somebody check the box scores.
I'm pretty sure because they lost. If I'm not mistaken, I know they've lost at least twice in Pokemon against the same team.
They lost against Eclipse and
whatever the other team they lost, it was the same team that they lost to originally. All right.
The Gorillas are 1-2. They just beat a team, right?
Who would they have beaten in Pokemon? Gorillas have played Ravens. They played Eclipse.
And their third game that they just played. Oh, the Bucks. The game where they played every game on the wheel.
Okay, and
then they won it. I think they won it in that game.
Pokemon.
So what am I thinking of?
It was forfeited in that.
Maybe
game.
That's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. That it ended up being a forfeit or something. Wasn't
so? Maybe they did beat the Ravens in this. No, I'm pretty sure they lost.
We'll see here shortly. But I think that from the familiarity standpoint, it's one of those weird things of like whether or not something is optimal. If it is something that you've actually made and understand, I will err on the side of somebody doing something.
Okay, so here's what I say. I feel like at that point, and can we get actually, the second that they have their Pokemon set up, can we get a team preview? Because
right before we get in the game, if production can hear us, right before they go in the game, we should be able to see both teams basically side by side.
Yeah, it'll give
a pretty good indication
on what style of team.
Yeah, because that ends up mattering a whole bunch. We've seen a few different styles of team in the league already.
Yeah, we've seen Trick Room. We've seen just straight up good mons. We haven't seen weather yet.
Oh, and we will let you know actually on these teams here shortly. I think that overall, we've seen just some niche comps. You, for example, when our teams played, you went for a more specialized strategy, like a very an off meta. It's I don't want to call it off meta, but it wasn't.
It's something that was brought back. So Terrakion, Whimsicott, at one point, almost everybody that played knew what those two Pokemon did. So this is an interesting.
This might be a weather team actually. Is this a Swift Swim team on the right?
Yu-Yo 1 is a Swift Swim team. That's a very bad matchup, particularly because of just one Pokemon, the Arcaladon, who does really well in the rain.
League of Legends, because Rex is on commentary, so it has to roll. Let's go. But go ahead. You were saying about Arcaladon.
Arcaladon does really well in the rain because he has a move, Electro Shot, that it's like a solar beam, almost like thing that increases your special attack. So Pelipper and King Blue. So
from my remembrance here is when looking at Pelipper, you're using it to get that drizzle set up to set up.
And it lowers the special attack, so that's actually really good because it lowers the special attack, but it doesn't proc Milotic's ability. So the thing is I want to know what the Ting Lu is running because at one point we saw Ting Lu running Fisher, but Ting Lu can run other ground type moves. But it depends on what the Arcaladon has in ability because Arcaladon can have a few different abilities. One of the most notable one is an ability called Stamina. So when it gets hit by a physical move, its defense goes up a stage.
And I know, looking at both Arcaladon and Ting Lu, both traditionally were kind of tankier, bulkier mons that wanted to play a little bit of a slower game, but you already mentioned how Arcaladon, as a mon, in this world where you
that's a really interesting.
You get the Pelipper out there. It was just there to set up drizzle.
But it's a really interesting thing to have Dragon Pulse into that slot, because I don't think there's anything that you will want to not do a different move into. Like Dragon Pulse really is it's probably good for neutral damage. Ice Beam there would do neutral damage as well.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering why on
because if you Ice Beam into and
body press.
But what we want to see here, Superior has an ability called Contrary. So what you do there is, what it does is, all negative stat changes become positive, and all positive become negative. So we're just going to see a lot of Leaf Storm here. Now, what's interesting, going to be interesting here. Yep. And that should kill the.
And that Gengar got one shot.
Yeah. But that would have been good against Arcaladon as well. What we're going to see here is leftover set. It's a lefty, so it's a little bit more bulky. What we're going to see here is a lot of Leaf Storm, which normally lowers your special attack by 2 stages, but it's going to increase it by 2 stages. Now, honestly, right here, Superior might be. So that thing is going to die. My Logic should die here, but it depends on what this Tinglu has as a offensive dark type move. Normally, a lot you see is a move called Ruination, which is like a Hyper Fang type of move. I don't know. Like, you have to hope that this Milotic is fast as Superior, which naturally isn't faster. I could be wrong. Oh wait, that Milotic doesn't have a ice type move. That's Chilling Water Surf. That's super interesting here. So
if you're not running an ice type move,
Mega Horn. Oh, that's amazing. Yep, and it's
a great job taking it out.
Because that when that thing starts getting started, it's gonna snowball.
And
Chilling Water, and then
on the Tinglu should do a lot of damage. Tinglu is gonna get at least
crit.
One more move off.
Crit in the rain. That is
really bad.
Nice, because we haven't seen entry hazards, but entry hazards make a lot bigger impact the more Pokemon that's out. It's going to give you Stealth Rocks work a little bit different than the other entry hazards in the fact that its damage, it does 12.5 naturally, and then it also bases off of super effective and not effective. So if it's not very effective, it's going to do half of that 12.5 with the 6.25, but it can go up to 50% based on like if they had like a Charizard, right? Because Charizard's 4 times weak too.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, this is the second time we've seen the Phantoms play Iron Leaves.
Iron Leaves is okay as one. It can't hit this Kingdra for super effective because of Kingdra's Dragon type makes it neutral, and then the fact that the Milotic doesn't have anything. Well, Dragon Pulse. Yeah, you out here buying Pokemon from Team Rocket.
That's crazy. So the Milotic and has been, and the Tinglu are the only 2 things that are still on the field, obviously.
From the beginning.
From turn 1. And this is probably, I was going to say, you recognize Tinglu is in danger.
Yeah.
So we can see maybe what the pivot is
Barraskewda, I'm going to be honest. I think you just let your Tinglu die here.
Ice Beam.
That should not kill. Yep. Honestly, I think you just let your Tinglu die here because Barraskewda isn't bulky.
You just traded basically 1 for 2, essentially.
Yeah. At this point, you just let your Tinglu die. It should be neutral damage. Should do a chunk. Yeah.
Over half though. So now you're in a situation where if you bring Tinglu back in, it's still 1 shot. Your Kingdra.
I think at that point you let your Tinglu die because Tinglu probably doesn't have much value left.
And you can get a full pivot basically for free versus you gave up a Mon to just bring it right back out here. Where it's probably now you got the proc Vessel of Ruin again.
But it lowers the special attack of every Pokemon. That includes the King.
Which isn't great.
And we saw that it did. I mean, it'll still kill at this position. It should still kill. The attractors are very interesting for the moves here. It should still kill this Iron Leaf right here, assuming he doesn't switch it out. But I think at this point you have the ability to get that Barraskewda in for free. Barraskewda is a good Pokemon in the rain. and you just let it die for a Pokemon that probably doesn't offer you much value.
I was gonna say, so we've seen this, that it ended up being that he went for the Kingdra. Is the Kingdra the bigger threat over the Tinglu in this situation of leaving?
I have to remember what else he has with the team. That's gonna be resisted damage.
I assumed that you were gonna basically be making a trade there, but unfortunately, I think that still kind of favors the Phantoms here.
Okay, Oranberry. Okay, yeah, I don't know what the heck is going on here. But, okay, looking at the rest of the team, I do think Kingdra was, because Kingdra can hit both the Dragonite and the Garchomp for 4 times effective damage.
So Dad had recognized that it being a threat, maybe him and, I saw him and Arver, I think, there. Maybe figuring out, okay, cool, this is what we need to handle to actually be able to play. Both have an Arcaludon.
So what I want to know is, what are the body press? Body press does more based on the defense. So I want to see what. But you can't hit this thing. As Team Blue, you can't spam Earthquake because of your teammate. Unless it has Protect. Yeah, unless it has Protect, you can't spam Earthquake. So let's see what he.
What is the consideration? The hesitation, I guess.
Electroshock. Yep. And in the rain, it's going to give it an instant special attack bonus, and then that's going to kill the Milotic here. Assuming he went into it, which would be the optimal play here.
Yeah, I think you have to take it out. At this point, like, if you're the Phantoms, you're not mad because that Milotic's gotten so much value from. It went from turn 1 to turn 2.
Body press. And does it have stamina? Yeah. And here's what's interesting. So his defense is going to go up, so it's going to be harder for.
And he did Earthquake.
Okay. So there's a play here to be made. Arcaludon now has +2. Oh! So you don't understand how beneficial it was that the crit was on the other side and not his side? Because if that crit was on his Arcaludon, it would have killed it.
Yeah. Because for those that don't know, critical hits in Pokemon completely ignore stat changes.
Yeah.
Which means it just deals the normal damage that it would be dealing.
So I need to know if this Garchomp, or if this Arcaludon has Protect. Because if it has Protect on the opposite side, you just Earthquake and Protect. And if your Tinglu goes down, it goes down. Oh, wait. Oh, it has inner focus. Okay. Because sometimes you don't see it as much anymore, but based on how this team has been structured, you might see sometimes. What's the name of that ability? It's called Marvel Scale on Dragonite, which means that if it's at full health, it takes reduced damage. But because of the Stealth Rock,
it was actually really good here because it would proc that and stop it.
Yeah, it's gonna take 25%. So by switching that.
All right. So and we did see an Earthquake selected there.
Oh, selected. But he.
I think Garchomp is going to Earthquake here. So
then he's sending in Dragonite here.
I think he accepts that his Arcaludon is probably dead. Hopefully, looking to trade with the other one.
So let's see if it. Yep. Tinglu survives. So what does Tinglu go for here? Does Tinglu go for? It's a nice trade though, just because the Arcaludon was going to be a threat. So let's see. What does he have? Ruination on it? Does he have Fisher? What move does he have? Stealth Rock. Yeah. Okay. That was a wasted turn. Because you can't stack Stealth Rock.
Yeah, I'm wondering what maybe he was thinking for. Maybe just...
Does Pelipper have Ice Beam? Because Pelipper has Ice Beam, that's huge.
Maybe just mistaking Stealth Rock for Spikes.
And look at the percent that Dragonite just took off of that.
Which might put it in Ice Beam range, actually. You are going to Thunder into that. And what are you going to go into... Tinglu will die to literally anything.
Yeah.
You just touch Tinglu. Is there...
I think at this point you have to Ice Beam if you're the Pelipper. Ice Beam into Dragonite. And then hope Garchomp doesn't have a Rock Slide flinch shenanigans going on. Alright. Alright, so now you want to ice. Hopefully, let's see.
Alright, who moves first, Pelipper or Dragonite?
Depends on how they're. Nope, Dragonite and Pelipper's dead. Alright, no Terra, mind you.
Neither team has, so this should be the.
I think that's it. Yeah.
So the Phantoms win Pokemon. I told you. I'm trying to tell you. The .com squad The .net.
That was from Apple. I think
it's amazing. Like they came out and I felt like the Phantoms very clearly, like they had a strategy. Looking at the Ravens, they went for some weather control. They very clearly had like an idea with the Pelipper into the Arcalodon to maybe try to get an advantage there.
Yeah.
And they had an advantage early on. I think they were making some good plays, but some missteps, most notably
letting Tinglu, just sending Tinglu out there like that.
Tinglu into the Basculon dying, and then Barraskewda.
Yeah.
But then also trying to reapply Stealth Rock and giving up what was basically a
free turn.
Extra turn.
Because you don't know what else that
Tinglu had.
Besides Earthquake and Stealth Rocks.
Yeah. And anything there it would have dealt more damage and maybe set you up for a kill or another.
Heck, if you had Fisher, at that point, like
just go for it.
Yeah, because
you're in a bad spot anyway. If you can manage to
get that Fisher off, and then
you walk away and you're like, "Yep, we did it. Great.
I'm the best.
I'm amazing."
Or if you Terra that Pelipper.
Yeah, I wonder what the Pelipper's Terra was actually.
Because
it's gonna be something that is gonna protect it from electric type moves more than likely.
Yeah, but like if it was grass, if it was anything that didn't get hit by super effective,
you might survive an extra turn and maybe you can look to make a play off of that. Because if we go down the theoretical world where it did have Ice Beam, for example, then maybe that takes out the Dragon Knight. You trade for that, and now you're at least in a 1v1 situation
with a guard chomp.
With a guard chomp that's been clicking Earthquake, you don't know what else is there, but you might be able to make a play that could maybe keep you alive and maybe take a dub.
So getting that Kingdra out early was good. That Rain Dance team was certainly interesting though, because you run Barraskewda over something more traditional like, Urshifu, the biggest menace in the
Currently.
Pokemon world.
Yeah. I want to ask you, because we're moving into League of Legends, and your team has started playing League of Legends recently. What was the line that your team needed to cross for you to play League?
I've always said it is that I'm not playing League until we get somebody who's really good on the team in League.
So in this case, I don't feel bad saying this because he's now done it basically in 2 games where he almost put a lot of people on his back. Coolfire has been showing up and that was the go button to kind of open your team up. Yeah. I ask in the context of, I think Karakazik plays League. I think we've seen that. I know Mr. B has some experience.
And I feel like Arbiter has.
Arbiter as well has had.
Because the Trollz, I don't know how good the Trollz were when
but they played.
They played it right, at least a little bit.
And
the PC, so
and they're going into Herb, who's played him, who plays.
No, they're putting Herb back in on a reset. Or is this?
No, because this is after Pokemon. Pokemon would have been a 1v1.
Oh, okay.
So they're choosing to elect for Herb Stars, him, Genghis, Kenny.
Okay.
I think Genghis plays. Stars plays a bunch. And I feel like a lot of the X-Rays play, or at least have played.
I don't want to make assumptions about the X-Rays.
You don't know because they are such a wide... I agree with you because they cover such a wide variety of things that, like, some are fighters, some are shooters, some are racers, some are strategy players. You don't know exactly where they fall into what category, but they all play together. So I expect they've at least like, oh yeah, I played a little bit of
knowledgeable about the game. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Pick and ban. Let's get into it. So, banning out Lux and Renekton. These are two characters that are really good to ban out early, mainly because there's a strength to both of those characters. With point-and-click stuns that if you get hit by them, you can burst them down. Aatrox being a ban feels really interesting and targeted.
F1?
Oh, F1's next? Yeah, interesting. These bans feel pretty targeted because I don't know anybody on the Phantoms that play Aatrox and Silence. Those are not like beginner friendly characters.
Isn't that who Stars plays?
Garen is generally Herb was playing top lane for a while.
Okay.
And I know that he's probably touched Garen, Darius, and Renekton. I know he played Renekton and has played Renekton a good bit. But I'm looking at him, and it's very interesting here because these bans make me think someone on the Phantoms plays. If you're banning these characters, they're not generally, even Callista, interesting. I don't. Maybe I'm gonna say that this is scrim data. I think some teams play against other teams.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
And you maybe come to fear something that isn't scary against not that team, if that makes sense. Like, if I look at the fact that immediately the Ravens grab Brand Misfortune is terrifying. One bad misstep, and they can kind of blow an entire team up. They have big area of effect, ultimates and abilities that can just affect multiple people and kind of cause havoc.
You think we see Smolder? Blitzcrank? Oh, Blitzcrank, so you're going to use it, pull him in,
Blitzcrank,
hit him up in the air for 2 seconds, and...
Your hope here is to kill. Is to just straight up
picks.
Get a free...
And Master Yi.
Free kill. The Darius, I'm guessing, is Herb? Should be Herb, because Herb has historically played... Has historically played Darius. So, looking at these two... Ooh... Please. Oh, wait. Watching. Kenny plays Orianna? Yeah, we might have to reset the lobby. This happens sometimes legitimately in League, where the client just bugs out a little bit. We'll see. Oh, it just wasn't his turn yet. Okay, so they were just telling him to wait a little bit. All right, so I'm going to dive into... We'll start with the Ravens, because they're a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Okay, the Ravens just have basically a pretty big team fight comp.
Yeah.
Of everything on there, I'm fine with everything pretty much but the Yi. The Yi can take over a game. But if your team isn't working with you, you can kind of get blown up for it. But ultimately, they want to go in and they want to fight. They're looking at the everybody over on the Phantoms and saying, let's fight. On the flip side of this, when I look at the Phantoms comp, they want to fight, but they want to do it in very specific scenarios. On very specific terms. So Mr. B's on the Sivir, Karakazik is on the Alawi. Alawi's another champion that wants people to try to fight her. So if Karakazik is really good, he might be able to use this opportunity to punish the desire of the Ravens to want to run in and fight her. So that's what I'm going to really be looking at. We've seen a lot of poke comps, which is where, hey, I'm going to stay over here and just shoot you a little bit.
Didn't we see that from the... It was a Wolves Ghost game.
Yes.
Where the Wolves just stayed under
30 minutes just waiting. But it's effective because if teams don't know how to engage, if teams don't know how to fight, then it's very dangerous. So it looks like here Herb doesn't necessarily is kind of stepping forward. He's looking to see what's going on here.
You see the Blitzcrank there.
Yes.
Waiting to pull somebody.
So I will tell the people, if you're playing the Blitzcrank and the Hook champions, you have to be confident to kind of throw those abilities out. There's some people that look for the perfect moment, but it's kind of like an Overwatch where
you have to sometimes create that moment.
Not even just create that moment, but it's a lot better to get a good in Overwatch. It's better to get a good ult off than wait for the perfect ult and never do it.
Yeah,
throwing out a hook and getting a good hook. Managed to pull him in, and you can immediately see that he's about to die, but they managed to trade back onto the Blitzcrank first, and that puts the Ravens in the lead, and Herb managed to stay alive, doing a good job to heal off of his Darius Q, and just managed to weather the storm. So they looked for a fight there.
And then here comes the minions. They're going to farm those, level up some of their
abilities. And so Alawi pulls out your soul,
like
and then
dead here.
So Alawi pulls out your soul, and then she can damage it, and her team can damage it using a bunch of abilities. And once they beat it down enough, it will spawn tentacles that will smack you. But this is kind of what I was highlighting about the Phantoms wanting to fight, but they want to fight under more specific conditions than a team like the Ravens. Because they want to fight under these specific conditions, you saw there, they grabbed somebody and they pulled them in. But really, they want to hit the Orianna. They want to hit the Misfortune. They want to hit the Brand. They don't want to hit the Darius of all people, because the Darius is probably one of the few people on that team that can survive all of those hits.
Yeah.
Any of the other people on that team would have died before they would have traded back. This time they went ahead and got the Orianna. They're jumping in, looking for a fight. A good pull from Herb, getting some damage off into the Brand. Already big damage.
Like somebody's super low right there. They're going to try to not overextend too much, hopefully, here. But it looks like another person slain. And he's about to get a third one. Are they about to full team wipe? They're pushing back in the tower.
Yeah, they're too close to the tower for that to happen. One pick I will call out is Arbiter picked Talon, and playing Assassins on this map is
not great.
really difficult. If you're good enough, feel free to, but because you have to dive in, similar to the Master Yi on the other side, you have to jump into the enemy team to get stuff done.
And with them all being right there.
Would you, look, if you and your friends are fighting, are you going to jump in to 5 people by yourself?
No.
Hoping to take out one and get away with it and get away in time? Probably not. But now the Ravens can keep playing slow, but I doubt they're going to. I think they're going to keep looking for opportunities to make a play. And this game is far from over. We do play in League of Legends a 15-minute game. At 15 minutes, deaths become permanent. And a nice job. The Blitzcrank is finding the hooks. They get a flash. The Master Yi already jumped in. I want to see if they're able to make a play off of this. They step back, but burning a flash is good. They keep putting pressure on the Ravens. And if the Ravens make a mistake, they will get blown up for it. It's super close. Notice that the health bars are steadily going down. And shout out to this Blitzcrank finding those hooks time and time again.
They're just not able to capitalize off of it.
I don't think the Blitzcrank wants to go in. They're just in.
But you gotta watch out. Make sure you don't get pulled.
Yeah, you want to be as.
Oh, looks like the Phantom's got a kill now. All right, so it's not.
And there we go. Stars jumps in, dies, but this should be a set of resets for Herb. Herb should be able to kill the whole team here. And there we go.
And now that he died, somebody died able to buy.
They're able to buy, so that's something that is important. We're playing the ARAM map. You can't recall. You have to buy. So in 15 minutes,
minions take that little bit of damage there. Start attack. Wow, a lot of damage done to tower really quickly.
Immediately, and this is important. While kills are worth 1 point in our format,
towers are worth 5.
Towers are worth 5. They can end up being pretty big swings. The game is currently 3-9. So if the Phantoms were able to pick up a few kills and take a tower, they can easily take the lead and run ahead here. And again, more of those flashes going down. Manages to pull out Stars of Soul. Get another pull onto the Misfortune. That's a great kill. They need to get out of tower range.
If that Blitzcrank was able to get out, it looked like he was about to die there.
And that's what they need. They're going to need here.
Big plays.
Not even just, I wouldn't even just say big plays. They have to keep getting those picks. Keep picking off those weaker players. Oh, this is actually Dolo, who is on the Talon. A really bold pick. It can be really good, but ultimately, I don't know. I feel really nervous about it. I think you're setting yourself up for a difficult game. And maybe in the chaos of a team fight, you might be able to get off a huge ult and take a win. But, like, generally, he's not able to really do much for his team. And if he jumps on the target the Blitzcrank pulls, he's just going to get blown up. I will say that the Phantoms now kind of have more of the initiative. They have more of the pressure. And so they seem like a lot more in control of the game, even though we've seen team fight after team fight go the way of the Ravens. Notice that the Phantoms are pushing up, and the Ravens are all kind of standing back like, hey, we don't want no problems, big fella. Nice job grabbing the Yi Qs. Knock him up.
Oh, that's a lot of.
But that is the combination that we were talking about. Misfortune into Brand with a Darius in the middle of your team. It doesn't matter. Yes, the Alawi
starting to pull away now.
It's 4-14,
and it looks like they might just take this tower here.
This puts the
they're going to be at the
in a very difficult spot.
Hey, you just hear Stars asking.
Y'all want to FF this? Is crazy.
All right, yep, they're going to push back. They don't have the minions there under tower. They have some, but not enough to really get into
a good
team
pull.
Fight.
They're looking for another fight.
All right, and they're backing up.
Oh my god.
Not trying to press too much.
Again, the whole fight of what I'll say is, if anybody watching at home, watch whenever the Ravens choose to go in and fight. You're just gonna see
massive damage.
Everything explode on your screen, because once they all get into position and are in that center area, it will just be a boatload of damage dealt. looking for the rocket there from the Jinx, isn't able to find a target.
Is there somebody behind them? Or wait a second.
No, it's just that they're now playing a little bit slower because now they don't have a whole lot of room to make
Are they about to get a
from.
kill here?
They managed to break the soul of Orianna, so she has to back up and deal with the tentacles. So let's let them take a little bit more space. They need basically 2 towers to get back into the game.
Some kills.
So you'd want to start off with getting a hit. So boom, Darius' soul. This is good on him for dealing damage to his health bar overall. But he was looking up there for a kill. They're getting a little bit more damage here and there. The Ravens are playing on a knife's edge. Him looking nice brand. He gets grabbed though. Can they knock him up? He flashes.
And
they need to get that kill. They traded a kill on the Orianna. But it looks like Stars is trying to go in. A misfortune for a bunch of damage. The Blitzcrank stopped moving and ended up dying.
And that tower of death is still looking really healthy. All right.
Look at your teammates. Look at your team. Look at your team. Your team is low.
So they're just playing around tower at this point. Maybe waiting for someone that people want to get back.
Yeah, and looking at the time here, we still have plenty of time on the clock. So it will be like, it's one of those rough situations where I don't want to call the game like unwinnable.
But the longer this game goes on, the harder it is for them to.
You've put yourself in a position where you now have to count on your opponent making mistakes for you to find a way back into the game. Because literally, if I was the Ravens, you can sit at this tower till 15 minutes hits, stop them from taking it, and then just take one more fight. If you win, you win. If you lose, you win, and you walk away.
So with ARAM, if you take the inhibitor, is that automatic win? Or do you have to go further? Because I know inhibitors give you 10 points, and you can start spawning super minions.
Correct. So the big difference, the old map has 3 lanes that then lead into the base.
Super inhibitor.
They have 2 Nexus towers and then a Nexus. In this game mode, there is 1 lane, so you have the same number of towers and inhibitors, and then it's just 2 more towers and the Nexus.
Okay.
So you can end it just the same as you could on the other map. This one is straight up just.
But when you start getting them super minions, it's just going to be...
It's super hard to push and do anything at that point.
Because at least on the other maps, you don't have to necessarily go to the lane that the super minions are on. It looks like there's a kill there.
Kartakazik doing a good job getting killed. He seems like he's at the point where he's definitely just kind of tired of waiting around. He realizes, like, he can't wait. He can't hope anymore for something to go right. He just has to find some fights.
Yeah.
And it's a good opportunity. With Herb dead on Darius, there's plenty of room for him to maybe take a fight and get away with it. I don't know if anybody's keeping track of, does the brand have the ult? Does Mitch Fortune? They want to play around those the best they can. Whenever those big ults are used, it gives them opportunity, but every time they group up, they
set themselves up for failure.
You're asking for, like, hey, here's a perfect shot. Herb goes in, he should be able to survive this, and you notice his team just runs up, and it automatically looks like they're going to fight.
About to die?
Yes, Blitzcrank is dead. Talon is dead. Kartakazik is just backing up, doing the best he can to survive, but he doesn't really have opportunity. Stars is running forward. Did he overstep? No, he manages to run back. The Jinx is stepping forward, looking for a fight. It looks like they just want to take a fight here.
Alright, you have to push past these minions here. Wait for your minion so you can go ahead and attack the tower safely. Alright, are they going to take the second tower?
And that was a good job by the Misfortune dying the tower. Ends up meaning that
no points are given and you can rebuy.
Exactly. You want to do that before that 15-minute mark. The Ravens, based on the way Ravens are playing and the pace of the game, they're going to end the game before the 15-minute mark.
Yeah. And now things are going to be. This is where it becomes difficult.
Yeah, because now you have super minions, but once those super minions get there, and Star's looking for another play, he goes in, he dies. This could be huge, but Herb is starting to get resets. These resets mean the world. This should be the end of the game. With that many people dead, if they just focus down the towers, they should be able to go ahead and end the game without too many problems. But it looks like they want to play for more kills. They want to play for more fights. But this could end up costing them if they don't finish their plate. The Talon staying on top.
Big mistake, man.
of the Darius
Pentakill, okay.
isn't great. Pentakill means he killed all 5 of them. He got the last hit on each and every single one of them. He can now walk up. They can in this game. The Silver has to be afraid of. Darius is basically yanking her into a series of abilities that just kill her.
And here comes the minion.
Throw what?
Like somebody super low on health.
2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's him. Star's looking to take a fight. He flashes in. He gets a kill.
And there's alt right there. That is the.
And they get 3 more kills, and this should be game. This should straight up just be game. If the rest of the team is willing to step forward, Darius lives, and now they just. His score is 11-57 for those at home wondering what the exact score is. It's a lot to a little to sum that up. Yeah, a very different term. It is a lot to a little, but the score won't even matter. What you're seeing here is the Ravens should be ending the game shortly. This will be the end of league. It didn't matter about 15 minutes. They just finished the game.
All right, you see stars popping off there. So that's a League of Legends win for the Ravens. With about an hour left to go, there was that 2-12.
2-12.
With F1 being next, who do you send in? Because I know Wanku and him could both go win, and then there's also X-Ray.
I feel like him has played a few times. So I would guess him.
Send him in. I want to see some CTR play today. That would be.
You want to see some CTR?
Yeah, I want to see Wanku go bananas. I feel like Wanku doesn't get the credit she deserves a lot of time.
I feel you on that.
I feel like him gets more credit than Wanku, and that's nothing against him.
I feel like a lot. We had the first league match where they finished a game of League of Legends. Didn't matter about the time. It didn't matter. It was just straight up. We kill your Nexus, we take the game. But I feel like people have gotten used to Wanku.
Yeah.
Like, people know Wanku's good. They know Wanku's capable.
Yeah.
They know Wanku, especially in her games, is her.
Yeah.
But I think they sometimes just kind of forget and just... It's weird, like, when we were talking about the game, you and I both were like, okay, well, they have Herb, Wanku, Stars as, like, these core members. And there's a lot of people that be like, well, they have, like, Herb and they brought on Stars now and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, y'all don't remember
Wanku.
Yeah. And for the people that have seen Wanku putting in the time, putting in the work.
Because she's a lot better than what she was. So originally she was on the Bandits, like, ages ago. There was a whole lot of stuff that happened between season 1 where the Bandits ended up not having anybody. All their players either left the league or went to the Ghost. So her, Y, and a few other people that, what's his name? Saturn, who is on the bots now. Yeah. And Wanku and Watt were having to do everything. They had to learn all these games. So they were stretching themselves really thin, right? So at that point, she left that team and was able to go on and join the Ravens, been there since and able to really grow. Now, if you want to know how bad that team was, that Bandits team was at that point. So imagine playing like 4 or 5 total matches, right? And you only winning like 5 games total in those matches. It was the first to 10, I think, at that time. But yeah, so right now we have Wanku and...
We'll get you an update on who exactly is playing.
And who's who.
But looking at both players are taking kind of... One player is in the middle of the pack, which honestly in some of these situations is a little bit scarier. A rough or aggressive turn, I should say. Try to maybe get some placement back here on the player from the bottom. Trying to make up and maybe get closer to this 10th position or the 7th position. But very clearly they don't seem super comfortable. They understand how to play the game, but they aren't comfortable taking turns at speed.
My first analysis is probably Wanku's probably top. If I had to guess, but we'll get confirmation on that soon enough.
And this is one of those things where roster can hurt you, because I think the Phantoms would normally want Poe in.
Yeah, Poe. It's solos on the Bucks. Oh yeah, Poe.
Yeah.
Poe's 100% who you'll want in for this.
Big corner cut there from the racer on the bottom. And they're maintaining their 14th place spot. But that's a lot of distance they have to make up to kind of be competitive in this race. And again, anything can happen in F1. You take one corner, hit one patch of grass, the AI just decides they don't like you.
Yeah.
They can easily take you out and run you off the road. No problem.
And one thing I do like about, like, and it shows you the growth of the league, there is probably, you could probably take 15 people who weren't in the league when F1 was first added.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably take 15 people and they would take up the probably top 16, 17 spots in terms of skill.
Nice.
Because, like, F1, those people would be, like, super far behind. They'll be fighting for 19th and 20th, and they will be super far behind 18th. And that's one thing that we've kind of seen the league grow in, right? In just in games in general. You see it, like, with some of the certain games, like Moto, and I was on the wheel.
Karakazik is on
the bottom.
Is player 2.
So he's on the bottom, and yep, like we thought Wonku.
And he's not doing bad. Again, as a rookie coming in, you clearly know how to play the game. I can tell maybe you're not familiar with this track because you're just taking turns a little bit slower. It looks like he got spun into the wall, and that's it. One of the CPUs tapped him on the back and said, all right, buddy,
you're out.
Go ahead, clock out for me.
We didn't get a wheel spin, so let's see what's
Go ahead and clock out for me.
Go ahead and bring Coach the playbook.
Yep.
Need for Speed.
Hot Pursuit.
So imagine maybe, who do you put in here? I think you put in the other X-Ray and you put in Wonku, maybe? I don't know.
After that persona, put Wonku behind the wheel. That's all I'm going to say. Put Wonku on.
And we all know who has to go in for the Phantom.
Yeah. So, like, that 4, I think, is also a good opportunity and a good set of 4. I think that, like, both teams wanted to make a statement here.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think the Phantoms are, like, the games, most of the games haven't just been straight one-sided. They've at least been semi-competitive.
Yeah.
And in a team that is developing, they're coming into their second season, they're adding some more pieces, people are getting better. I think that it's still okay. It's just unfortunate that when I look at the teams, right? If I go through these teams, Herb consistently makes playoffs.
Yeah.
Wonku consistently makes playoffs. Stars consistently makes playoffs. And honestly, was the Gorillas always were able to play Eclipse fairly close, which meant that, like, hey, we were playing against a top team in our division consistently and managing to kind of.
Those Gorillas have talent all over the league.
People don't realize that, like, it's one of those small things that if everybody off of the original Gorillas teams has moved on to other homes, and all of them are performing in those places. For them, like, I think right now, if you look at it, the Wolves,
we have to see more from Jorginho. Jorginho is the only one I would say, really, because a lot of his success comes from his team success, comes from other people on his team.
I would put that Jorginho is a sophomore. He did come in last season.
Bubbles is a sophomore.
But
LA's a sophomore.
I'm not disagreeing, but I'm also saying that the veteran, I'll change it to the veteran Gorillas talent.
Yeah.
We look at Alchemist and Bernay. They're both performing exceptionally well if you get into the stats.
Hydro.
Jorginho.
LJ, OG.
Performing well. Jackal.
Who else are we missing?
I mean, we can keep going.
And then there's still Gorillas that are on the team still.
Yes.
Like Sky Guy.
And those players that are now...
Oh, Lovejoy.
Again, they have found homes around the league and are all central members of their respective teams.
Yeah.
I think every single person on there that you named, you can be like, yeah, that team has a very clear need and use for that player.
Mm-hmm.
That's really good. And so for a developing team, I remember this last season that sometimes you have to use games like this as like, this is our litmus test.
Yeah.
This is what we're trying to get to. The people we have to be able to
stars in. Okay.
Told you the bird's out, bro. The bird's out. He's trying to.
Is this what's going on here? Oh wait, the Phantoms don't have any more timeouts. That's one thing to note. Forfeit.
I'm laughing because, by the way, this is the other thing. The Stars is one of the best players when he gets ahead at messing with your mental. Because he will not give you a moment to breathe.
Even if they're losing, he's not going to give you a moment.
And so you're in this situation where I'm now like, I know the
Ball Z
Phantoms are getting
Fighter.
frustrated, but I need you just to
Dragon Ball, yeah, and that's one thing we have to see
maintain.
is like I don't know the full mental of the Phantoms. I know there is a team who can. I know there's a team, not gonna say them on stream, that is really like, I don't want to say soft, really sensitive to things like this. It's not the Phantoms. I don't know how the Phantoms are gonna react to being down like this, and because the Phantoms were in their game versus the Wolves that they lost, and
Fairly
then,
close.
and then
It's a
they
close game.
beat.
They played
Who they beat? The Bucks.
the Bucks to beat. They beat.
And then they beat the.
They played the
Trollz and lost.
They played the Trollz with 4,
And lost.
but managed to take 7 or 8 games.
Yeah. So this will be the biggest disparity that we've seen from them so far this season. So it'll be interesting to see how their mental develops as it goes along.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because as a player, you have to get used to
this.
People will say like, "Oh, well, you don't have to get used to losing." I'm like, no, like you have to. Part of the thing I think is there's a lot of people that are used to winning and are comfortable winning, and when things start to get difficult, the option is let me just find.
Like even the best teams. Okay, so look at it. Check it. We've seen the Reapers, right, with Cat and Hollywood. They went down 8 points against the Ravens, and ended up coming back and winning, right? The Clips during their last finals, right? They didn't win, but they were down a good little chunk at halftime and brought it back to the point where it was a final game, right? And they played against a game against one of the best players in that game, right? Unfortunate, but it happens. So we've seen even the best teams. It's not so much as don't get down. It's how do you fight back when you get knocked down?
That's the mentality that too many teams, I think. I don't want to say too many teams. I think new players. I'm going to target it to players and not teams. I think most coaches and organizations understand.
Yeah.
That's the mentality you have to have. But they are doing it is very different than we can sit here and talk about, yeah, it's great, it's amazing, it's doable, and you look up and you're down by 10.
Yeah.
I think the Phantoms are still putting out effort. They're still trying. They're still looking to fight.
So Wonku, Herb, and I'm really interested. So they're playing with this whole mentality of we're gonna put our best people in, and we're just going whatever rolls, right? Because at this point, whatever rolls, it doesn't matter.
You just keep the pressure up. Short of a huge problem, you're not going to have a situation where, like,
you have your timeouts. It's
every game you win is the game that can seal the game.
Well, because if you really look at it, I value a win as about 15 minutes.
That makes sense.
So at that point,
little under 4 games.
Yeah. So you have to value a win because the time that's played and the fact that it essentially puts you up. It's like it's a 2-point swing. Every game you win is a 2-point swing because instead of if it's 1-0-0, you win 1, you're up 1 as opposed to being down 1.
So we are getting lineups, and I will let you know here in a second. But who's playing who?
But so we at least have the fans, so we can talk about that. Zik is going to be playing Frieza. Arthur's going to be playing Trunks, and Mr. B's going to be playing Goku Black. Now on the Raven side, we have Kevin as Hit. Him is Teen Gohan, and her. Wait, I guess this lineup is wrong because Wonku should be in. Herbert's probably going to be playing Piccolo. That's who I've seen him play a lot, or at least I know.
Yeah, that's who he was playing last time. So we will see. We will see.
Herb out there being the best dad in anime history.
Herb out there being the best dad.
We know it's not Goku.
That's crazy. This is a Raven setup, and I would expect them to be able to get this game set up without.
And even if
too many
don't
problems.
time out.
They did, I think, use a timeout here. We'll find out if it's a technical one or not. It's 3 minutes, so it should be technical, right?
I think it's the same regardless. I think it's 3 minutes regardless. I could be wrong.
Why did my brain think that?
I don't know.
Were 4 minutes
maybe.
for some reason.
Look, we're just gonna go. I'm gonna trust you on this.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, like timeouts are consistent now. We'll get an update from production to come on over to you all. But Dragon Ball Fighters, is this a game that I think this is a game that they'd have? Funnily enough, I would put a lot of faith in the Phantoms once again being able to pull out a victory.
They will be relying a lot on Arbiter.
And yes, it is a technical timeout. So hold on tight, hold on to your butts. We'll be back with you shortly.
But I think And this is another instance where they need Arbiter to be that guy. And like that's the thing, they have pieces. Like once they get pieces around, I think he will complement, right? Like if they get a good fighter, certain games Arbiter can kind of add a little bit of stuff, right? Shooters, I don't think he is. Like I don't think you want Arbiter to be your best shooter on your team, but he's not a bad shooter, right? Like they need a shooter that's a little bit more dominant, right? But I don't think Arbiter, the way you want to go, I don't think having Arbiter as your best shooter is ideal. But I think he is a good, potentially second, third shooter on the team. Arbiter just fills a lot of roles for the team right now.
I agree. I can agree with that. Herb's playing UI Goku, by the way. He stopped being the father. He decided to stop playing Dragon Ball Fighter since TLG left. Probably got told like, hey, you got to get better. He's like, nah, I'm just UI.
Nah, UI Goku. Nah, that man's relying on welfare right now. That's what that man is. He's collecting welfare checks right now. He ain't doing no work.
Goodness, let my man Goku live. Let my man Goku live. Herb is on Team Gohan, and him is on. No. Yeah, UI Goku is Herb. All right, cool. Let's see what we're doing. Immediately going into the combo, isn't able to link it and put everything together.
With a lot of pressure. And
Mr. B with a nice 2B is able to get into a combo. Yeah. 2H, thank you. Oop, drops down, looks for it. What are you going to do?
Said, if Mr. B is able to do some work here, this would be good.
A nice block. He had the right response on the 2H, but was a little bit too fast.
All right, and now we have not able to finish it, but a lot of blue have. Let's see if he switches out here. Yep.
Boom, boom. But this UI Goku is one of the biggest knowledge checks in the league. If you don't know what the character does, he will eat a chunk of your health bar for it. And here we go, Arbiter.
No, we're not seeing Herb react on these to 2H, right?
Yes.
We've seen a couple instances where he's able to. So Frieza is going to be
Kamikaze.
Yeah. So let's see if he's able to do some damage here. Herb is making him up. He's recovering health all the while.
I like this. Herb is keeping it simple. He's not doing anything crazy, using his CSS to get some damage. You got to wake up and be willing to block sometime. Kamikaze smiling, knowing like, hey, I did what I could. This isn't
my game.
This isn't my game.
Oh, did he raw?
Nice job. All right, Arbiter. Let's see what you got. Arbiter looks like he has a combo, but is just trying to find the timing
for execution. And that's one thing you have to do is you can't go into training mode and hit a combo once and be like, I'm good. You're not gonna be able to do that in game. What is it saying? Don't do it till you get it right. Do it till you can't get it wrong. So
Rex spitting right now. I'm just letting y'all know.
And then
Herb looking for a sweep. I feel like
dropping it again. Arbiter knows what to do. Like he's sliding, which helps, but he's not able to convert off of that. If he's able to convert off of that, it would have been he might have taken out Herb a lot more, if not all the way out.
All right, Mr. B looking. His sparking is still going.
He could kill here.
Boom, 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 boom. I don't think this is going to be enough. Sparking should just ran out. It might kill. Nope. One more touch.
Raw level 3. Raw level 3.
He tried to 2B. So Mr. B wait, he's still alive. He has one hit.
3. Yeah.
Got him. Boom. All right, Mr. B. Punish Herb. Herb went for the sweep in the game. Nice job.
Kill him.
You're able to catch him.
Hey, let's go.
And he got a kill. Good job, Mr. B, making sure, Herb, you wanted to sweep. Put the brum away, brother. Put the brum away.
Hey, come on, Mr. B.
Hit's a very difficult character, so, like, it's one of those things that, like, after all that, you got to just deal with, like, cool, am I left or right?
Ravens. Yep, Mr. B. Yep, Mr. B currently was on a Ravens. Took one out on Herb there. There's a few people that's on the Reapers.
On Phantoms here that were on the Ravens.
Yeah, him and not him. God, this is annoying to commentate Ravens game.
He's him, man, bro.
Mr. B and Poe.
Him, yep. Mr. B, Black Diamond, Poe, all were over on the Ravens last season, in fact. And the Ravens coming out and showing, some good strength. Herb showing that, hey,
and the Forza coming up here.
Don't assume that we are free. Getting back in the car, we get big
damage.
I don't know how to. I don't know where my brain was going, but like for whatever reason, like
Just say the first thing that comes to your mind. It's always what I always do.
yeah, that's why we don't do that. We don't just say the first thing that comes to our mind. I love you, Rex, but like you and I, but no, Forza's I feel like a big game this season that it's interesting because you have to pick different cars. All 5 people on the team have to be on a different car, which means that like you can't just find that safe, simple option for everybody.
You need 5.
And trust me when I tell you there are 5 options and many options. Not all of them safe. How do you feel about Forza? Because I know your team's been performing pretty well in the game.
It is a game that I probably need to put a little bit more time on personally. You don't understand how happy I was that during a Wolves game that y'all did not go to me, because I was in there spinning. I was like, because honestly that was my first time touching the game. That was like I've touched every game on the wheel except for that game at that point, and I was driving and I'm like, yeah, because it was raining, spinning around, and like after all that we finished the race. I somehow was in 5th place, and I was like, how did 5 people worse than me out here?
Oh goodness. Yeah, Forza's
it's like, dang, I was doing bad, but apparently not as bad as they were.
Forza's super interesting. When it rains, it becomes
pours. When it rains, it pours.
Literally, and in that game, you touch the grass or like you mess up once in the rain, and your car is just
round.
You don't stop. It's amazing, but it also to me stresses the team play. You see a lot of teams, and your team does a pretty good job of like your racers once they get into a position, are like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
All of us together, we're gonna hit this formation up. Somebody coming up. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this, and you really get to see a team dynamic that I don't think.
No, we just be freestyling. We ain't got no game plan. Our game plan not to be in last place.
I can't. Y'all are so good. Y'all, I can't say it. Like they're good. They just race. They dominate.
No, we don't have no game plan.
You dominate.
We just like, hey.
Now I've been listening to y'all's comms. Y'all comms
get in the Subaru hatchback. Let's go.
Subaru hatchback. All right, we got a minute before we're gonna get maybe another Ford Focus on the track. The Ravens were the ones to break it out.
Hey, I need an electric car out here. Somebody hit the Prius up.
It's a Prius. Actually,
fuel efficient.
To the person in the Rimac, if somebody can drive a Rimac Nevera and finish in first, I gotta find a gift to give them. Now, have you tried to drive that car in this game?
No. What part of I don't really touch this game have you not?
So, Bandits players, when Rex tells you to play a game, tell him to play Forza. If you get benched, it's not my fault.
Hey, show up to practice and don't suck, and you won't get benched.
Rex is a great GM. But we're getting into Forza. It's 5v5.
Oh.
We have a limitation on like the overall top cars, so people just don't pick the best cars.
Yeah.
And this is a Phantom setup, so they get choice of map and track layout. They like.
So they're sending Herb in, huh?
You know Herb be whipping.
I mean, I'm not surprised. It's just, hey, we haven't seen Tekken yet, have we?
No.
That'd be tragic feels right now. Oh yeah, the fans probably didn't set the game up right.
It is one of the more difficult games, especially getting 10 people into one lobby. In
no timeout.
Yeah. They had 4 minutes, but it is pretty difficult. It's one of those games every season I feel like there's 1 or 2 games that I'm just like
Tarkov.
Just assume you're gonna burn the timeout here. It's not that it's bad.
Be safe.
Be safe and sorry.
Yeah.
Exactly what you're saying.
All right, yep.
All right, here we go. Wheel spin. Next wheel spin, I think we're going to be moving on.
CTR or Madden? I want CTR or Madden.
Tekken.
I do not want Tekken right now. Yes!
Why did you want Madden right now?
I want to see Delo play it. I'm not sure.
You don't want her. Herb literally was willing to give up Tekken last season to get Madden back.
So no him and no Herb.
Now the Raven. I'm rooting for the underdog in every game. The Ravens are taking this.
I feel like Genghis is going to go on because Genghis looks like the type that plays Madden. He plays Call of Duty, and I feel like if you play Call of Duty, you play Madden more often than not. I feel like those are the same type of people.
But I would then also say you play Dragon Ball Fighters. I feel like there's a connection between like that style of game.
So who's going in here? So do you send one of the X-Rays in, or you send Wonku in? So I feel like if you send
Wonku in. Wonku has proven already that she's gained enough sports knowledge through playing with Herb and on the Ravens with Black Diamond and all of her teammates over the years, and just being Wonku, that I think that you can fully trust her to be great and to be good.
All right, so
Him, I always just, can I just say, him's composure I always like appreciate it. He always just looks focused and locked in and ready to go and ready to like compete and play. You just sitting down, he's like, yeah, go ahead, load it up. You already know what's happening.
Is he available, or
He's
they
not.
just
He's not available. Yeah. But I think there are games like that on the wheel that, look,
set it up.
like if you, Rex, if I was on your team and StarCraft Road, you're gonna look at me and be like, hey, set the game
I'm
up.
gonna set it up myself. No, we're not going to. I'm gonna be like Strix, Lucci, Lovejoy, Matt, Genius, FF, and then we'll send that.
That's crazy. No, but like there's certain games like, again, for me, I can say StarCraft, obviously League. There are certain games on the wheel I don't need the rule book to set up.
Yeah.
Like I have it there just to double check, but it's like, all right, cool. StarCraft is boom, 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 boom. Send out invites. Good. Get in the lobby, cool, start. I think this is him on Madden. Him on Madden is him. So,
and look at DZ just kind of sitting there behind, like, all right, wait, we may only have a couple more games depending on how long Madden goes. Because when we played against the Wolves, that was a 30-minute game.
Great game of Madden.
Hey,
great game of Madden.
Let's see. Know what I do hope though? I want to see on Super Bowl Sunday, by the way, which is the Ravens versus Eclipse. I want to see Madden played, and I want somebody to choose the Niners, and I want somebody to choose the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think somebody's picking the Ravens.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make you a bet there. Somebody's
so saying that
the
Ravens should have made the Super Bowl, not the Chiefs. Or you saying that the NFL's rigged? Go ahead, tell me. Do they want to see a Taylor Swift Super Bowl?
Taylor Swift invented the swag surf.
Hey, I know she did.
No, don't do that.
Hey,
don't do that.
That's why she. Hey, that's why she's on top of my Apple Music replay.
That is you, Rex. That is you. I'm not making any comments about the NFL. What I know is that my happiness is rigged into the UEL where gamers go pro.
But yeah.
Y'all can't see. I'm just staring. I was just staring Rex down there. We're just getting into the game. It'll take a quick second, making sure all the rules are right. I think everybody wants to make sure the Ravens have some timeouts here so they can always be safe. And
so it looks like Kevin's gonna play. Oh wait, they're sending in Kevin and Kenny.
Oh, the siblings twinning.
So Kevin is QB, Kenny is not QB, Dolo is QB, which makes sense, and Dad Hat is not QB.
If anyone out there knows, do Kevin and Kenny play Madden? Anybody out there?
I don't know.
I know the chat always knows. Chat's always right, never wrong.
I'm gonna need X-ray aspect or one of these other.
So go ahead and let us know. All right, here we go. We're getting into the game. It looks like the Ravens are kicking off to start the game.
Ravens are the Ravens and 49ers are the Phantoms. DBD. Okay. This is the Ravens setup, so then they can send Arbiter in for a DBD.
It's a rematch of Super Bowl 47,
and he will be killer.
So here we go. They kicked it out, so we get an early penalty. I don't know if that's indicative of we've seen the Phantoms play a pretty good game of Madden.
Yeah, especially with DZ being able to coach them. Like DZ would be one of their better players.
Yeah.
Probably that.
Do you agree with the sentiment that he should be playing?
I 100% agree with the sentiment that man should be playing. I played with him. I played against him. That man is a mongrel. Like he should be playing.
Listen, a mongrel is crazy. All right, let's see what their first play is. So if you were playing, I'm because I know your team plays the Ravens. So I'm going to force you to snitch on your team. How would you as the 49ers play this matchup?
First off, my team plays the Ravens. I'll play whoever I feel like.
Oh, your team plays the Ravens. Excuse me.
But in this situation, your biggest threat is Christian McCaffrey. So you always have to keep wary of him. Brock Purdy. So it's more of a scheme thing, right? Like, I'm not worried per se about Brock Purdy, the quarterback. I'm worried about him being a game manager and getting the ball. So you have what essentially you have to do is you have to open space, right?
Ooh.
Right there, interception. Kyle Hamilton. Yep.
Person took a second. They had to remember they were playing. They got the pick and they were like happy. But had to realize.
But okay, so here's what it is. Brock Purdy's weapons are the dangerous part. Brock Purdy isn't a great quarterback. I don't care what anybody says. But so essentially, you don't want them to get space, right? Like, you want him to have to throw these contested passes and watch out for like Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield. Now, if I'm the Ravens, I'm always keeping a RB, probably running back, probably always in the backfield. You probably want to spread this defense out a little bit, make them go sideways to sideways. Great defense, so it's gonna be hard regardless. And yeah, that's not something you want to do. Is run into your tackle getting pushed back and get sacked. At that point, you have to step up in the pocket.
I definitely understand. Yeah. Do you think that I think maybe he's comfortable, like, or he's gotten used to just being able to roll out for free and wasn't really thinking about
it was
where
pocket
he should
awareness.
be playing? Yeah.
So they're expecting a pass here because of how they have their. If you look at the defensive line, you can kind of tell, right? If they're running like a wide 9 or something like that, well, by 9, wide 9, I mean like where you have your defensive ends on the outside shoulder of a tight end. That's more of a pass-heavy kind of defense. A lot of times you'll see people have their defensive tackle, which are the two innermost linemen. You'll have them kind of push towards the middle. But now you can see they're in a little bit more heavy of a pass rush situation.
I am immediately looking at the Twins and like Kevic and Kenny. His name is Kevin. Yeah. Kevic and Kenny, like very clearly have gotten like are understand and feel comfortable on that. It's not perfect, but they understand how to play the game and what their goals are as
I'm
a
gonna
player.
be honest. If I'm them, I'm doing QB options, and you're gonna have to just. Oh my, yeah, you're gonna have to just. You're gonna have to decide. Yeah.
Oh, you caught that.
It was a bad punt, but like you're gonna have to decide whether the QB's getting the ball or the running back's getting the ball.
That makes sense. So here we are back with the fans, right around the half field mark. You know, looking to maybe make a few plays, maybe get a little bit of ability to get forward, and got a lot of space to run.
And that's kind of dangerous because so Lamar, you can do that and take a hit a little bit. Brock Purdy might end up fumbling the ball. The good thing, though, right now, is that injuries aren't on, so you don't have to worry about like Brock Purdy getting hurt
by taking that. But you can still easily give up the ball for a fumble, and that end up being a problem. So looking over at it, neither team has jumped out to me yet as like great. But that's why I'm now looking at Dolo to maybe like make a play. If you're the best player in Madden, you know, like he's probably making his reads, making some adjustments to the offense to try to create an opportunity for his team. Good job. Run right up the middle. Another 10 yards. You don't have to be fancy. You don't have to be big. You don't have to magically score every single play. You just need to consistently.
Because the other team, neither team is really showing much offensive proficiency. Oh, that's an offside.
So was it the line that jumped that time, the second level?
No, that's a great observation because most of the time
Love y'all, chat. I love y'all, appreciate y'all. And here we go right back into that.
Well, they take him down, losing yardage back at the 27. This drive starts with 2
This is amazing. Looking at this,
have you watched Taylor Swift's Swag Surf instruction tutorial? I know you're a big fan.
It's crazy the propaganda that is now being. Look, I'm good with the first. Do not put the propaganda. Rex, you and I are not the same, okay? I go to the football game not for the chance to see Miss Swift in the box
What you
above.
talking about? I've been to football games. Look, I'm a Falcon fan. Like, there ain't nothing glamorous about that.
That explains a lot. That explains a lot as a Falcon.
Better than being a DC sports fan. That's all I'm gonna say.
That is my family, not me. Don't put that evil on me. And we are done. It looks like we hit the 2-minute drill, going into towards the end of the second quarter, if I could speak. What that ultimately means, again, if the Ravens can get this, they have 2 minutes before they get the ball back at half because they did kick off to start the game. Once again, another solid running game coming out of the Phantoms. Just
if I'm being honest, if I'm the Phantoms, like, you don't give them a chance to get the ball back. Every second you keep it away from them is the best. Obviously, you want to end this off on a touchdown, but field goal helps a lot too.
So you're just running the ball.
Probably. That's interesting. That right up the middle. Nope. Out of bounds per accuracy. He was probably on the move a little bit, but they keep attacking those flats. Not necessarily flats, but like that to the sideline.
It's interesting because it feels like a battle of the coaches, right? We see him sitting behind the
and if either one of those people were in, it'd be a different game.
Yes, 100%. A good pass across the middle keeps the clock running, manages to get the first goal set up.
All right. So they're probably going to be going for the same exact situation there. The right side, okay.
I'm sorry, it just looked like he was like, I'm going to go over it. Never mind.
No. They're probably using that to move the defense to move a little bit. Mm-hmm. So you can put, a lot of times what you see is people, like the running back, they put them out as receivers and call them back in. What that does is it shows you if you're a man or zone. So if somebody moves with him directly, then it's man. If they shift over a little bit, it's zone. That matters because certain route concepts are better against certain types of coverage.
And that's a touchdown for the 49ers. And for those wondering, Kevic is the QB on green for the Ravens, and Dolo is running QB as the blue player for the 49ers, looking to go ahead and get
There's
that.
50 seconds left. I'm going to be on. Probably take it out. Hope for, because I don't see you have a methodical field drive down the field. You take it out, maybe hope something breaks open, and if it doesn't, it starts chucking that thing down the field.
All right, looks like he's moving out. Boom.
Okay.
The hard part that is, I think, for kickoff returns in Madden is you have to kind of have downfield vision while continually moving. You don't ever want to do that, which is stand still.
But another thing is, like, what people do is you don't want to necessarily turbo right outside the gate, because I've said it multiple times, it allows the defenders to know exactly where you're going to be. You want to allow your blockers to set up your block. Yeah. So they should be doing, it's either going to be screens or it's going to be deep down the field. Screens are essentially like an extension of the run game. But the difference is you have to allow the screen to set up. Yep, so they are in man defense. Yeah. That safety up high is probably in zone.
So he checks that, then he makes a few more adjustments to the play, knowing that they're now in man.
That single high man, but it took him a while. And that's the thing, that's the difference with this is if him was doing that, it'd be done a lot quicker. But because you have somebody who's
press
not as familiar,
blah blah blah, do this, press blah blah, do this.
They have to tell you. You have to tell them, and then they have to do it, and then you have to make your decision after that. But essentially, you do not want to take a sack here.
Safety.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
There's a potential, but obviously, yeah, you don't want to take the sack here.
So that man defense.
They'll run straight ahead with Hill.
I don't know
Interesting to call a run there.
I think it was an okay play, as like if whoever was running the ball.
But that's one thing is sometimes it feels like players and people can become disconnected.
Yeah.
Even on the same team of like, hey, we're gonna run this play. Be ready to do blah blah blah.
So let's see what they decide to do. That middle of the field might be wide open.
They'll keep it on the ground again here.
I need to call a timeout here. Maybe, unless they're planning on running the clock. But I don't know if that is.
I mean, it looks like they had 3 run plays. Obviously, they can make an audible here to try to maybe go for like something a little bit further down, but they only have a few seconds before the game is going to end. 3, 2, 1. That's the end.
I think you snapped the ball regardless.
You just snapped the ball, and if you happen to get lucky and
break through, yeah.
It's a net positive. You don't really lose anything there, short
unless you
of a
fumble, but like
you're willing to make that bet on like
yeah.
1. All right, here we go. Going into the second half. So based on the first half, how are you feeling? You think Dolo has this locked up?
It's hard to say because it's just one bad play away from. Yeah, one bad play away from it. Tie game. Yeah, and then we also saw that we don't know what would happen if on that interception if that person was more cognizant and kept running. Because at that point, that's maybe potentially a field goal, but at worst a touchdown at best, which changes the dynamic of the game. Let's see. They like running that single high space. So if they have a tight end, well,
you think that's the real play?
So they're doing a more balanced formation now. See if he runs to the strong side or if what they opt to do here.
I'm definitely looking because it seems as though like this is one of the worries because they're about to have another thing.
Delay of game. Oh, so what happens sometimes, and I haven't seen it happen in the league yet, is like I'll be playing Madden and it won't let me call a play, snap a ball. I have to pause it and then I have to
then do something.
Yeah. So I wonder if that's something that they know. But yes, and it just happens every so often. I don't know if it's like a major.
Yeah, and it looks like they're like showing like, hey, I didn't do anything. I didn't change anything. Everything is just me playing. I'm just chilling. I'm sitting there.
So we will see.
And I think we may have had a pause.
No, I don't think it was a pause. Even if it was a pause, you can call a timeout. But we'll see what.
So the reason why I'm saying I think there's a pause because it looks like the call was that my assumption is that Kevin had to put down the controller due to a pause. It looked like he was checking on his batteries, which means now that's why he just handed the controller over to Kenny, because Kenny, you obviously can't have the quarterback not play the game. That would functionally stop the game from playing. But
at this point, you can't run the ball, so everything is going to be.
Looks like you can't run the ball.
Well,
but yeah, it's not smart to run the ball because your player is just going to run the default whatever line that it would be written.
So you're just going to be straight up in a passing situation at this point going forward.
All right, let's see here. I like the strategy. I like the strategy. They don't think you're going to do anything.
All right.
Quick talk between teammates. You see the laugh between the two of them. Like, okay, bro, this is what we're going to do.
We're playing a 2-on-1 at this situation.
All right, they got to get the first down here. I'm assuming it's not going to be another run.
Hey, you assumed wrong.
I'm just going to get off commentary, chat. And to the people out there. Apparently, I don't know football. I don't know football at all. I don't even know Madden. But I wonder what the idea behind that.
Could you imagine if they score a touchdown off of it? New strat? Go ahead and hit that pause button.
All right, here we.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my.
He didn't touch it though.
Yeah.
Luckily, didn't touch it.
Cause that's the thing I thought. I was like, did he touch that?
Because it looked for a second like the character reached down for a second and just missed the ball. Yeah, that's the real passing play. Off punt that ultimately allows them to get a bit more yardage. But this is once again good field position. We saw that Dolo was able to
honestly, if I'm Dolo, I'm not letting them touch the ball again. I'm doing safe passes. I'm running it.
Like right there, you just let this clock kind of run down till right before you hike it. And just keep running the ball if you need to. Like it's 2nd and 12, you maybe get a big pickup here. You have the opportunity to keep running it, play for the first down. And just like you said, the game can be over.
They have that. Yeah, that's gonna be. Not false start. Encroachment, probably.
Encroachment. You were right, Rex. You know the football game.
The issue is he has his linebacker in between his defensive tackle and his and the offensive lineman. The big point of, especially in the 4-3.
So it looks like they are in man because everybody shifted basically. They're just committing to the run. It looks like I'm assuming that this is between DZ and Dolo. They kind of came to the consensus like, hey, play it safe. There's no reason to put the ball in the air, do anything crazy.
One thing you can do if you're San Francisco when Ravens get the ball back, is you can do something called, it's like a guess the play, right? So essentially is you can commit to one option. Is that interception? Okay. You can commit to one option, defense. Right? So like if you can guess the play where it could be like a run up the middle, run to the side. You use that and like it's one of those super focused kind of call outs, and what it does is it greatly lowers the success of that play that you called if you call it correctly working. But the issue is if you run commit and they pass the ball, it's most likely going to be a touchdown. Interception. Well, okay, so that was good because if he wasn't able to run that back for a touchdown or run it back and get to where the ball was when they snapped the ball, then it's lost yards because since it was 4th down, you just start off where they were left off.
Yeah. So it's better just to swat it there. If you know you can get the pick and maybe have an opportunity.
And I mean, there was a chance there. If he kept momentum or if he didn't keep momentum and was able to turn it back up, there's only really one person he had to beat. So yeah, if I'm the 49ers, if I'm them, I'm probably predicting a pass. Like I'm literally changing my defense to predict pass because that's really the only way. Yeah. And there's one interception. And honestly, at this point, yep, just go ahead and wrap it up. Run that ball. Let them waste that time.
One more quarter. There's a chance. There's still a chance. You never know. Throw pick 6 here.
What's the next game?
We will find out shortly. Nice pass coming out of Dolo, getting a big gainage of yards.
All right, yep. Oh, he passed at the Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback, whose wife makes some bomb jacket. Since you're such a big Taylor Swift fan, she's the one that made Taylor Swift's jacket.
You keep saying this makes big Taylor Swift fan.
Hey.
I think I may have listened to a Taylor Swift album in my lifetime.
Oh no! Oh, if he had that,
that could have been a 6.
That was a
easy.
6. Yeah,
easy. He had the sideline open and everything, and just
yeah.
I think DZ knows that. DZ looking like, yo, hey.
We don't need to win by 10. We don't need to win by 14. Especially where they are, right? They're in field goal range, assuming they know how to kick a field goal.
Even still, I'm looking at it like, if you get that first down, you can probably eat up the clock to at least a 2-minute warning.
Yeah, because they have their set of timeout plus a 2-minute warning. And then now the pressure will be on who's still actively playing.
I believe that it's Kenny on the Ravens. Because they passed the controller over.
So yeah, it would be he would have to drive down the field, which he hasn't done
just yet. All right, here we go. Dolo looking to score maybe another touchdown. Get a first down.
Yeah, their opportunity to score would be on interception. I don't like that play.
Now run. Just run. You got 1 or 2 people to beat.
No way you got tackled by a lineman. There's no way you let.
Oh my God, you
let the biggest, slowest guy in that field tackle you.
You see, my man was like, I got him. Everybody was like, all right, cool. Just like step to the left. Man, that's crazy.
Or you slow down, let your block get that guy, and then just run. Like that was a pick 6 that should have happened there.
The interception sets them up with an opportunity to erase this 4th quarter deficit
Hey, let them know. If it ain't not snowing, I ain't going.
Okay, we are looking at this, man. And they're going back to the run plays. I think they're just trying to finish this game as fast as possible. They recognize that their chance of success isn't great.
No. I'm calling a play action.
What is the bait that you do that until the very last play, and then you run the meanest play action?
If you have a tight end doing a post route and you have a
Go! Want to beat! Oh my God!
Woo! Now imagine they get the touchdown but miss the point after.
I don't stop putting some. You will not curse me, Taylor Swift. That evil won't. That evil does not work here.
Ooh, now they spread out a little bit. Now you can probably.
So they found the play action play. So
now you can.
Oh my! All right. Look,
good defensive play right there.
My heart can't deal with this, Rex. My heart cannot deal with because like there's gonna be an interception. I'm calling there's gonna be an interception. He's gonna throw one pass to. I'm gonna stop talking. I'm just gonna stop talking.
Oh no, you do here. You know what you do. You let the time run down because you're not getting the ball back, and you're certainly not getting it back in the position to score here. So you give them as little amount of time to score as possible.
Make them take the risk to try to win the game,
and then you get an interception and you run that thing back.
Run that thing back. All right, let's see. I don't think they're listening to you, Rex. I don't think they can hear you out there on the floor.
Oh my God! Yeah. All right, now you take it down under a minute, and now Fred. Yeah. Ooh. So let's see.
Now, Rex, I'm gonna bring the idea up to you. Do you score and go for 2?
Oh, wow. Yeah. I think you just look. I think the Ravens want this to be the last game potentially. So you go for you play for the overtime, and then hopefully you get
12 minutes. Here we go.
Billy the Goat do it.
Here we go. Both coaches look stressed and an interception. So it doesn't look like the hopes and dreams of the Ravens. Looks like with 20 minutes left on the clock.
And that's what not having a human-controlled running back really messes with you.
What do you mean?
Because they could have easily have gotten it, I believe.
They could have handed it to him 4 more times. They could have just let that ball run. All right, here we go. The Ravens going to go ahead and get a safety here into a run back. Never mind. I'm once again just, using the fancy words. The game is pretty much solidified here. You can kneel twice or what?
They'll have all 3 timeouts.
I thought that was the fourth quarter.
This is the fourth quarter.
Oh, did someone just call a timeout?
Yeah.
Why did I think? You know what?
Anyways, there's miracles that can happen, especially if they put the ball up in the air.
If you put the ball up in the air, someone needs to have a conversation.
If I'm that linebacker, I'm floating back immediately and trying to cut off that slant because I guarantee you X is probably going for a slant here if they choose to pass the ball.
Now Purdy, he's going to change the look here.
Cut the slant. Oh, he's not. Yep, and that should be.
And I heard the no.
Go ahead and call that timeout. Call that thing. This is a Super Bowl that most people wanted.
Is it?
Yeah. Personally, I wanted the Lions to be in it. But
wanted the Lions.
Lions have never been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, after the way that game ended, I understand why. Sorry to all my Lions fans out there. I know y'all were hoping. There were more. There's more than just Pop.
Eminem.
Charles, why didn't they just take the knee there?
The best rapper.
All right, I'm focused on this. We're going to be looking at a QB kneel here. This QB kneel, hopefully, will go ahead and close us out. Maybe he fumbles the ball on the start, but I don't think so. That's one play. They have, 2 more downs, 2 more kneels.
Go for a touchdown here. Go for it. We need to see the ball in the air right now.
Is that what you're telling your players to do?
Heck yeah, brother.
I want somebody to remember this. Clip that, and the next time the Bandits play, just bring it up so we can play it. 2 Rex directly. Like, cool, you said last play, you put the ball in the air. Make it exciting for the people watching.
Hey.
Make it exciting. Leave that hope alive and leave that hope ready to go. Overall, a good showing by the Phantoms and Madden. Dolo showing like, hey, they got close the last time they played, but having a Madden player in and available and ready to play. Oh, they forfeit. You waited until...
Because they don't want to mess up their stats. What's the next game?
That's crazy. That's crazy. I just thought about that. Is crazy.
They don't want to mess up their stats, man.
Dead by Daylight. I actually want to see. So,
Arbiter.
All right. So let's talk about some DBD. I've actually been like having a lot of fun with DBD lately. It's like
I feel like the best lineup right now is those two, and put in Stars and Herb.
Probably. Okay.
And
Arbiter killing, bro. Arbiter been out here since been out here. I'm letting you know. The Trapper goes crazy. I think he's won his last 2 or 3 games of Dead by Daylight.
I'm
almost certain.
that like with Arbiter playing such a specific killer all the time, that you're like, okay, if we have to play against them, they only win if Arbiter's in, and then we just prepare to deal with Trapper.
You know, scouting in the UEL would go crazy if people did it.
Because there's so many people that would do the same thing over and over again, and hey, until they stop it.
Yeah, I think that's the idea here. Like, again, Arbiter has been playing significantly better this season. His mental, which a lot of people called into question, has seemingly like toughened up. I think it's similar, funny enough, to the Stars thing. I think sometimes you just need a change of scenery.
Well, like, look at him. He's now on a team full of grown men. Like, you didn't really get that when you're on the Trollz.
I see what you're saying. So we will find out here shortly. It does look like the Ravens. So it's Genghis, Stars, Herb, and Wonku going up against Arbiter. Oh, you said Petrified Oak is what we had?
They had 3.
Okay, they had 3 and then Arbiter. That's was 1.
I'm going to be honest, I don't play Dead by Daylight that much. I just know what that one
was. Another Tree Branch.
It was the last one was a Red Skull.
He went with a Mori. Okay, so he can kill them.
When that's the second hook.
Yeah.
But he doesn't get the points. But if say he gets Herb down twice, or somebody that he knows is getting a lot of points.
We've seen a lot more Mori usage as killers have become more confident now in the league. Just because it kind of eliminates the options for good survivor teams. They have to get the generators done and get out fast enough, which I think is a good option. But here we go. We on the Trapper. Apex is coming up next.
All right, so
and it looks like as well they were using some luck. One of I'm assuming Jar Salty Lips. All right, here we go. We are into the first chase. Let's see who he is chasing currently. Good job cutting off the window. Not really playing any huge mind games. The person is just kind of trying to loop him and keep him in the general area, going through the window.
And when you loop somebody, like for the killer, you want to approach this from the inside, right? Approaching from the outside makes it too hard for you to. From what I've seen, or from
there's a level of mind games, and I think as you play the game, you kind of learn what a good loop and what good situations are. So he's kind of giving up on that, going back to kick just the generator, stop any progress that may be getting started, and try to find where other people are. Now, one thing that is big, Dead by Daylight did update recently, and one of the big things they changed was to deal with the concept of 3-genning. And part of that is limiting the amount of times you can kick a generator. After you kick a generator 8 times, it will stop regressing going forward. So I wonder if Arbiter knows that as he's running around the map just kicking gens.
One gen got done already.
Yeah, but like even him running around kicking all of these gens, each one is one basically. So he can't keep just kicking it, because even best case scenario for him, if he slows this game down, eventually he won't be able to stop getting the
kicks, the regression.
Yeah, the regression, which is what his use is for.
And I'm curious to see who exactly he's chasing.
He got to get a hit.
Yeah.
Yep, he's being calm. I need him to use his traps a little bit more. I'm not sure about the trapper add-ons.
Okay. Yep.
Managed to get a hit on PC7, who is Genghis.
Herb is the one that you probably want to be doing
the damage to the most?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. They're going back out into the middle of the map. He should have a down pretty much guaranteed here. Genghis doing the best he can to run him as long as possible. He does go down. Now, everybody on his team has to be aware, okay, this will be Genghis's first hook if he gets down again.
And they have to be communicating that, hey, he's chasing me, he's doing this. They should be getting done with a gen.
So Arbiter did see somebody over there, so it's coming back into this general area to see what is happening. He saw them traveling in this direction, so looking to pick up another chase, hopefully here soon, heading towards
and there's a crow, meaning
the
somebody.
jungle gym, possibly. Nope, coming here, gonna get a quick kick and keep it moving.
All right.
I am giving the Ravens credit. They're looking pretty coordinated. They're not giving away too much ever. They've already gotten Genghis off. And here we go. We have another survivor that's willing to run him through. Took some damage. That would be him.
So what we haven't seen is Herb or Wonku. And those will be the ones that we...
I believe Wonku should be on him.
Oh, and that's smart. So that if they try to loop him again in that specific spot...
Herb is on him's account. There we go.
So that's 3.
Yeah, I had to think about how to say that correctly because my brain was not working great. Herb should be on him's account. And so he went ahead and took that hit.
So they have 2 gens done already, 3 left to go. Looks like somebody messed up on a gen right there. Is he gonna kick this? All right. So let's see. He's gonna kick this one, probably let it regress a little bit. Oh, they're right next to a gen.
I will say that looking at the different tiles that have appeared so far, there's a lot of like pretty good loops, I think, for survivors. Like they don't have their Dead by Daylight, for those that don't know, works on a system of things called why can I remember tiles? Those tiles can spawn in different configurations.
It looks like, so was that one that if they mess up on a gen it locks up, or once he hooks somebody, the ones nearby can't be worked on? They're down to 2 gens though.
And this is the really hard part because now Arbiter's taking chase. They're getting the person off the hook. It looks like, or 2 people were in traps. It looks like
he put a trap right next to the last place he hooked someone.
All right, so everybody's injured now, which means this game is fully possible. He entered Bloodless there for a second, took down Wonku. Wonku's going to go up on her first hook. And now I think the pressure that's already being placed on Arbiter is really difficult because the decision here of whether or not you start mooring people,
because you have to get such a bio, you're not going to win.
If you realize, like, hey, for those that are watching, the way we work here is if 2 people get out,
it goes to points, and if more than that, it goes.
It's a win on either side. So 3 kills or 3 escapes,
and they're down to 1 gen left.
And yeah, you are hoping to get kills here, but I think he's been pulled too thin. They're definitely working
on the same gen. Honestly, if they find another person, heal them up, and then work on the same gen together, get that done as quick as possible.
And he doesn't have enough points. They've gotten out of chases too many times for him to like successfully, I think, win this. I think he has to just find these 2 people. If he could find the people that are hurt, so Genghis and Herb, get another down, maybe get Genghis into a position where he can kill him and just get a couple of quick kills.
Put the pressure on.
And stepped in his own trap. Not looking great. But I think this is also the Ravens playing really well.
Yeah,
they all seem coordinated.
Herb loves this game, and he puts a lot of I know he puts an emphasis on it. So I mean, them playing against Herb, who's another good killer, that is a lot of good practice. People don't understand, like, having people, like, if you're a good killer, your team should be good survivors at least, right?
Yes.
And there's a trap. Is that trap still there?
Yup, and I can hear Wonku. Stepped over the wall, found it.
And they should be done with this last gen.
I would. He doesn't want to Mori because of the time for the animation could be like one of these gens should be popping any second now. And I agree with you that, like, one, if you have good killers, you should also be able to train good survivors and good habits, and people should learn at least what different characters do in the league. Don't see him trying to play any, like, huge mind games. Whoever he's chasing does know how to play decently well.
They're about to drop the pallet. Yep.
And a good job by the Ravens all taking that
Somebody's
time.
dead. Who is that?
That was Wonku. Wonku went ahead and died. But they did a good job of healing up, which means that, like, they're all at full health. They have one more gen. Arbiter's really pursuing in this chase. I think he's getting a little bit frustrated just of being led around these jungle gyms over and over again to where he can't kind of get anything. Bloodlust, though, goes off here. Let's see if he's able to get a hit. He's not able to get back to the window in time.
Playing with him right now. He's breaking off the chase.
He has to. Like, one of these gens has to pop, and there we go. Now it's just a matter of getting out of the doors.
And somebody's behind him. So all it takes is 2 people. Looks like
checking this door.
There's 2 people on it.
So Stars is one there, and the other one is Genghis.
Is he about to go back to the door? Maybe.
But in this situation, we know Herb was on the other side of the map, and he should have been working. So the other door, I think, has been open. And that's one out. That's Herb. He's gone.
Ideally, you want the other 2 people both to escape. So because you don't want points to even be a factor in this.
It looks like Arbiter, another person, Stars, is left. Genghis is left. That should be a win. Once again, going over to the Ravens. Another great job.
Let's see what points look like.
Yeah, I want to see what his points look like.
18.
So he's still got 18. It's one of those interesting things that, like, once you get late in the game, I think you have to put a hard decision out there where it's like, if I start mooring people, I have to kill 3.
Yeah.
I have to kill 3 at this point.
And Apex's last game.
Ooh, Apex.
This might be interesting because I think you're going to have Zik, Dolo, and Mr. B.
Normally they would want Arbiter, but yeah, Mr. B is going for the
Ravens.
next
I imagine you're going to get Wonku, him, and Genghis, unless
I feel like Kavik and Kenny might play. I feel like that Apex feels like their vibe.
Okay, yeah, well.
But again, it's hard for me to say. Both teams, I think, are more than willing to play Apex. I don't think either team is going to forfeit.
Yeah. Without it being the last game, too.
Yeah.
Unless somebody forfeits right when it hits the time to. But this is definitely going to be the last game if they play it.
Definitely. So overall, like, looking at the game, I think the Ravens today's goal would have been to make a statement.
Yeah.
Hey, we picked up Stars. We are trying to push any questions about the level of our team out of the window. And this is the type of win that you want to do that.
Yeah.
Every game they were winning. They were consistently performing. They did a great job. Yeah, they lost a couple of games. But
here's the question: How much better could the Phantoms be, like, with their lineup configuration?
Like, so when I was, like, preparing for the game and thinking about it, one of the big questions was, is Black Diamond going to play again?
Yeah.
Because obviously some of the sports game Black Diamond will always be able to provide some assistance. They have a lot of other pieces that maybe we haven't seen. Rebellion Batty being an example of one.
The last time we saw Rebellion Batty, which was the first game against the Wolves, they kept putting her in precarious situations because kept being her and Dad had the last one.
Like in sports games or fighters.
FIFA, they had to go in for. Madden, they had to go in for. 2K, they were supposed to go in. They ended up forfeiting the game. But those are 3 games where they lost that, like, with a little bit of things different here and there, they win that match. And they're 2-1 right now instead of 1-2.
Yeah, and I think that, like, they can look at this game, and once again, coming out of the Southern Conference, they are currently competing with the Bucks for that last Southern Conference playoff spot, and they know that these are the teams and the caliber they're going to be playing up against. So I think that, like, you take this as, like, your lumps, a learning experience. Once again, looking at their whole team, I think the score doesn't tell the whole tale of the game. There definitely were some high moments. There were games that were a lot closer than they appear to in this moment. And for the Ravens, I think this is a great showing, knowing that, hey, the Trollz, Eclipse, and Gorillas are all still looking, waiting, and saying, like, hey.
How good are the Ravens?
Yeah. And if we're talking about the playoff format, no one wants to be the 4th or 5th seed.
Yeah.
Because that means that you're probably playing Eclipse in your like second round of the playoffs, essentially.
And that's money, potentially.
Yeah. And so every single one of these teams, the Ravens, the Gorillas, and the Trollz, all are
second seed.
Are trying to find that second, third seeding. And so each one of these wins ends up mattering pretty big. Overall, like I'm pretty happy with the game from the Ravens. Everybody showed a little bit of something here. You know, we can work on the Maddens and the Pokemons and the the Call of Duties. I do wonder why. You know what? We'll wait till they get in here. We'll ask some questions. We'll hit them a little bit hard. We'll hit them a little bit hard. But what about you? How are you feeling looking at both of these teams?
I think the Phantoms. I don't know. It's so hard because I feel like the Phantoms. This is not their optimal lineup. There's a few different things here and there they want to work on. But I do know the Phantoms are close. Unfortunately, it's hard. I think they'll forfeit somewhere. But
I don't think they probably want to play a game. Like they might just want to play, but I also think they might want to.
Yeah, but I think it's also hard because all of their practices have to be online. If you're the Phantoms, for the most part, right? Like Rebellion, a few of them could probably get into the building. But like being able to practice together in person makes such a big difference. And not just from like the skill level, but like the camaraderie. There's so much that you don't get from just online practices.
Sitting next to somebody matters a lot more than people sometimes can expect.
Quantify, yeah. So timeout Ravens. So it looks like
they want to play this game. Obviously, like the Ravens want to. They want to. This will be their victory lap per se. Go out and really compete and show what they are able to do. What was the second FF from the...
All right, so it looks like we're about to get a recap.
Hydro's like, I'm playing Tekken, man. I'm throwing combos.
Oh, he goes for the grab there.
Oh, he's got him, and he got the slam. Ooh. Nice slam by the Bubbles. Now exceeding lock in a submission. Hydro quickly rolls over.
Like when it was
submissions
played,
are always
I think there was a good understanding of strategy and opportunity.
Can he get out of it? This might be it.
He's going to hold it. Oh,
they did.
We got a little reversal there.
Perfect time to rotate. He almost got in trouble there. He was able to rotate. Good move.
This is one of those games where
still squaring in, trying to lock those submissions.
Bubbles, I think, had been
he's trying to get that submission going there, so that way.
And has been putting some time into getting better and better.
He's
back. Something like
Hydro's in trouble, and he's
UFC, and had come in prepared to play with some of the top players in the league, and managed to implement his game plan there and really show off.
I think
what he was looking, or what he'd been preparing, not just for Hydro, but for
I think the big thing is if you look at it, Hydro's in a different position than he was last season, so which is why you don't see him have as much success in UFC's. Same it's UFC, but it's a new generation. Street Fighter 6, new generation. So you don't see him have that same success he's had in the previous iterations. And I think some of that comes from, one, it's a new game, right? But he's in a much different position. He has to be playing all these other games because he has these rookies who have such big gaps in coverage right now that we haven't really seen Hydro have the chance to focus in and lock in, which you can tell from how he's performed sometimes.
And I think he played better in their game versus the Cobras. I think he is starting to return to form, and I think as the season's going on, we're going to see him continually raise that level.
Which is why the Ghosts are a wild card for where they are at the end of the season.
Yes.
I don't think we see this one.
Yeah, we haven't. And we're playing Control. Y'all picked Control.
Wow.
All right, Ray. Whose setup was it?
This was a Ravens setup, I think.
All right, Ravens. We're gonna have some words after the game. So, for those who don't know, it is
Control, which we talked about, because Control is so in this because
it is a huge map with 3 people on each team. It's kind of ridiculous to try to deal with and play. But there is an 8-minute time limit on all the game modes, so I think that we'll probably see this go to time more than anything else. Let's see what operator options are. So we got Bloodhound. Did people opt for base? That's going to be Wonk 2. Genghis hopping on the Pathfinder. And him opting for the Gibby. So yeah, it looks like we are on base operators. And we will get into this gameplay. I know a lot of teams have strayed away from control as a game type, mainly because like
it's so ugly to play. Like it's so
of the game types we have, it is the least interactive for a 3v3.
Yeah.
So here we go. We'll see what options. We're looking at Gingis' screen, so we'll see what he goes ahead and selects. Does he want to go close quarters? Yes, he's going on close quarters and ready to move. So the game is starting. Like I said, for these game modes, compared to the other maps, these are huge maps. You can see the distance between from A to B, using these jump pads to try to get over here, B to C, wherever. It is a pretty interesting that he didn't actually capture that spot, but he's looking at his teammates to go ahead and capture it for him while he moves over as Pathfinder with that extra mobility to get to B.
And that's the thing. Maybe he could be the person that rotates the different spots. Maybe have one person on each spot, and then you rotate in between depending on who needs help.
Yeah, that makes. I think that's a good like strategy to have, especially going in, having an idea. You can see that they're on B, so you know there's at least somebody here. So some gunfire should start to be being traded. It looks like A and B are almost under the control of the Ravens, but now the Phantoms are starting to surge back up and push them back out. Whoever's managing to get the kills here is going to be the team that is going to get the advantage and kind of take an early lead. We almost have a cap here coming out by the Phantoms. Are they able to go ahead and lock in B? It looks like they have. They now have a 2-point lead. We're looking at Mr. B's screen, ready to play. This is one of those game modes that if this was the Ravens setup, for this to be the last game of the night is really frustrating, because most of your time in the 8 minutes is going to be spent sprinting between the 2 points. You can see, realizing they were going to lose B, the Ravens immediately opted to go and take C instead, so they still are able to maintain their 2 points. And now the moment they're leaving, now Mr. B has to turn around and run back to B, because now they're on B to go ahead and take B, and you're just getting stretched thin.
So the interesting question is, knowing that we haven't seen anybody play this game mode, and this is the last game and the score doesn't fully impact anything, do you break this out here, or do you break this out during like a tougher match?
I think you break it out here because your opponents will be paying attention to this, and you put the threat out there. You understand this kind of from like the conditioning thought line in fighting games. Once you use an option once, it remains as a threat permanently through that entire game. Every team that plays the Ravens has to know that even when it doesn't matter, when nothing's on the line, they are willing to play control and hold you for 8 minutes to play the game. And so I think that ends up being this huge opportunity. And again, I appreciate the Phantoms once again proving a point of like they're locked in. They want to compete for every point, every single game, get any opportunities they can, take every single dub possible. But yeah, it is a pretty difficult call. And here we go. Zik's taking a fight here up against Gibby the Him, who's going to end up coming out here. He's not really able to shoot. He's going to Pathfinder his way around, looking for another angle. Isn't able to do it. Isn't able to find this fight.
And is Gibby going to drop the Gibby bubble?
Nope. Him was just confident. Him said, nah, I'm him. My shots don't miss.
These guns don't jam. And he's shielding up right now.
But
passive health.
I do think as long as it's not a strategy that you think is like huge, similar to last season, Star Wars Battlefront.
Yeah.
Eclipse was willing to play Fighter Squadron, and every team was like, I have to practice Fighter Squadron now, don't I? And it's like, yeah, you do. You don't get away with doing it because, again, if no one else is willing to pay control and you have a map that you either like or enjoy, you can just force teams to have to deal with it. The good teams won't care because they're just like, look, we'll outshoot you.
Yeah.
But even still, they might be like, is there some cheese or
mac and cheese?
What is your actual intention? And nice shots from Genghis.
It looks like it's a Ravens lead still?
Yes, the Ravens are currently up 38%. So if you're wondering, we are 40% through the game, or 8 minutes, whichever one we hit first. Goodness, where are we? Nice job taking some nice fights, but isn't able to secure the kill. We had PC3. That would be Dolo going ahead and getting a kill here, taking back B for his team. He does see some, he's popping the Bloodhound ultimate, looking to make a play. Is he able to get these kills? His shot seemed pretty good. He fainted jumping off and came back around to get another kill. Is healing back up, getting his shields back up and ready to go. He should be able to take this for his team, and I believe the Phantoms have managed to take control of 2 points now, and will start to be making a comeback here in the game, taking a few shots at distance. We see them kind of rotating, looks like back around to C. Do they have somebody else at B? Because they might just be trying to pull someone over here to try and deal with the issue. Let's see. He's looking. Does he see anybody? He sees they were there just a little bit ago. And there we go. Him versus Dolo. Dolo managed to take the kill on him and is now looking to heal up, but he's got into an immediate fight. Fighting Wonku. Wonku manages to get some more damage, take him out. But they managed to still retain control of B and C. This
looks like it's getting closer.
It is, yep. It's 41 to 48%. That this game might come down to the wire.
I'm waiting for you.
All right, so
Wonku gritting her teeth, looking for that second kill, isn't able to do it after winning one fight. It really does look like man advantage.
Kills? Looks like somebody had 9 kills.
Hey, you know the shooter. I'm trying to tell you, shooters don't jam out here at the UEL. The best can come out and try if they want to.
All right, well, we got Vic there. I imagine that might be Vic who's doing that good.
And here we go.
All right, we got the Pathfinder using that to rope
This
up
is Genghis.
the Bloodhound scan. Yeah, and there's right behind there. Let's see
Genghis committing to this fight.
Oh, he put on. Yep, there's 2 of them back there.
And that man number, man, the man numbers.
Who is that pulling away a little bit? Is that the Phantom pulling?
So we're currently watching the Phantoms, and the Phantoms do, I believe, have the lead now in the game overall, but having lost control of the facility in B, if Wonku trying to win that gunfight isn't able to, and once again, Dolo with another one of his Bloodhound ults managing to get more kills and seems to be hard set on keeping this point, keeping B in control for his team, but it is neutralized. Whoever wins these next couple of gunfights is gonna be the one that decides it. But Genghis has gone down. That looks like there's 2 Phantoms in there. They should be able to retain control of B.
But the Phantoms have about a 11-point lead right now.
That is the power of just being able to hold 2 points. Once you get that second point and holding down.
Dolo has 12 kills.
Dolo has 12. Dolo's shooting. Dolo is ready. Like, even here, he has a second person shooting at him. He's willing to take those shots, knowing that the other person is down a little bit below. He does have to... He's willing to play a little bit safer, but they're always duo firing him. They're not letting him take those 1v1s anymore. Someone jumped up past him. And the door got open behind him. So now the Ravens should start to get some points back. They have control of the production facility in the middle. That second point is going to start to close this gap. It is, again, what, a 10% gap between the two. So I'm looking right now. Karakazik unable to get out of the little tank there. Ended up getting wrapped around on and taking shots from the back. Genghis focused up. Looking for another kill. Turns the corner, isn't able to get an immediate kill, switches. Throws a grenade. He's really low. Is somebody going to drop down and try and finish him? Are they going to give him a chance?
No, somebody dropped down. Oh, is he able to? Nope, he's not able to.
And there, Dolo again. I'm trying to tell you, that man Dolo is willing to take all of these fights.
Dolo's going solo, like.
And this is what we were talking about and kind of looking at when we mentioned the mentality of the Phantoms. This last game, after everything that happened, is showing like, no, we're walking out of here with a dub. I don't care what you think, how you feel, what your approach is. We are looking to catch bodies. Him going into a fight, getting dropped. Genghis, though, trading back.
Wait, is it time?
I think time is almost up. if time is almost up, this might be a Ravens win. It'll be by 4%, less than 5% is what it's going to come down to. It's going to, a few kills
here and there. Like, you need to capture a point, like, ASAP.
The Phantoms might just not have the time to be able to. And you see Dolo down in the camera, bobbing, weaving left and right, calling out to his teammates, hoping that they can just hold this point for long enough to get that percentage for the last little bit.
And you wonder how different this game would be if Arbiter was in.
Yes, and I believe it's less than a minute, and I'm telling you, there's like a 1 to 2% differential in the overall capture potential of each one of these.
And did he get a kill? Got a kill there.
A kill? It's 68.
Yep. And it looks like that was a Ravens.
The Ravens, I am not kidding to you, the Ravens won by like 0.3% right as time was called.
I don't know if the Phantoms or specifically Dolo realized how this game mode or how Apex works with the time. Because you saw him look confused.
I think it's one of those things that it's one thing that I've gotten used to is when you're playing in UEL, you have to adjust your headset enough to hear, because we heard that like 50-second call out.
Yeah.
And you have to look at that percentage and be like,
what do we have
we're
to do
super
here?
close. How do we win this? The Ravens literally won at the last second by just getting 0.1%, 0.2% more to go ahead and take that win. Dolo played a hell of a game. The Phantoms played a hell of a game, but we will be getting the Florida Ravens in here. It looks like
the flock of Ravens.
A interview. Okay, I think yeah, we can.
As long as we keep this away from Star.
Let the young man let the young man have his time to shine. The Ravens are victorious. They did it in a clear fashion, 16-3. Some of the games were close, but the Ravens came in and managed to handle their business. The Florida Ravens once again coming into the room, standing on business. Come on, slide on in.
Hey, big 14-0 today, baby. Big 14-0 by me.
Slide in.
Can I get a party hat?
Yeah, give Rex a party hat.
All right.
I want to be the pretty princess. Give me your crown.
I gotta make this known, baby.
Hey, let it be known.
Right.
Let it be known that Jeezy Weezy is a pretty princess.
All right, who taking the mic?
Take it for right now.
Let the rookie get it.
Oh yeah,
All right, so I'm just going to start off. First and foremost, as always, congratulations to the Florida Ravens.
Minus Herb.
They didn't take away that point for the Phantoms, though.
No, we got the point.
Okay.
No, they saw it.
I'm going to ask, how y'all feeling after this game?
Good. We worked hard, practiced hard.
What was the energy?
We worked on what we could work on.
Okay, bet. There was a lot of conversation about where y'all stand in the rankings. Again, it's been a little bit of a season. Y'all are still getting everything together. How are you feeling as a rookie now in the UEL and with the team and everything?
I think, all right, so the first game was a learning experience. Rookie, I didn't know anything about
can't put
setup,
this on
nothing.
right now.
So after that, we got to the second game against the Gorillas. I felt more comfortable. We're helping with setup, doing everything I can. But I feel real comfortable, honestly. I feel good.
Okay. Always good to hear.
Put it closer to your mouth.
Okay.
Hey, what? Hey, no. Hey, what was the most satisfying game to win today?
Apex.
Right now it's Apex, because that was close, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Whoever came out mid and started throwing fists sold. They sold. I'm not gonna lie, bro. They came out and started celebrating too early and gave us a free kill for the extra points.
All right, so then one last question. What game that y'all did not win today was the one that y'all expecting to win the most?
COD, bro. COD.
Sorry, I don't play COD. Go ahead.
No, it's not even that.
What? I was happy.
Start yapping. You only see me in the other games. You won't give me that recognition.
Ask me some questions. Ask me one.
I'm a.
How tall are you?
No,
I'm like 5'4". 5'4".
All right, I'm gonna ask the question that I think everybody is legitimately wanting.
Okay.
How does it feel being on the new Team Stars? How does it feel being on the Ravens?
Actually, great, because I actually get the support I need. I mean, hey, I'm just being honest.
All
right, guys. Thank you guys so much. Big shout out to our sponsor, Hollywood in History. I actually got it right this time. Hollywood in History, the best sponsor in the US of A. Really big shout out. Happy birthday, Sheeted. Happy birthday. Big shout out to the Ravens. Big shout out to the Supreme stream. Big shout out to the Supreme team. I'm tired, only running on 5 hours of sleep. Y'all already know what's up. Let's go. Who are we? What we smoke? Who are we?
All right. We're going to close out with that. All right. We will see y'all tomorrow, 2 p.m. Ghost versus Bots. Tuning in.
Don't miss. That's going to be a good game. Don't miss it.